little different. Here we are.
Hello. Hello. I've seen some people already here.
They are.
Welcome. Shall I jump straight into this do the disclaimer before we get any further on?
Do brace yourself for the disclaimer.
Gird your loins. Welcome. This is History After Dark. We called it that because it's nighttime now, and also because we like to talk about history, impart the facts as far as they are known, and do so while engaging in some smut, in some innuendo, innuendo, a few four-letter expletives. With that being said, if you happen to be in an open plan office, put a headphone in. This is how your judgmental boss writes you up. If you are in a car, kitchen, living room with a small child, we call this child Timmy because Timmy is a problem. Timmy is the sort of child that hears one vulgar thing one time, locks it away in his mind palace, takes it into school with him. He then has a teacher. In my head, this teacher is Miss Honey from Matilda. He tells Miss Honey this. Now, Miss Honey does not watch History After Dark, so she doesn't know the first cardinal rule of History After Dark, which is, if you don't know what it means, it's not for you. Don't Google it. So Miss Honey Googles this vulgar thing, and she is, of course, now corrupted and disturbed. So then you get called up to school, and you've got to explain why Miss Honey's crying in a corner and now needs 12 weeks of therapy that you're going to help to fund, and also why Timmy knows the thing he knows. It's awkward for everybody. Put a headphone in. With that being said, you can also, if you can't put a headphone in, watch us on the playback. It is, however, always worth watching us live because on occasions, once so far, we might say something that is so unspeakably depraved, so borderline illicit and illegal that we have to yeet this footage into the sun for all of us to stay out of prison. So it's always worth watching us live. As I said, we do have some rules. We've talked about the first one, but is don't Google it. We hope that all of you here are adults, please. So with that being said, you, of course, can make your own choices. We do not, however, endorse this being a drinking game. It's not a drinking game. This will never be legal or medical advice. Please don't sue us. And last but by no means least, with this disclaimer in mind, where I've made it very clear what is going to happen, if at any point someone puts in the comments, oh, it's very clever, but I don't like how you swear, we know what you're doing, and we know that your kink is to be shamed, and kinks are fine, but kinks without consent are not allowed. Welcome to HAD. Welcome back, Julian. This is the Thunderdome.
It's been a while.
I'm devastated that I didn't put a little bio underneath my name.
It's not too late.
I should have put leading King John fan or
yeah, you're a King John fan.
Josephine fancier, I think perhaps Josephine fancier.
Bearing in mind,
yes, I have a soft spot for Napoleon, actually, which is a bog in the New Forest. But as for as portrayed by Vanessa Kirby, anyway,
Well, she's a lovely woman, Vanessa Kirby.
This is kind of leading us into what Julie is going to talk with us about today, because the topic overall is going to be what makes good and bad, what are good and bad choices for making historical dramas or maybe even non-fiction. But this is being inspired by the fact that Julian has been to see the new film Napoleon. And on the whole, I think it's only fair to say, despite the fact that I haven't seen it, that it's gone down like 85 lead balloons.
So that's a very specific amount.
So bad that a German pop singer has written a song about it.
Really?
5 lead balloons. So there's an 80s throwback moment.
Yeah, I know. You know my age, don't you? Yeah.
So if you have seen this film or you have any questions about this film, do please pop opinions/questions in the comments, and we will address as many of these as we can. But you may also find, as I'm sure we will, this is inspiration to talk about other things that we have seen that have worked well, have worked less well, have been awful, have been superb. And let's have your thoughts and feelings and opinions on what makes good history television. Good, bad, fiction, non-fiction, whatever you like. Julian, tell us a little bit about yourself first, though, just in case people don't know who you are and what you do and how you do it.
Me? Well, I do a bit of a number of things. So I've just finished dialing a script for Al Murray. That's what I've been doing this week. So this is where we are. Al Murray, for those that don't know, is a
Oh,
sort
wow.
of TV, a bit British comic, but he's a pretty good historian as well. And I've written a script for him he's going to take people around a museum in England. So watch the space for that. It points out the things that he finds interesting, but they're the things that I find interesting because I wrote it.
So you wrote it.
And then on Monday, I do a lot of battlefield stuff, and I've just done a podcast for BBC Countryfile with them on the Battle of Lansdowne, which was an English Civil War battle. But they're brilliant. They've decided not to call it a podcast because it's a walk. They're going to call it a plodcast. That's what we pay our license fee for. That kind of wit.
Yes.
Incredible.
I don't know. You could make it up, could you? You know? But that was bloody cold. Actually. Bloody cold. It was freezing. But the only good thing was that it was near to the park and ride for the Bath Christmas market.
Well, that was
And
very
I don't
kind,
think,
sir.
and Christmas hasn't started, has it? Until you stood in the rain, sipping a lukewarm mulled wine out of a polystyrene cup, looking at things that people have made out of wood and candles. So I did that for a while, and then I went out with my son, and that was better. Yeah. So it's been a busy old week, really, to be honest. With the but most of my week has been dominated by trying to get beyond chapter 1 of Philippa Langley's book on the Princes in the Tower, and watching Napoleon and mulling over the film Napoleon.
It's been a landmark
And-
historical week for you.
And but Napoleon was. If you haven't seen it, you've got to see it because again, I think some people may know this. There's a play that hangs on in the West End Breweries. It's called The Play That Goes Wrong, and it's just a shambles, and it's quite entertaining shambles. Well, that's how I saw Napoleon. That historically and dramatically, it was shite. But the cinematography was, what he's like, Ridley Scott. You could pause it at any stage, and it could be some kind of romantic painting by David, who features in the film actually. So that's good. But there's so many crazy errors, which I could kind of forgive them in a way if the sort of plot was a bit more exciting, and I couldn't believe that I'm watching Napoleon and 25 years old, and I was thinking, I wonder what's on the other side, but there isn't because I'm in the cinema. But fantastic locations, and you can go location spotting, and I knew at one stage that they were filming in Blenheim Palace because they didn't take down the Duke of Marlborough's standard. You could see it in the background, and then they were down at Petworth. And I'm sure I saw Henry VIII in the background at one stage. I'm sure I did, and they're at Malta. And then a remarkable scene for the Battle of Waterloo, where I think they must have got the set for All Quiet on the Western Front on the cheap. Because the British Army, the British soldiers at Waterloo, have red coats and squares and everything. They're in trenches. They're in the trenches. Which I think most people would be aware that the Napoleonic Wars wasn't trench warfare. It's certainly not the Battle of Waterloo. But I'm going off on one about Joachim Phoenix. He had two sort of styles in it, really. He had sullen and petulant. They were his two. He did a very good sullen and a very good petulant. So he was quite entertaining. The trouble is, isn't it, that it's 25 years of somebody's life that you've got to squeeze into. Christ knows what the director's cut is going to be like. I think it's definitely going to be bring your sandwiches in a sleeping bag because it's going to go on forever, isn't it? The director's cut. But, to try and do that in 2.5 hours, it's always going to be a problem, isn't it? And of course, it's the same guy. So when he starts, it starts with an inaccurate depiction of the execution of Marie Antoinette. And I knew there was going to be trouble. It's one of those films, I think actually it might have been a homage to Waterloo, because those films where it starts with feet going along a corridor, but you don't know what it is, and then it going off to be executed. But I think it's well known that she had her hair chopped off, because you don't want that getting in the way of the falling blade. And it create a style at that time that people were wearing shorter hair, and it was a sort of reference through the guillotine. But Marie Antoinette doesn't. She has lots of grey hair in it, you know. So I thought, hello. And then, of course, there's Napoleon watching in it. He's watching all of this going on. So, but this is Napoleon. What 17? When was she executed? I don't know. 1793, something like that. I don't know. So Napoleon is going to be in his mid-20s, but it's Joaquin Phoenix, and it's still Joaquin Phoenix at the end. And they made a few bits on, but he hasn't aged. and Josephine, she's hot. She is hot. You know, and when I saw that it said there were scenes of a sexual nature, I was quite excited. Actually, I thought, normally I bring my tissues along to cry, but I thought on this occasion they made another use. You know, but actually, as it came to it, it just didn't quite work. You know, that she's too young. You know, for Napoleon. But on the other hand, I suppose you're seeing her through Napoleon's eyes. And he might, you know, he would have fancied her, you know. So you've got this figure who's very beautiful, but he was too young for Napoleon. But he came up with some of the great lines of cinema. Forget, here's Johnny. You've now got destiny gave me this lamb chop. Which
What? No, shut up.
That was
What?
one of the
I'm
lines.
sorry, what? What?
Destiny
Destiny
gave me this lamb chop.
That's an actual line.
Yes. Yes.
Unpack that for me.
And yeah. Well, it was he's sitting around a table and he's talking about destiny in a rather ham-fisted way, and he talks about where he is.
Or a lamb-fisted way.
Destiny, you know. But it's territory. God, yes, exactly. It was so that was quite interesting, and the battles were, you must have spent a fortune on these bloody things, honestly. Lots of extras, and the uniforms, you know, obviously he's almost, you know, there's an obsessive accuracy in the uniforms. So for example, this is me being a total anorak, these things matter to me. But Napoleon had these guards, and they had big bear skins, you know, the Imperial Guard. This was their standard sort of look, with these bear skins. And they started as the consular guards when he was consul. And when they were the consular guard, on the back of the bear skin, they had like a little red patch with a white cross on it. When he became emperor, that little red patch, instead of a cross, it had a grenade on the back of it. Minor point that nobody's going to care about, but Ridley Scott did. So in the film, he's gone to that kind of detail, but he doesn't bother to get the basic information right, you know. So, but it should have been called Napoleon and Josephine, I think, and I would have cut the battle scenes and had a bit more love interest in it myself. But that's me. So, for example, he leaves Egypt because Josephine's having an affair. No mention of the fact that his fleet's been destroyed at the Battle of the Nile, you know, and they're stranded there. And he leaves Elba because he misses Josephine. She's dead in reality. So he comes back from Elba not because he wants to start the empire up again, you know, and help France. He just wants to get his hands on Josephine again, you know. Which is shown, him showing, you know, it is shown him getting his hands on Josephine in the play, in the film. It's not an easy watch, actually. I watched it. I thought, for Christ's sake, I hope I'm not like that in the sack. To be honest, you know, it's he's not. What he comes across as actually is, you know, those Rowlandson cartoons of this sort of laughable little figure that Rowlandson and Gilray put in their cartoons at the time, you know, sort of to mock him. That's the Napoleon that you get really in it. So it is quite funny in some ways. But the accuracy, you know, he opens fire on the pyramids. Yeah, I never quite worked out why he opened fire on the pyramids, actually, but he did with his guns. You know, so that was good. And there was another good line where he said, "The English think they are so special because they have boats."
Well, that's true. We do.
Yeah, a lot of people on Tinterweb said, you know, it should be ships, but actually, it's the sort of thing that Napoleon would have said. He wouldn't have said ships. He would have said boats. But beautiful, beautiful scenes. Yeah. So a beautiful, beautiful film to look at. Bit long, and the history is ridiculous, and so many flags. So many flags. I don't quite know how they managed to fight because when the soldiers are coming onto the battlefield, there's just hundreds of tricolours. So open fire. Well, I can't. I've got this flag.
I can't see past the flag.
Yeah. So it's a shambles, but I did enjoy it in a sort of, like you would slow down. I'm sure you wouldn't, but I do. To slow down to see a badger that's been run over by the side of the road or a car accident or something. It was. I watched it with that kind of feel in me, really.
You rubbernecked.
So there we are. So do go. I think, and also then you'll get interested, and you can come on my tour of Waterloo that I do.
Yeah. Just throw that in there.
I've got to say,
yeah, of course. Reality.
You've done a much better job of selling your tour of Waterloo than selling the film. I mean, I feel like
no, you got to go because it's hilarious. It's hilarious, this film, but it's not good history, and I'm not convinced it was very good drama either. Myself, they did their best with the script. I think I can forgive to a certain extent. But what's my favourite historical film is A Knight's Tale. And you know what I mean. And historically, it's a joke, but it doesn't pretend to be anything else, does it? And it's good fun.
Yeah.
And I sort of think it gets to the heart of certain aspects of medieval life to a certain extent. A little bit, tiny little bit. Whereas I don't think that this did that, in my opinion. So there we are. It's funny, and the settings are lovely, and for that alone, I would go. But I'm going back. I am going back. To watch it again.
Glutton for punishment.
So that will be Lost King and 2 Napoleons.
Lost King and 2 Napoleons. I don't go.
Sounds like a film, doesn't it?
That's what I mean.
Will you just let me know what you're planning to see at the cinema in the future? Because you are the albatross of films. So I just want to know what you're planning to see, because clearly it's going to be absolute tripe.
Actually, I watched a TV film last week, Violent Night. And I heartily recommend that. Violent Night.
Violent Night.
And it's a cross between Home Alone and Die Hard. Only
Christmas,
the Bruce Willis figure is Father Christmas.
Oh.
And essentially this fact that these people are holding this family hostage, and Father Christmas comes down the chimney and he basically slaughters them all in all kinds of violent ways. But that's out now. That's well worth watching. I loved it, actually. So all those things you remember in all those crazy things that happened in Home Alone, like the bowling ball bounces down, or he treads on a nail, or
a mere warm up.
All that, yeah. That happens in Violent Night, except the people are killed by them. So loved it.
Paige says Julian needs to start.
I'll shut up for a while now. I'll shut up, but I've got to calm down after thinking about Napoleon. What a mad film that was.
So even if it's not your period of history, you're not going to enjoy it because the drama wasn't that great either. Did the story knit together at all?
Nah, I didn't think it did. I thought it, because it's such a long period of time, isn't it? You're trying to do 25 years. So, or are we talking about Violent Night now? That story and that knitting together. That Violent Night had a better storyline, actually, about a family coming together. I preferred that storyline to L'Empereur.
Together.
Like I quite enjoyed Versailles when that was on, because it just wasn't something I was particularly knowledgeable on, so I could just enjoy it.
Well, yeah.
But because it was good drama and it looked amazing.
Yeah, the visuals were great. I think the thing is, that's with Ridley Scott. I mean, I've only seen stills and I've seen the trailer, and as with lots of Ridley Scott movies, it does look like it's been filmed through a sock. It's all very kind of grayscale, but there is, with his, for somebody who makes so many things set in history and clearly has a passion for, as you said, accuracy in costumes, he seems to really hate historians and have absolutely no respect for their work. My understanding is that the expert he had for Napoleon is not a historian, he is ex-military. So
absolutely.
I don't think, is that correct?
Basically, yeah, it is true, and I think you're absolutely right. He says leaning on a copy of The Princes in the Tower at the moment. But yeah, I think that's absolutely right. And you know, he, instead of sort of saying, I would have said something along the lines of this is a kind of adventure historical movie, blah blah. You know, I'm not going for accuracy here. We're trying to give, but he kind of doubled down on it. And he said, well, how do people know they weren't there? And he didn't use a historical advisor, but he used an advisor, as you rightly say, for the costumes, and the settings were right. So it does seem that he, for some reason, maybe he had a bad experience when he did Duelists all those years ago, his other Napoleonic film, which is if anybody's not seen that, I think that's a superb film. But he's dealing there with the micro rather than the macro. It's two characters in the Napoleonic Wars, and it goes through not a man and a woman, two men that fight duels, and it goes through the story, and a lot of it is about, you know, what leads people to go to war, in a way that it shows through these two people, and I think that's a far better film, to be honest, because he didn't try and show the history as such. He placed these people within a historical context. But I'm sure you're right. He does seem to have a complete disregard or dislike of historians, which he doesn't have for other things, does he?
It seems to come across. I've only sort of seen the commentary, but almost he's like in contempt. He's like poked there, like he's like, right, have this.
It feels like what he's done is gone, well, obviously he can't be a stupid man. He understands that the people who are going to go and watch this movie, it's not going to be people who exclusively go and watch Marvel films. They're going to have an interest in history. Presumably, most of them are going to have an interest in historical accuracy to at least some point. Many of them, his audience, many of them would be historians of whatever period. It feels like maybe he's decided to kind of go that they should get a life because it's inaccurate, because he wants to rage bait. Is he like, there was the strike on, there was a SAG-AFTRA strike, we couldn't do promotion, the quickest way to get bums on seats is to rage bait. If I make historians angry, they'll come and watch the film so they can slag it off, and all publicity is good publicity.
Yeah.
Because it's so baffling to me that he would just shit talk historians when he's made a historical movie about a really it's not like he's talking about the Tudors or the Victorians. Napoleon is a more niche historical interest. It's not as mainstream as the other kind of gateway drugs into history.
I agree, but in a way, I think if you see it as those Rowlandson cartoons that I'm banging on about, there's one of John Bull and Napoleon carving up a globe, which is like a plum pudding.
Yeah,
and John Bull gets the sea and Napoleon gets the land, and Napoleon's this sort of comic little character, and then you've got one of him being kicked out or tossed out of Spain by a Spanish bull, and all these sort of things. And in a way, it's something like that. I think you almost have to look at it as a sort of cartoon almost. But why he doubled down and try to defend the history of it, I have no idea. And there was some of it he could have got it right very easily, but I think he chose not to. So, for example, you get the retreat from Moscow. So 1812, Napoleon invades over to Russia. The Russians burn their own capital. His army's sick already, and it's on the way back, and it's destroyed. And in the film, he then is forced into exile. So you've lost all of your army. You must go into exile to help. But the fact you fought on for 2 years, and there was that didn't come into it. And they could easily have said, 2 years later on the screen or something like that. He chose not to. And interesting, the very last thing in it, and he wouldn't have done this but without meaning to, being serious, at the very end of it, he's on St. Helena, and there's two sort of daughters of the garrison, and he's talking to them. He said, and then I burnt Moscow. And they say, I thought that the Russians burnt it themselves, And he said, well, what gives you that idea? Well, it's common knowledge. And that kind of is the end of the film almost, you know. So there's a little dig there, I think, about historical accuracy in a way, you know. And he's sort of saying, so perhaps, you know, he doesn't care, you know, he's being like Napoleon. But you've got to see it. You've got to see it. And to see Napoleon, whenever he wants to get it on with Josephine, crawling across the floor, grunting like a pig. God knows what the French must think about this. You know, perfidious Albion have made another film, you know, quite extraordinary, really.
I'm sure most
That's
of us.
the kind of thing to take your teenage children to, isn't it? To embarrass them, you know.
Also, might prevent teenage pregnancies.
Well, it might. Yeah. Well, if you had somebody grunting like a pig, I think it would put a stop to everything, wouldn't it?
Pretty Pick makes a good point, similar to what you say. She said there's also this vibe I've noticed in culture where historians are treated like annoying fuss budgets who just want to ruin everyone's fun. Just because we want it to be right. How dare we?
Look,
I don't think
I've worked with actors as a historical advisor, and also I've worked with them as a text director for Shakespeare. And I will be honest, they come to those sessions and they come really cagey, because I do think that it is 6 of one and half dozen of the other. And I think we can perhaps start to move this into what makes good historical fiction. And part of that is having the right advisor, because actually it's a horrible phrase, but machines talk to machines. And not to like toot my own horn, but having been a performer, having been an actor, I understand that I can give you this historical basis, but I can't be precious about it, because sometimes actually the performance requires you to take one interpretation and perhaps disregard another. I will give you the information and I will give it to you in a way that you can use it as an actor. When actors come to me and they are like, okay, I've got half an hour, and they're cross arms, I know they've met somebody who's taken out their notes and given them a 30-minute lecture on how this part should be played. That's not what a historical advisor does. The historical advisor is part of the creative team. And if you can't function creatively, if you can't think creatively, then you're no good to man or beast. And so I think that there are people who set out their stall as historical advisors, who go in and speak to directors, assistant directors, producers, actors in ways that is so unhelpful that when the next film comes along, they aren't asked, and nobody else is either.
No, I think that's very simple. So that's why I'm wondering whether Ridley Scott at some stage got a bad experience. You know, it makes you think. And you know, there are dramatic devices in films that you've got to accept. You know, and you know, a good example in this film is that at the end, Wellington meets Napoleon, and Wellington explains to Napoleon, and obviously to us, what's going to happen to Napoleon, because Napoleon thinks he's going to get a house in the Cotswolds. Seriously, he thought he's going to get a house in the Cotswolds. But of course, the English are never going to have Napoleon living in the Cotswolds. It's just not going to happen. So you go to St. Helena, and then it has to explain what St. Helena is. So that's a dramatic device, and it works within the context of the film. And I think that's quite acceptable, you know. And there's that for that film where Elizabeth meets Mary Queen of Scots. For that film, you know, I think that it didn't happen as far as we know. Nobody must know that we met. But for the context of the film, to drive the point, it's all right, isn't it? But I know I did quite a bit for Hollow Crown, and they wanted to know about armor and the rest of it. And you know, you're going to have to accept that the only people in the middle of a battle that's got no head protection are the leading actors, because people need to see them and see what they're doing. Whereas in reality, of course, that would never happen, would it? You know, and you're going to have to accept in films that people, again, this is from this sort of historical point of view, that they are going to hang on to their arrows, you know, preferably burning arrows, you know, for ages, looking down the line, waiting for Thomas Erpingham or whoever it is to say shoot, because it builds up the dramatic. It's the dramatic device, isn't it? If you actually didn't do that, you know, it's not going to work. So you've got to cut some slack. But I you know, going back to this film, I think the problem was that the drama wasn't very good either. You know,
That's
but what about you? What are your, you know, I've gone on and on about my Napoleon. What do you have a love and a hate as a film?
Well, I was going to say, have you? Because I know Kat and Philippa are going to go, oh. Braveheart, Julian. Have you seen Braveheart, and what did you make of that?
Great film, terrible history. If only it was set, if only it was set, you know, like if only it was set sort of in some kind of Game of Thrones place, you know, then I think it would have been quite a bit of fun, you know. And obviously, I would have liked the execution scene to last a bit longer. That I thought they're a bit short on that. It could have been a bit more of that, more detail. I think, not really. But you know, that's what I thought about it. But as a film, as a sort of drama, it was great. You know, and you know, some wonderful moments that never happened, wasn't there? Like when Edward I took Piers Gaveston. Was it? I don't know who you're supposed to be, but Edward's his son's advisor, and took him to the window and said, "Oh," and then just chucked him out the window. It was a great moment, wasn't it? You know, as a drama, it was brilliant. But not as a history, not for me.
So, but it had the drama element, so at least it had that. And
that's right. That's how I see it. Yeah,
that. Okay.
Yeah, and Gladiator. You know, Gladiator's plays very fast and loose with them, doesn't it? But a great film again, in my opinion. You know. It was a film, Richard III. There's Richard III. That film by Shakespeare's Richard III. That's interesting, isn't it?
Okay, come on then.
Which version of Shakespeare's Richard III?
I just thought I don't think I've mentioned The Princess in the Tower, new book.
Okay, right. This is like not very elephant in the room. Let's talk about The Lost King, and we'll lead in that way, because
you told me that we don't want to talk about it. You've got better people to talk about The Lost King, to whom it matters. So you know, people like Matt Lewis and Nathan. It's important to them. I'm just
I think what you said,
Buttons on the side of the stage, you know, to their ugly sisters. So I don't have any.
It was a nice story. It was sort of. I think you said to me that there were issues with it, but it was quite enjoyable as a film. It was a little bit sort of twee and pleasant.
What are we talking about? Which films?
Not The Lost King. You said it was.
Oh God, no, I hate The Lost King. I hate it with a passion.
It was kind of. You said if you took it like in terms of the storyline and the people that were omitted and some of the way people were represented, it was awful. But in terms of if people just took it as a film, it sort of had a slight twee enjoyability about it and some nice acting, I think was what you said to me at the time.
I don't think he remembers that, Catherine, for the look on his face.
Sick in my mouth, actually.
On his face, I'm going to say that's not quite.
I mean, what I will say, what I'm going to flag up here is that The Lost King is not historical fiction. The Lost King is not historical fiction. Although it features historical characters, it's not historical fiction.
No, it isn't.
But it's not that.
Yeah. Well, there is a bit of historical fiction in it where Richard III is made out to be some kind of good guy. As opposed to the...
Say what?
No. No, I didn't. Because I know the people involved in The Lost King, and they're thoroughly decent people who did so much, you know. And let's face it, whenever we think about who found the Princess in the Tower, not the Princess in the Tower, who found the remains of Richard III, and who identified, we don't think of Turi King and all of her hard work, do we? We don't think about that, or we don't think about you know, Richard Buckley and his expertise. We think of Philippa. So actually, she's done right. I think that Philippa's got plenty of credit out of it. And every time I've heard her talk about it by any of those guys at the or girls at the at University of Leicester, they always give her plenty of credit. And so it was a bit of a shame, I think, that you're basically making living people that have still got a career to be acting in a selfish and to a certain extent unprofessional way. You know, if somebody's 300 years dead, I think you can probably do it, as long as it's not Richard III, of course, who we must not do that with, you know. But everybody else we can do it with. So you know, that's why I wasn't that keen. I came away and somebody said it. You know, it's a sort of sweet film, and actually it left a very bitter taste in my mouth, really, when I thought about it. I'm very open tonight, aren't I? I haven't held back. That's the end of my career on History After Dark, isn't it?
No, I completely agree with you. I think that that fiction is all well and good, but when it's used to denigrate and call into disrepute living people, I think it's despicable. And I think that what offended me about Ridley Scott's comments on historians, and actually it's the same thing that offended me about The Lost King, is that I understand that the Academy can be an ivory tower. I understand that there is a narrative of people who come from that being like fun sponges, but there has been a rise in popular histories. There have been a few books that have come out that have insinuated that members of the Academy are deliberately gatekeeping truth for some reason, that there's some kind of widespread conspiracy. And I believe that, and I find that so incredibly offensive and degrading and demeaning, and it makes me so cross. It makes me so cross.
Oh, I think it's the country's had enough of experts, isn't it? It's this whole thing.
Yeah,
and it goes beyond history. It goes to all kinds of things, and so I and sometimes people have got they asked me about a little bit about this when I was doing the walk for BBC Countryfile. Do you have problems with that with amateur history? I said, no, we don't, because without amateur history, so much work has been carried out. So much of what we know is thanks to amateur historians. So much of that what we know about battlefields is amateur historians. So no, but we shouldn't denigrate the work of professional historians. So I can't. Well, you said that more articulately than I did, but I agree. It seems to be that there's a little bit of it in this whole thing about the discovery of the princes in the tower, isn't there? A little bit of it, a lot of it, a huge amount of it, maybe.
But so talking, you did mention, Julian, you asked us what kind of historical fiction we think works, and when you said that, two things sprung to mind, and the reason why, and for different reasons. When I am doing education sessions, there are two historical fictions, one more loosely historical fiction than the other, that I refer to time and time again. One is Game of Thrones, because that line that Cersei says in the Game of Thrones, you win or you die, is just, when you're teaching Wars of the Roses, when you're teaching the Tudor court, it's the perfect sentence that ever existed. And the other one I reference time and again is the BBC's production of Wolf Hall. In particular, the moment where you see Cromwell sat around waiting with files under his hands before he's come to everybody's attention properly, and he's sitting in like great watching chambers with petitions. And when I'm talking about that kind of culture of access, and I'm sat in the great watching chamber at Hampton Court, and I reference that scene, and I go, behind that door is the king, is Wolsey, is where you want to be. Out here is where you're waiting with a petition, hoping you're noticed. And it's such an incredible visual that if people have seen it, they know immediately what I'm talking about.
I like that kind of detail. It allows you to.
What about you, Philippa? Do you have any particular films that you like or dislike from the?
Lorcan has just put about The White Princess actually in the comments, and I watched that a long time ago, and I actually really enjoyed it.
It's beautiful.
I thought it was great, and I think any historical fiction that brings people to life and doesn't get it completely wrong, but pricks the interest. It doesn't have to be 100% accurate, or even like you say, if it's a good drama, it's a good story, it knits things together, brings people to life, so they're actually human beings, not names in a book or on a family tree, then I think it's really it's enjoyable for itself. And if you want to get into history, it generally is a great door into probably periods maybe you haven't looked at before. So like I've mentioned Versailles before, then I got interested in, I love the drama, I wonder what the actual stories are behind that. And I think that's perfect.
But do you think people are I don't know the answer to this, but do you think people that they see something like that, and do you think a lot of people that they don't go any further, and that in fact that's Josephine Tey, and that's it? I've read Josephine Tey. I don't need to, and you would hope that it would encourage a questioning mind, and I wonder whether it does. I don't know.
That particular book or set of books, I think, is a little bit of an anomaly. I hope it is, because as you say, are supposed to be very good books, very well written, very entertaining, got a lot of quite good research that factually, so it's quite good historical fiction in the sense that some historical fiction has very little history in it for a whole variety of reasons. Sometimes there just isn't much history to base them on, but some of them have been much more fully researched and there are more source materials, so what you have to fit in to make a story, there's not naturally so many gaps. I think the thing about Josephine Tey's work is that it has been latched onto by a certain group of people who like what is in those books so much that they don't want to read. You're all nodding. We know what you're saying.
I have no idea.
No, we're listening. We're listening to what.
I don't know.
They don't. So we're talking mostly about The Sun in Splendor.
Yeah.
And it's it's a novel about the life and times and events and things surrounding Richard III, and it's very popular. It's very well received, but there is I can't say this without saying it. Basically, it's a certain group of people that end there. They go, this says everything you need to know about Richard and his life, and it's beautiful work, and it is. It's all those things. It's very well written. It's very popular. Except I haven't read the whole thing, but it has that kind of stop there. So I do think those works are perhaps an anomaly. I can't think of anything else off the top of my head.
You're talking a lot in code, but I'm going to imagine is this a bit Philippa Gregory-esque as well, where people will quote you back things that supposedly Prince Arthur said to Catherine of Aragon while they were still married and things like that?
Yeah, I'm a bit of a, maybe I'm a weirdo. Well, yeah. In the sense that I go to the fiction after I've read the the history. So I always get engaged by the history, and start with the so-called non-fiction book, and that's where I get so much out of that. And then I often go to the fiction a bit later. I want to see wonder how they deal with that in that way, and I wonder how many people. We always say it, don't we? That these things are gateways, and that it leads people on to further study. I wonder if it is for most people. I wonder how many people, having seen Napoleon, are now going to get Andrew Roberts' book on Napoleon, which is pretty long, actually, as I remember. But you know what I mean? I wonder, or whether that's it. That's their Napoleon now.
I think that's going to happen.
Or does it matter? I don't know.
I do think that actually that we are seeing that sort of stuff happening. Like if you look at Bridgerton, there are, and particularly like Bridgerton has really invigorated things for like a TikTok generation, and they are interested by George III. They are interested by what's going on there, and they do want to. They love a bit of Caroline. They really want to know, and they want to know about Charlotte and all that kind of stuff. They want to know more and more and more.
Who's they? The TikTok generation.
TikTok, yeah. So
okay.
So
the people who get all their information in 60 seconds.
Yeah, but I think the thing about Bridgerton is that it's set in a kind of a world where there's this kind of post-racial experiment going on, but at the same time, class and sex segregation and all that kind of stuff is very, very much in evidence. And I think the way Bridgerton looks beautiful, it's a fantastic romp. In some ways, I'm a little bit sad because there is a fabulous character in the first season. He teaches the Duke, the fit Duke, to box. And I think lots of people watch that and go, oh, well, he's part, because he's also from the African diaspora. He's someone who this character is also invented for this. Actually, he is sort of, but he is based on a real life bare knuckle boxer who is fascinating. And he was enslaved. He came over here, was educated. He opened his own boxing gym, and he actually served at George IV's coronation. He was surrounded by bare knuckle boxers, and this guy was one of them. And in a way, I kind of think like Bridgerton would have been a great way to go, by the way, this guy's real. This
Yeah.
guy's a real guy. And he's and people have found him since. And I do think there's definitely a case that not everybody will look into it, but enough people will that it's worth doing.
Well, I hope so. Yeah.
You've just reminded me of another one with that someone based on someone, Last Kingdom. Obviously, Uhtred, who was a real person who didn't last very long, whereas of course Uhtred in Last Kingdom lasts God knows how old he's supposed to be. And I think it was actually how old is Uhtred supposed to be now?
124. Yes.
Like,
someone further up in the comments, Philippa mentioned
that's interesting. That's Bernard Cornwell, isn't it? That did that. And normally Bernard Cornwell puts a fictitious character who doesn't have a huge amount of agency. Like Sharp is a good example, isn't it? You know, and the story is around, you know, what happens to Sharp, but behind it you've got the Duke of Wellington and you've got the Napoleon, you've got the wars, etc. So it's a setting, isn't it? But with the Last Kingdom, it's slightly different, isn't it? You know, and with all of those, I think. Did I tell you I had a wee next to Sean Bean once in when they were filming? He was standing there, you know, learning his lines. I just stood next to him and had a wee. No, we were both in the urinals. Because I had a small part in the filming.
You say so, Julian.
In the filming. And so we stood there and I had a chat with him. He looked at me, he said, "All right." And I said, "All right."
It's very northern.
Oh my gosh. What things you learn.
But
but you know what I mean about those? I do like historical fiction where it's not about Anne Boleyn, or the fiction's not about Anne Boleyn or about major characters. It's about somebody within that setting who operates, and so these things are going on in the background, and you work them in so they have some kind of influence, but they are fictitious characters.
Their styles were historically accurate, but they did look good too. But what I really liked about it is the landscape, a pre-Norman, so pre-stone built landscape. I thought that was great. I
agree. I love that sort of thing, you know, and again, I think that to a certain extent that worked well with Napoleon, you know, that other than these stupid trenches, that the general sort of look of it was pretty good.
Paige higher up had a comment saying historical TV shows are a great way to get into history. I've said it before, but Rain is what got me into history. It made me read about Mary Queen of Scots. Then I watched the Tudors. Then I read about them. And look, if we're going to Rain, I often say Rain is great fun. I often say Rain is essentially, there's a character called Mary Queen of Scots. There's a character called Francis. And there, the connection to history both begins and ends, because the costumes, while beautiful, it is like history does Pretty Little Liars. However, clearly it has the effect of inspiring people to kind of go, well, what's the truth behind this? And as with so many things about Mary Queen of Scots, because it happened also in the Mary Queen of Scots film where they meet in the weird laundry, Elizabeth ages in these films. Elizabeth ages, but Mary Queen of Scots always goes to her execution looking about 25, which is astounding to me. And I kind of feel like the story about Mary Queen of Scots that I want to hear, that I want to see, is the story of her. Let's see her post flight from Scotland. Let's see all of those years. Let's see her imprisonment. Let's see that kind of.
You never.
I agree. The fading and the aging, and to the point where you lift up the head, you know, and there's the wig falls off, and there's just.
She gets very ill. I've not seen
desperation
that shows how that gives you any impression that it was 19 years. Ever. It never comes across that any time has really passed. Which does a disservice.
And there we are back with Napoleon and Josephine again. It's the same thing in that, really.
However, they're very happy to have Mary I be played by people who look about 65. They're very happy to age up Mary I, and and actually I find it, and I think it's something that we sort of see. It's almost like a hangover from that Victorian fascination with the death of the virgin and the death of the innocent, and that kind of that execution of Jane Grey image, that sort of pseudo erotic of that sort of virgin sacrifice, that I think we're still seeing play out in films. That Mary Queen of Scots is in the films about her is the good one, so she must die young, which I find repellent, but also quite interesting about how there's, for me, there's that still that hangover going on.
She gets let off. She gets let off as well. A lot of, she wasn't an angel by any stretch. You know, maybe having something to do with the second husband dying. She just seems to get let off a lot.
No, because medieval, early modern, in fact, monarchs, by and large, power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. It's so weird that I saw that piece where it talked about, there was an opinion piece asking for a Henry VIII where he's not presented as like a good guy, where somebody points out that Henry VIII was a bad guy. I'm like, what history have you been reading? Because in all of the history I read, it's very clear that he is. Because guess what? Monarchs aren't good people. They aren't good people.
But everything is a good versus bad. That's always the go-to, and it's not like that. Yeah. But
have you seen that there's going? Incidentally, talking about that, have you seen that there's going to be a 1066 series? Battle of Hastings.
This week,
yeah, literally this week, and one of the guys from Game of Thrones, Jamie Lannister, is in it, I think, and somebody else.
Yes.
So we're back to that guy again. Yeah, and I think it'd be interesting to see what they do with that and how they end it. You know, I imagine it's going to end with this arrow going through the air, and then they'll just cut
in slow motion.
Yeah, but he won't hit anybody. It will just go through the air. But that's coming out fairly soon. And they were making references to the Game of Thrones effect. They said that there is a rise in interest in this kind of stuff. But I'm given that I support King John, I'm a big supporter of William of Normandy over the Godwins, you see. So I'm going to be out on a limb again on that, aren't I? You know, we all know that Harold Godwins is going to be the tragic hero in it. You know, I almost said no, but maybe they won't. Maybe they'll look at them in a slightly different way. But the Godwins are a terrible bunch of fucks, weren't they? You know, I think we've talked about this before, haven't we? I remember I butted in and said something about this. The Godwins, terrible people.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Harold Godwinson's dad, Godwin was terrible. You know, there's something we don't like. We'll blind him. Well, you've got claims on the throne. We'll kill you all outside of Guildford. You know what? Yes, slavery. Yeah, we'll have some of that. You know, we shall see. But I can't wait. I think it could be great. And again, as somebody that does tours to Normandy, as somebody that goes to Normandy on tours, leads tours to Normandy and round battle and all that, it's going to be good for business, I reckon.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing as well. Is that it's not just the historical fiction. These kind of events, like the Great Gatsby events, the Bridgerton events, the way in which history is so commercial and it's so quick, and you can commercialize it so easily. It just needs something to kind of catch on, and it just goes. And I think that we are seeing a broadening in fascination with other periods. So I think the Catherine the Great TV show, that's, the aesthetics of that are phenomenal. I personally found The Favourite. That's one. I think that's a brilliant film. Even though the costumes are not made of historically accurate materials, I thought it was a really interesting choice to have denim outfits.
Oh, no, phenomenal costumes. Yeah, I saw them because I was at Hatfield and when they were filming it, and they wouldn't say what they were filming. But you know how the caravans have always got the names of the characters, not the names of the actresses. So it said Sarah and Anne, and then this trolley of wigs went past. So I thought, I know what this is going to be. And it's funny how it can have an impact upon people. Peaky Blinders. You know, you started to get guys wearing those Peaky Blinder caps, didn't you? And I'm wondering whether, you know, after, if they do 1066 and all that, whether we'll have blokes with haircuts up here, you know, whether the moustaches will come back in, you know. They could do, couldn't they? People start to look like Harold, you know. Movember could have a new lease of life, couldn't it?
Hipsters look a bit like medieval soldiers, don't they?
Yeah, I always think of them as something out of the Last Kingdom, really, or something, you know. Yeah.
You see?
Hipsters.
Hipsters are great. So here's the thing. So we see historical inaccuracies, obviously, sometimes in fiction. And as I touched on earlier, sometimes it's because there isn't much. You have more gaps to fill in than you do. So a great example would be Dan Jones's first novel, Essex Dogs. And he said himself, setting the Cressy campaign, we have nothing. We have so little that I've taken what I can get and I've built in a narrative. And that's fine. That's what we have to do. But there are some things. So people, for example, with Tudor novelists, you've got a lot more to work with in terms of what you can find out. If you then want to base a story about, when I say what we know, you know what I mean by what we know.
Yeah.
Whenever I say that we don't know or we think, it means I've read it in a book somewhere. Whenever I say we think,
we believe.
I'm a fan of the extant information or the extant evidence. I'm a big fan of the word extant.
I like that.
I love that word. That's a weasel word indeed. Or I also enjoy a by tradition. I like that too. By tradition.
History has it that.
History, yes. Yeah.
Weasel words are fantastic, aren't they? Weasel words,
but it's interpretation of evidence anyway. I always think, you know, if we were discussing something that's happening right now, we'd all have a different interpretation on it. So the idea that history is somehow, that there is a absolute truth, correct facts and stuff, is also, I think, as dangerous as drama, and you know, at the other end. It's like you can't, there isn't that. It's all interpretation and filling in some blanks. And like Dan Jones with his book, what was interesting was he took information from diaries and accounts of people on D-Day landings because they were the same beaches. So that's how part of how he put his narrative together was using that as well. Obviously really different time period, but still men still being dumped on a beach, being you know,
that's an excellent book. I really enjoyed.
Still trashing Carl. Yeah.
So I think, you know,
Pretty Pick and Lorcan. Yes, don't worry, we are indeed a hive mind. What happens is when you decide that you want to be a historian, they do give you a membership card, and that membership card does come with a plug. And so at night, you do have to, there's just a little jot in the back of your head. You have to just plug yourself in. That's why we can't have our head shaved. We've got to keep it because we have to hide the jack-in point so that we can all hive mind together and essentially collectively decide which parts of history to hide.
Yes.
Yeah, because we're all in a big conspiracy.
I'm anxious at the moment, by the way. Do you get if you get comments? Do you get comments? Say on your phone, if you've done something, do you get an alert that somebody's commented on something? When I put a slightly flippant comment about Richard III up, and a prominent Ricardian has just commented on it, so I'm waiting to see what I hope I've got away with it. I was only rude about Richard III's hat.
You can't do that.
But it's a special hat.
It's a holy relic. You can't.
It's not like a Tudor hat, is it? You know,
not just any old hat.
So we'll have to see what that's about in a minute, you know, or maybe they thought it was funny.
Nothing good. It will be nothing good.
It might be. You know, we'll see. Yeah. I was banging on about Al Murray. And it was very interesting. He wrote a book called Watching War Films with My Dad. And he used to sit there with his dad, and his dad would do that typical dad thing that I try not to do. You know, actually, that's a Mark IV Sherman, not a Mark VII, and that didn't come, you know, all of that stuff. But, you know, he was saying, though, that he felt he was talking about Arnhem. And okay, it was actually a non-fiction thing, but in order to make the thing run along, they just picked out certain aspects of the story. And he said that he felt a bit of a moral obligation to the other people that had fought and died, that were just written out of the history. And it was quite interesting that that maybe that is something that one has to think about. And he found it quite difficult that they went into the sort of flashback wallop bits of the story. I mean, there were many other bits that they didn't put in, partly I think because they wouldn't have looked so good on the television. You're doing Arnhem, you want to go to that bridge, don't you, where all that bridge too far. And the fact that much of the fighting's going on quite a long way away from there, they didn't do that, and he didn't like it, and I can see why.
You've just made me think there as well with drama. I just think it's something, it's not like a problem with it, but something to keep in mind is there's always the main characters, and then there's the people who get slaughtered in the street, like as if there's these people that it dehumanizes actually. I was just thinking of it's Game of Thrones. I've got in my head in that, but it happens in all sorts of scenes. And I think that's worth bearing in mind. Every person is a full-on human being. And in drama, it necessitates them to be dehumanized because they then
often the people who are the main characters, such as monarchs, for instance, they dehumanize those people as well, didn't they? So maybe it's an unintentional parallel.
Yeah, I mean, it happens in all drama, I suppose, but it's just something.
It does. Zulu's a great example. The original Zulu, where the individual characters of the British and Welsh soldiers comes out quite a lot, but the Zulus are just a kind of force, aren't they? That they're a kind of presence. They don't you don't see individual ones particularly. Their job is to sort of be shot down, really. And it's a bit of an odd dynamic that in that film when you start looking at it. It's one of my favourite films. Christmas isn't Christmas until I've had the mulled wine and seen Zulu, really. But it's just a bit of a troubling film when I think about it, really. I remember my daughter looked at the Zulus when she was about 8 or 7, and there's the Brits. She said, she looked at the Zulus, they've got no chance. She said, they've got no chance, and they didn't really.
No, just who had the guns first.
My son was so inspired by Zulu, actually, that he did actually read about that. He and his friends made a Zulu kraal in the park. At the back, they literally built a Zulu kraal. And even when it was October, they were out there in loincloths with homemade shields. They loved the Zulus. But I told them off. I said, this is cultural appropriation. You should not be doing this. Go back to Pokemon at once. I said, no, I didn't. I was glad that they did it. And but the council weren't. They thought it was a health hazard and a threat, and they pulled it all down.
Oh,
I know, the council was the British Empire, you see, weren't they?
Yeah.
Without a doubt, But no, it was phenomenal what they did, and that was because of Zulu, actually. And even tonight, having done that, James is playing football.
I think that's the thing, is that like the history and historical fiction, it can catch young and old. It can draw people into history. I read The Other Boleyn Girl approximately 400 times when I was 15.
It was your version of Stunning Splendor.
That book came with me through. I was going through a very tough time when I was 15, and that book was a way of escaping into a world I felt like I was walking through those halls, and it transported me in my mind to another time, and it was absolutely my safe space. And there is no wonder that I've ended up.
Yeah.
I went to university to study drama and English, and lo and behold, there I am. I'm before you know it, I'm doing Shakespeare. And then it's the gateway. I'm just traveling back in time, and before you know it, I'm in a master's class, doing early modern literature and culture, and somebody mentions the fact that Anne Boleyn has 6 fingers, and I stood up and go, that is the most ridiculous myth. Why on earth would you believe that? And I'm like, oh, here we go. We've come full circle.
Fun sponge.
Yeah. There we are, and I've become the fun sponge.
Well, it's good to hear that, though, isn't it? That's what we hope happens, isn't it? And I'm sure it does quite a bit. I'm just a weirdo that I went about it the other way.
Somebody mentioned further up in the comments quite a while back, a really obvious one these days is Six the Musical,
which I actually now have tickets to go and see.
It's brilliant.
Philippa
Is it
was
good? I haven't
resisting.
been to it actually. I'd like to go.
Right.
But Hamilton. Have you been to Hamilton?
No.
No.
No, I've not been. No.
I mean, it's hard to get tickets. They are. It's been. Maybe it's easier now. But when we went up to Stratford-on-Avon, Catherine, and saw the Scottish play, Hamilton was playing
Oh yeah.
Macbeth,
Yes.
and he was living good. And all.
He was. He was very. It was a very good.
He wasn't
very
Hamilton at that time. He was the actor who played Hamilton. Should make that clear.
Yeah, I got you.
Hamilton
Yeah.
wasn't playing Macbeth.
It was a very
Right.
good Scottish play. We enjoyed it, didn't we? Not
Yes.
everyone enjoyed it. Some people got cross.
I loved
Those people were wrong.
It was for me. If anybody saw the RSC's Macbeth, there were loads of great points. But the thing that's actually stood out for me as something that I have not seen in a Macbeth before was the length of the fight sequence at the end. And stage combat is really hard. It's really tiring, and usually you probably get maybe a couple of minutes because your fight choreographer comes in for a couple of days. This fight sequence went on for 10 minutes. It was, you just think, oh my God, they're still going. They must have been exhausted. They're dragging each other across the stage, and it felt really visceral. It was an incredible bit of fight choreography. And so, yeah, I really enjoyed the production greatly, but I think the fight choreographer needs a massive shout out because that was spectacular.
That's why that's great. That's why I always have a lot of time for professional wrestling, because okay, it's not a sport, but the choreography, you know, of what they're doing, and you watch it and you realize, oh look, they're in a kind of grip now because they've got to get their breath back, haven't they? You know, to go again. You know, and you can see what's being put together there, and it's very clever. It's the same thing, really, isn't it?
So it's in some ways it's harder than actually just having a fight because you are responsible for keeping yourself and somebody else and sometimes multiple other people safe. And if you take them off the ground, you've got to get them back down safely because if you trip or slip or you're not paying attention, it can go wrong really quickly, badly wrong.
One of my favourite parts, I think, of that Macbeth was very, very early on, right at the beginning, where the witches emerged.
Well, under the stage, and they had this rubberized. Okay, look, like they had this.
What are you saying, Catherine?
Roaring at me, trying to get away, and I'm like, Jesus, what the fuck's happening?
Right. Okay. It was a textural issue. What happened was the witches, you see their backs sort of come out of the stage. The stage sort of lifts up in this sort of rubberized way. And it just, the texture of it, and I just didn't like it. And so we were very close. And so I turned to Catherine and I went, no, I don't like it. I said, what the fuck is going on? I don't like it. And it's really made me feel squicky all over. It was like there was a bowl of jelly and I felt very uncomfortable.
You know, when small children are scared and they crawl up you to get away, it was kind of like that.
So it kind of worked. Is it just the rubber? Do you just don't like rubber, or was it that the scene?
It was disturbing. They were very close, and I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't, because you didn't know the stage. It wasn't clear. The stage looked like it was solid, and they came out of it, and they were moving in like a really sort of uncanny way. And I just and they had like their costume was sort of made out of bits of wig, so you weren't sure what was head and what was arse, and the whole thing was just they were very physically upsetting, but that's what they're supposed to be. It was fabulous, but they were physically upsetting.
Pretty because it's bad when Dr.
So are you going to end this one? Yeah, you're going to end this with when? Are you going to end this with when shall we three meet again? You could do that. It's quite a nice little end, couldn't you? To the...
Yes, we should. We should learn that bit of script.
Let's do that.
Fill it of a fenny snake in the cauldron boiling. But I was second witch in the school play of Macbeth. That was one. Yeah, and I remember my grandmother, who was French and loud, saying, you could hear her in the audience, "He hasn't got any shoes on," she said. I could hear her. No rubber, though. There was no rubber involved.
No rubber involved. Probably for the best. Right. Well, we're up to an hour and 10 minutes, so we probably should wrap it up because I know. Well, thank you, Julian, for spending your Wednesday evening with us.
Yeah, thank
It's
you.
been fun. It's always nice. I sometimes, you know, this like that, like some kind of peeping Tom. I occasionally tune in, don't try and watch a bit, see what you're up to, you know, and then sneak away to go and watch I'm a Celebrity or whatever, you know. But it's been fun to be here, you know.
We've loved having you.
Yes, thank you.
Always. And everyone now will be rushing off to watch Napoleon.
You've got to go and see Napoleon. You know, it doesn't matter. You know, you don't expect brilliant acting. You know, they could only do with the script they had. So you know, they did that. They played it as well as they could. You know, but it's a joy. And also, there's a scene which is straight out of Monty Python and the Holy Grail with British sentries shouting at goats. That's good to see as well. It's a very important aspect of it. Yeah. But no, everybody go and watch it. Go and watch it because it's intriguing. It'd be lovely to know what people thought of it because, you know, I'm hampered by the fact I kind of know about it, I suppose.
Yeah, see, I don't.
But I would have gone with it. I would have. I mean, I'm going back, but I would have gone with it more. I think if it was a bit less clunky, the actual narrative itself.
But I only want to see it if I can go with you. I don't want to see it on my own.
It'll be fun. Well, actually,
I can't stop. I say things.
But you're not quiet, are you?
I can't be quiet. I remember when who is it that gets killed? Oh, well, it's Sean Bean again, isn't it? In you know this in The Hobbit. No, in Lord of the Rings, and he Boromir, isn't it? And he's hit by these arrows, you know. And then I shouted out 180, and my kids were so embarrassed. They honestly, you can imagine what they thought about
it. Julian,
anyway.
If people can't, obviously we can't have all of our audience come and watch Napoleon with you because I think the cinema will be full, but they can join you on your tours. Where can they find your tours? Promote yourself. Blog your
right, but this is something new that I've got a website.
You have.
I've got a website. Yeah, which my son did for me actually about a week ago. Yeah. And it's all right. Its main purpose actually is to just say what tours I do. And unbelievably, it's www.julianhumphries.com. You wouldn't believe it, would you?
All one word.
Genius.
Yeah. All one word.
And notice the Humphries. There's no E in it.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
But it's pretty po-faced. Yeah. It's pretty serious. The website. There's no swearing or innuendo in it.
But you know, the thing is, they now know what they're getting. So they can book the serious tour and get the swearing when they get there, so they know.
Yeah, they do. That was the other thing I forgot. Oh no, that's another thing. That was House of Bernarda Alba, where I've never heard so many F words in a play. But that's another story.
In real life,
because my wife is at the National, darling. My wife is at the National in the House of Bernarda Alba, which is a darling, yes, with Harriet Walter and Cass, and what a tough watch that is, I can tell you. But I've never heard so many F words in that play. And given that she's supposed to be a sort of puritanical mistress of the house, God, if we'd spoken like that in front of my mum, there would have been hell to pay. But... So that's a plug from my wife in the House of Bernarda Alba at the National, darling.
Do you want to plug your son as well? He does music.
Yeah,
let's do the whole family. What about the son?
Yeah, yes. Well, James Humphries Music. See, there you look, jameshumphriesmusic.com.
So
available. And Sarah Humphries, environmentalist. Aim High, AIMHI.com.
Well, there we go.
She lives in Lancaster, which is great. I love Lancaster. You know,
we've plugged the entire Humphries clan.
Yeah, and then the only other thing is my cat, but that's not around at the moment. But
I love your cat. Your cat's excellent.
Minty the cat. Yes.
Yes.
Fabulous.
Anyway, it's getting self-indulgent, isn't it? Thank you for having me. It's been always a laugh, isn't it?
Of course.
Brilliant.
What do we need to share, ladies? What do we need to
Yes.
share? We need to do our stuff. We need to do our stuff now, Julian. What do we need to share?
Sorry. Philippa, what's happening next week?
Well, next week we are going to come out with our pokey sticks because we've got Nathan on. So we might get there might be some discussion about some news about
Some princes from
in a
somewhere
tower.
else.
Oh, Julian's left us.
Julian's had enough.
Sharpen your pokey sticks for next week.
Yes,
Sharpen them up just in case you need them. He's gone.
absolutely gone.
I think he was with his phone and he took the plug out.
He
Right.
might come back.
So we've got Nathan next week. Hello, here we go. We can. Hello. We also have, if you want to support us, then we do have a place on Buy Me a Coffee where you can buy us actually Winnebagos. It is www.buymeacoffee.com/HAD podcast. That is also a place where you can find out about coming and being a close friend over on the Instagram. We do post depraved things in our stories over there. So if you want to see what nonsense we are mostly texting to each other, you can come and do that too. We also
in there this week. Festive.
Yes, there have been some panty decorations. We have a Substack as well. That is at.
Bear with me, caller.
I'm waiting.
Julian, have you ever driven a Winnebago? There it is.
It is historyafterdarkhub.substack.com. We also, if you go to the links in our bio, etc., you will find places where we have our merch, including the famous Timmy is a problem mug. We do also have No Feet for Free on the internet sliders. We have our History After Dark t-shirts, and this is a long sleeve one. All good things like that. So come and see what's going on.
Yep.
Anything else?
Julian, have you ever driven a Winnebago?
No.
Do you want to come on holiday with us, Julian?
Well,
Come on holiday.
I'm the driver, am I? I just drive the Winnebago. And
Well, we'll be busy in the back.
where's the Winnebago going? Where's it going? Where are you going
Wherever
to with it?
upsets Catherine the most.
Yeah.
Do you want to come on
The
holiday?
cucumber farm and the tea factory.
A cucumber farm and a tea factory.
Yeah. Whatever most upsets Catherine is where it's going. That's what's happening.
And we have to drive at
We're
night
assholes.
while she's trying to sleep.
Well, I won't be sleeping, will I? If you're driving.
We will be.
C. McG, Thunder Bay is going to be one of them. We're going to Thunder Bay. That's what's happening.
Julian, do you drink tea? And what do you think about a British person who does not like wet leaves? Do you like tea?
Exactly.
Julian?
Tea?
Right.
Yeah.
No, don't forget that I'm a strange melange of Turkish, Italian, French, and a bit of British. So consequently, I have a lot of coffee. I have a lot of coffee. Tea doesn't do it for me. I'm a coffee man.
Well,
He didn't say he didn't like tea, though.
It was all going so well, wasn't it? Why are you tea people? Who's
No, not necessarily. It's just bizarre that
I'm a
someone
tea
doesn't
person.
like tea. Like, at
Bizarre.
all.
who doesn't like it?
Catherine.
Julian buys me surprise hot chocolate. It's not a surprise because I know it's hot chocolate, but it's still surprise hot chocolate at Bosworth.
Make it tea next time. That will be a surprise.
No, tea's all right. Tea, isn't it? I think it's quite nice. It's thinner, isn't it, than coffee? It's got a thinness to it. I always think that
Yeah.
you can
You
drink it for
in
your
the morning,
coffee's a bit thicker.
tea in the afternoon.
Yeah.
God, I was when I was finishing the Al Murray script. I went to a Turkish cafe, which is just down in town. Called it's run by a Turkish journalist that had to leave due to sort of government pressure, and she set up this cafe. And I had 3 of her Turkish lattes in 2 hours in the afternoon.
You were right.
And I couldn't work out when I got home why I was all over the place. You know, I thought my head was going to explode, but I'd go like this. And basically, what I'd done was I had 6 double Turkish espressos. Absolutely, yeah. So I didn't have any more coffee after that for a while. It was terrible. I couldn't work out what was going on. Yeah. It's a displacement activity for me. Do you all do that when I'm writing? I've got to have a hot drink.
Oh yeah, big time.
And even now, I've been having a coffee. You know, nervous. You know.
I'm gonna have a hot chocolate.
You'll sleep well tonight.
I have a velvetizer.
I can't get to sleep without coffee. I'm so addicted.
You can't get to sleep without
Yeah.
it.
No, I'm so addicted to coffee. If I haven't had a
bed.
coffee at bedtime, I'm getting all sort of twitchy. So I have to have one.
Oh, Julian, that's bad. And do you actually have coffee, or do you have what I call brown?
Brown.
Yeah.
No, I have coffee. I like a nice cafetiere with a strong plunger on it. The act of plunging is also part of it. You know.
We're gonna get on well.
That sounded so filthy.
Nice strong plunge
Yeah, good plunge.
of an evening. That's what you need. Helps you go to sleep.
Yes, and then and the grind, of course, the coffee grinds after the plunge.
Yeah. They're good for your garden. Right, I suppose we
Problem with
should
the plunging though is there's a lot of mess to clear up afterwards before
There
you
is.
Right, stop. Okay.
Yes, there
you
is.
stop.
before you can go again.
Yeah. Very difficult to get it off your trousers on the front if it gets there.
On that
Yeah.
note,
Yeah.
shall I, before we have to yeet this into the sun, because we're starting to dance the dance, we're starting to dance the sword dance towards vulgarity, shall I count us out?
I love how
go
Kat
ahead.
says like that, like it's never hurt.
Yes.
Never mind.
And I should say, if any of my family are watching this, I apologise. Sometimes my son watches some of these things. I'm very sorry, Jim, if you're watching. You know,
You're giving him a plug.
It's not
he'll be
his
fine.
fault.
he's got a
Been
plug.
led
Yeah.
astray.
Yeah.
It's not your dad's fault. He has been led astray. We are to blame, mostly Catherine, but also us too.
Hang on. I've seen Julian in other settings. That sounds wrong. As
I'm
well.
not sure. He needs us
He's
for
always this Julian.
Right.
Let's get out of
Hands
this
out.
now. I'm gonna. Yeah, let's get out of it. I've got some plunging to do.
Right. Julian, thank you so much for joining us.
No, it's lovely to see
and
you
also
guys
everybody
again.
who's
You know, keep up the good work. I'm gonna buy some merch actually, and anybody watching, I think
Thank
they should do likewise.
Thank you. Also, thank you to everybody who's watching live. If you're watching on the playback, thank you as well. Make sure you like, subscribe, hit the bell icon, select all in the drop down that will appear so that YouTube will allegedly tell you when we have next uploaded. We will see you all next week for more fun, frolics, and possibly controversy. I'm going to count that now. That's 3, 2, 1. Bye.
Here we are.
Hello. Look, we got a friend.
Yes.
Friend.
It's up there for me.
History friend.
History friend.
History
Yes.
chums.
Jumping in to help us with the difficult letter Q.
Yeah, we struggled.
It is being taken as per.
And I'm really excited about this because I was saying to Julian that I know very little. Well, I know nothing about the man except for his work, because I frequently find myself referring to this collection. There we go. His brief lives, and they are. It's a weighty tome. It is a weighty tome. And they are phenomenal. Before we hop on in, shall I do the thing?
Do the thing.
Because I think it could go this evening.
I mean,
yeah, it's needed
it
for
has
this one.
potential.
It's needed for
It has
this one.
potential.
it could be dangerous biscuits. Right. Hello, friends. Welcome to History After Dark. We called it that because it was dark, but also because this is a space. On the rest of our social medias, we are veritable paragons of decorum and grace. We wanted a place where we could come and use 4-letter expletives, innuendos, general filth, and smut. So that is why we created this. That should give you a clue that if you happen to be in an open plan office with a judgmental boss, now's the time to put a headphone in. If you are in a car, a kitchen, a underground lair with a small child, this child in my mind is called Timmy. Timmy's a problem. We've got the merch. Show me the mugs. Get your mugs out, lass.
Sorry.
There you Timmy is a problem. Timmy's the sort of child who hears one depraved thing one time, doesn't mention it, takes it to school with him, locked away in his mind palace, and then mentions it in front of his teacher. In my head, she is Miss Honey from Matilda. Now, Miss Honey from Matilda does not watch History After Dark, unsurprisingly, and so she does not know the first cardinal rule of History After Dark, which is, if you don't know what it means, it's not for you, don't Google it, that's fine. So she Googles it. Now, she is utterly corrupted by the depravity. She's in the corner of the room, in the fetal position. Now she is non-verbal. You get called at the school. Why does Timmy know about this thing? And also, you're now on the hook for 12 weeks of therapy because she's a teacher. They need to make her verbal again. So just nobody needs it. Put a headphone in. Alternatively, you can watch it on the playback here on the YouTubes. With that being said, it's always worth watching us live because there was one occasion where we said something so unspeakably, unutterably depraved. It was in the episode that went out last week that was edited to remove the depraved thing.
Some people didn't get that.
I've just explained. We yeeted that footage into the sun. We're not going to show it to you for free or ever. In fact, it's gone away. It's not happening. But the rest of the episode was not that filthy. It was just a brief moment. So one of three things has happened. We haven't had to yeet footage for a while. So either we have improved in our decorum and grace, that's unlikely. 2, we're due another snafu, highly likely, particularly as Julian's here. Or 3, we have now got so used to each other that we have dragged the level so low, the bar is now in hell. One of those things happened. So do buckle up for the ride. I think, therefore, it's very clear what's going to happen. If at any point on this platform, on our other social medias, someone should come into the comments and say, I really enjoy the history of History After Dark, but do you have to swear so much? It's not very ladylike. Stop it. We know what you're doing. You want us to pin that comment so that other people can come and humiliate you in the comments because that's your kink. And look, here's the thing. Kink is fine. I'm not going to shame you. They might, I won't. But kink without consent is not the one. If you want to be in a Brighton basement with some diamante-covered dominatrix called Tallulah, who will happily strap you up to a car battery and call you a pleb and kick you in the testicles with her stiletto heels, that's fine. I've got phone numbers. Come see me afterwards. But we are not that. So that is the game. Welcome. This will never be a drinking game, friends. You're all adults, I hope. Lucas, go to bed. So we're not going to condone this being a drinking game, but you are grown-ups to do what you want. This will never be medical or legal advice. This is History After Dark. We're here to talk about John Aubrey with the absolutely delightful Julian. Welcome.
Yay!
Hello.
Hello.
And happy birthday, Catherine.
Happy birthday, Catherine.
Thank you. I'm very old.
Oh, Nathan's here.
Hello, Nathan.
He's come. Say to us, we're showing off we are showing off our
bookcases.
Get your books out for the lads.
I might one day work out how many has a proportion of my books I've actually read.
E.T. Julian tells me what he's getting into. Julian has been here before, and he's also seen us, and he knows what he's getting into. He volunteered as tribute, in fact. Well, what's the point?
What I've done is I've seized control of the Winnebago, which has been driving serenely along an interstate, and I've sent it down a track which is going to end at a 300-foot drop, and I'm going to press the accelerator when we get there.
Love it.
Metaphorically.
Thelma and Louise style.
So it's kind of Thelma and John Aubrey tonight.
Excellent.
Right. Well, I know nothing, so let's roll it out.
Yeah.
Over to you, Julian.
Where did he come from?
Shall I tell you? Shall I tell you about Johnny Boy? Well, the first thing to say about John Aubrey is that he would be such a bloody good guest for History After Dark, because the sort of stuff that we like to talk about here was meat and drink to John Aubrey. He would have loved it. But quick biography, quick background to John Aubrey. Okay, so he's born in the 17th century. Yeah, well, look at him. There he is, look, in his younger years. Born in the 17th century at a place called Easton Percy, which is not very far from Chippenham, which is down the M4. So it's on the sort of gateway to the West Country. And the place that he was born in was called Kingdon St. Michael. And it's quite well known today because it's where Jeremy Corbyn spent his childhood. So there's the thing. But he actually lived just up a road from it, and the place that he lived up was, we better get this in to get it started. The road that you had to, if you want to go and visit where he lived, you have to go up the brilliantly named Gold Knob Hill.
Gold
Yeah,
Knob Hill.
okay, Gold Knob Hill. But it's a
Absolutely.
very rude part. That's an incredibly rude part of England, that Wiltshire, North Wiltshire area, because if you miss the turning and you drive on for eight miles, you get to Old Sodom. But if you turn off before you get to Old Sodom, you can get to Twatley. And I just think that Twatley, yes. And you know, so we've got kind of twats, knobs, and sods before we've even started. And it should be said that, as far as I know, John Aubrey is the only person to have a load of holes named after him.
I'm sorry, what?
A load of holes.
Right.
Because you may have heard of the Aubrey holes.
I have
And if
now.
you haven't, I'm going to tell you about them,
Oh, do
because
it.
there are a series of holes at Stonehenge that were discovered, and they're known as the Aubrey holes after John Aubrey, because one of the things that he was into, and it's one of the reasons I like him so much, is he was into everything, and he was certainly into holes. And the Aubrey holes were these post holes that predate Stonehenge, and he was kind of the first person to look at Stonehenge as a sort of archaeological site. He was very interested in that, and he was also into Avebury. He was the first person to explore Avebury, which, if anybody hasn't been there, I think it's better than Stonehenge. It's this enormous stone circle encircling a village in Wiltshire, and he was the first person to explore that, really, and he took Charles II round it by special request. So he's an archaeologist, a finder of holes, but he's so much more than that. He went to Oxford, as people of his ilk did. He was a sort of middling gentry family, but they never had much dosh because they had estates in Wales. But there were always legal cases around, so they were paying lawyers right, left, and centre to no avail, really. And he went to Oxford. He then had to leave because of the Civil War, but he went back a bit later. But he really never got anything done. He never got anything finished, is how I would describe him. And I'm looking around my study at the moment, and I kind of feel the same. I feel that I am John Aubrey, that he was a local historian. He tried to write a history of Wiltshire. He tried to do a dictionary of English place names. He got about 5,000 in, but there were many more. He was a biographer. He liked folklore. He tried to write a history of Surrey. None of these things he really finished. He got one book published in his lifetime, and he lived until the end of the 17th century. So he lived for about 70 years, and he got one book published. But his research was phenomenal, really. And the one thing he loved was stories about people, his contemporaries and people in the century before. And he kind of found out about them because he sort of went bankrupt, really. The legal cases meant that he had to sell up, and he ended up, I don't know what the 17th century equivalent of sofa surfing is, but it's what he did. And one of the places he used to hang out a lot was Broad Chalk, which is where the Chalk Valley History Festival is. So John Aubrey was, he kind of anticipated, the Holland brothers, really. They're there, but John Aubrey was there first. Not that they sponge off people, but he did. And he'd go round from sort of aristocrat and gentlemen, sort of sponging off them, really, but they quite liked him because he was an amiable old so-and-so. And he'd ask them about people, what do you know about, Sir James Long, or do you know anything about William Fleetwood? And they tell him what they knew, and then he write it up, and it said that when you look at the documents, because a lot of them are in the Bodleian Library, they vary. Some of them are in beautiful copperplate handwriting where he's written them up. Others are in barely legible scrawls where clearly he's been on the booze and he's got back staggered to his sofa, his 4-poster sofa, and sort of written it out, in that way. And so he said himself that his memory was bad. But I can't help thinking that it's a little bit like Froissart, in the sense that Froissart used to ask, the 14th century historian of the 100 Years' War. He used to ask people about the 100 Years' War. And my great mate, Michael Jones, said that he's convinced that they used to wind up Froissart a bit and exaggerate, etc. And I think people used to tell Aubrey ridiculous stories half the time, you know, because he wrote them down. And then you often find in it, it says, I must check that. I must check that. And some of the stories, and we've got a few here that I'll come out with a bit later, are extraordinary, really. He had this great quest for knowledge, and his friend, until they fell out over publishing, was Anthony Wood, who wrote an account of Oxford in the 17th century. And he said that Aubrey would die by falling down the stairs chasing after a guest when he wanted to ask them one last question. So he ended up with all these notes about all these people, brief lives about people, some of which he gave to Anthony Wood to publish, but others just sort of remained, and they're in Oxford, and they're bits and bits of paper, you know, of various types, with all these sort of funny little notes about people, you know, that he found out. And as Kat said, you know, it's been published and it has been republished many times. So Kat's got her version. I like the Boydell and Brewer version myself, mainly because I like the picture of Kennel and Dick. Oh, that's just gone past outside. Just thought I'd tell you that. So there's my brief post, but there are many versions. I think that there's a Penguin Classics of it now as well, and it even made a play. Kat might remember this, starring Roy Dotrice. And it was one of the most successful one-man plays, I think, that was ever put on. And it went on for ages, and it had lots of revivals. I remember going to see quite an old Roy Dotrice being John Aubrey. So an absolutely fascinating character, you know, constantly asking about things. And, you know, like I just said, oh, look, there's a bat outside. That's exactly what John Aubrey would have been like, you know. So he's finishing off one bit of documentation. Oh, and there's a bat. Oh, I must find out about bats. I think what I'll do is I'll do a little note on bats. So he was like that all the time. But, you know, it was Wood who said about him, he described him, and I've written some of this stuff down because the quotes are priceless, really. He said that Aubrey was a shiftless person, roving and maggoty-headed. I don't know, what's maggoty? I don't know, but there we are. And sometimes little better than crazed, he said, and being exceedingly credulous, would stuff his many letters with follies and misinformation. And so I'm convinced that you know, he'd go and have dinner with Clarendon or whoever it might be, and the dinner guests would say, let's wind up Aubrey a bit, let's tell him the story about the farting Earl of Oxford. He'll believe that and he'll write it down. And I think there was a lot of that in it. But the stories that he wrote are just fantastic, and they bring the 17th century to life, because, you know, you read about these people and their contribution to the English Constitution, but I like the idea of them getting caught short up Drury Lane, don't you, and having to get their breeches down and crap against the wall, etc. That's the stuff that Aubrey liked to write about, and it's why I love him.
Oh God,
Yeah.
Some of the jokes about holes in the comments.
Yeah, shall I read a couple so we get started?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So I've made a few notes. One of my favourite was John Selden. Now, John Selden was a major parliamentarian, a legal constitutional lawyer in the period leading up to the Civil War and beyond, and he was quite an opponent of Charles's constitutional and economic and judiciary policy. But this is one of the things that Aubrey has to say about him. He says he was very tall, I guess about 6 feet high, with a long nose inclining to one side. He said he did lie with Mrs. Williamson, a large bouncing woman who robbed him on his deathbed. So I love to think about the large bouncing woman. John Colet, you remember the Dean of St. Paul's, and I think he was John Colet, quite a well-known individual. He was a friend of Erasmus, wasn't he? I seem to remember. And he spoke to Ralph Greatorex. Now, Ralph Greatorex was one of these sort of country gentlemen. And apparently he says this, he says, after the conflagrations, so this is after St. Paul's burnt down, in the fire of London, his monument being broken, his coffin, which was lead, was full of a liquor which conserved the body. Ralph Greatorex tasted it, and 'twas of a kind of insipid taste, something of an ironish taste. The body felt to the probe of a stick, which they thrust into a chink like brawn. So there we are. That's John Colet for you. Walter, I won't read out the Walter Raleigh one because it might be a little bit much for.
Probably not.
Well, I was going to say, aren't we doing him?
We're doing
Aren't
him
we
next
covering-
week.
Yeah, we're covering him next
I've
week. So it might be
been-
quite a nice little warm up.
I've been speaking to a lady today about his head in a bag because they have the bag. Mhm.
Oh,
Oh yes. Oh, I think Julian's frozen though.
Yes, frozen.
That's frozen.
alack.
Alas.
Oh,
Here
It's
Aubrey sounds like my kind of. It's a bit different to Samuel Pepys, obviously, who liked to document the goings on around him, but perhaps with a slightly different style, perhaps. So,
is are Aubrey's works basically like a anthology of
yeah. So, like,
tales?
so for example, here's John Wilmot's.
Mm.
But
But if people were just taking the mickey and giving him, like, did he actually write down anything? Like, is it more a record of people's sense of humor of the time?
well,
Than
some
of
things
the
he actually
direct-
remembers himself. So he
Okay.
obviously he talks about his knowledge of some of these people as well. So yeah, I think there's a kind of there's a combination of stuff going on. There might be some sort of tall tales and myth making going on, but he does his best, I think, to try and separate fact from fiction. But when it's a particularly juicy wind up, he does appear to include it. Whether or not he actually believes it, and I'm not sure. I mean, we'll have to ask Julian what he thinks.
Yeah.
He is referred to as being credulous, but also, as Julian pointed out, that he sort of says, "I've got to check this." So I think
Yeah.
there's a part of him that
That
knows, but also would rather it be true, and so therefore shares it because it's great. It's great. It's a great dit. So he thinks, well, that's pretty funny.
I
wanna check
suppose saying I've got to check if that's true is kind of the equivalent of going allegedly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's him going. This probably isn't the case, but isn't it a great story?
Lol.
Yeah,
it feels like I need this book. I need.
I'm also thinking this exact same thing. I
Yeah,
suppose the other thing as well is it's a different, even if it is a little bit what's the word I'm looking for? A little bit of sort of artistic license going on. It's like Julie said, it's just another way of looking at these people and seeing it in a different light, and just there's always going to be an element of sort of truth in it, isn't there? And it's nice to read something a little bit lighter.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very it's very much sort of pick upable and put downable because it's just in these kind of like sections, and there will be people that you haven't heard of that will whet the appetite, so to speak.
So how long are they all different lengths, depending on how much
all
you found
different
out
lengths.
about people?
But usually, I mean, I think the most I've seen is maybe like 3 pages, or 3 pages. Lots of them are just 1 page, half a page.
Very good for taking into the toilet then.
Yeah, I mean, the title is Brief Lives. So
You know what I mean? When you're just nipping in and out.
I was more thinking like
When you've got 2 minutes
at night, where you're going to fall asleep within a page anyway. It was more.
Reading in the toilets. I love reading in the toilet. I mean, not in the toilet.
I don't go to
It's
the
very
toilet.
comfortable. My favourite place to read.
So, for example, you've got Eleanor Radcliffe, Countess of Sussex, right? She was the wife of Edward Radcliffe, we're told. He was the 6th Earl of Sussex on the death of his cousin in 1629. He died in 1641. Eleanor died in 1666. It's a paragraph long, and it reads as follows. Countess of Sussex, a great and sad example of the power of lust and slavery of it. She was as great a beauty as any in England and had a good wit. After her lord's death, in brackets, he was jealous, She sends for one, formerly her footman, and makes him groom of the chamber. He had the pox, and she knew it. A damnable sot. He was not very handsome, but his body of an exquisite shape. His nostrils were stuffed and borne out with corks, in which were quills to breathe through. About 1666, this countess died of the pox.
Oh,
They
No,
whipped through. They whipped through.
I like it.
it's concise.
I feel like we should do that for all of our gits and heroes. Do some sort of like
Summary.
summary.
Got
Yeah.
100 or 150 words. Summarize what each of these people did. Nicole, who had the
Okay,
pox?
still not.
Lots of people.
Well, so both the Countess of
person-
Sussex and I think the intimation is that she caught it from her footman lover.
Who wasn't very good looking, but did have a nice bod
Yes,
Mm.
yes.
and weird nostrils
Well,
somehow.
No,
As we used to call them when I was young, a body of Baywatch, but a face of Crime Watch. Or for short, Bob Fock.
well, you just where you just adjust the.
Hello,
angle.
can anybody hear me?
We can now.
Yeah.
You.
I
Let's
can
move.
see you.
What's happened down here? I'm in the dark. Can you see me?
No,
No, but
No,
I'm here.
it's history after dark.
it's
I
not
know.
in the
I'm
dark.
just in the bloody dark. I don't know what's happened there, but, but
No.
I've moved down the stairs away from the study into the other study. All of our rooms are studies because I've got too many books.
Uh-huh.
But why I haven't got it, why there's no picture, I know not.
Ah,
Did you not pay the electric?
It's possible. That lecture from that company in that London.
That London.
Yeah. But I heard, Kat, were you doing it? By the way, I see it says that I'm trusty of Battlefield Trust and Blue Badge Guide up here. Now.
That's a tad out
That's
of
what
date
you've
now.
put
Yeah,
on.
can we get
Well
rid of
done.
that? Because
Yeah, I can do that.
How do we get rid of it? Because
I'll do it. I'll do it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Leave the tech to me.
Can you put likes King John?
No.
No.
I was,
Mercy.
Julian, I was reading a very brief one. I was reading. I was giving an example of the style of writing because I talked about the Eleanor Radcliffe
Oh
Countess
yes.
of Sussex and her poxy footman. Literally poxy footman.
I got
That's
to
the one with the nostrils, isn't it? With the corks
Yes,
up the
with the corky nostrils.
What a
The
corky
I
nostril.
love how you know who it is.
his nostrils were stuffed and borne out with corks in which were quills to breathe through because he had they said it sounds like God has joined us. I want to throw something at you, Julian, and you might think this is an absolutely mad bastard thing to say, but I have often thought, as insane as some of these entries are, I have often wondered whether we would have an Oxford Dictionary of National Biography without Aubrey's brief lives.
Well, I think that's to a certain extent what he was trying to do, wasn't he?
Yeah.
It was the 17th century, his work and that of Wood was that. It was precisely that. Although
Yeah.
most of the entries were literally Oxford people, weren't they? And it was, to a certain extent, it was Aubrey that expanded it. Yeah, it must be very odd. You can hear my voice, but you can't see me. I don't quite know. Is it worth me pulling out and re-entering?
Imagine.
Being.
Shall I pull out?
You can't say it that way, Julian. You
I'll pull
can't.
out. Okay, and give it a minute, and we'll try again. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know how to pull out. I'm stuck. I'm sure there's a word for this. There's got to be a word for it. I'm just stuck there. Can you do something?
I can eat you. Hold on. Okay.
I'm never going to be okay again. I'm never going to be okay again. Oh, I'm unwell.
You're going to give.
You can't
I'm
go
gonna
into
take it.
labour. I'm not there. I'm delivering your baby and I'm not there. So you can't go into labour. Oh, actually, no, you'd probably be there a while. I'd have time to get down, wouldn't I? No, you're all right. Just let me know.
Second.
Okay.
Lala, crap, I'm in an open office and I cannot stop laughing. Do we have a headphone, Lana?
Yeah, but that doesn't stop your mouth working, does it?
I know.
The
It's
headphones.
just like, at least you could pretend you were laughing at, you know, like, oh, I don't know, something less inappropriate.
Yeah, that was exceptional. Have we lost him? Has he left on that note?
No, well, no. I think he's trying to remount, but I'm waiting to see him. Oh,
Kat, do you remember the days where Philippa didn't know all these things and would just put her head in her hands on occasion like this?
Yeah.
Now she's worse than us. Worse.
I definitely think we've dragged her down to our level. I think that's
We've broken
irrefutable.
her.
I know. I think broken is the wrong word. I think we fortified her. That's what we've done. We have
Monica, I woke my cat up laughing.
Oh Lord.
Merciful heavens.
Yes.
Wow.
It's a shame you haven't got a t-shirt on.
Julian say, let me in. Let me in.
You're not. Where are you?
There we are. Hello.
Shame you haven't got a t-shirt on. What t-shirt? Who's not
No,
wearing...
to lose herself.
Hey! Office number 3.
Oh, it's the same office. Everything's just collapsed, you know, in my desperate struggle to get back in.
Well,
get out and back in again.
It's an education thus far.
Yes. Do we want some more stories, or have we had enough of that? I've made some notes here of some people we need to know about. This is one that I think is interesting, though. Joking apart, the Battle of Newbury, 1643. It was the turning point, I'll have you know, of the First Civil War in England, and it was the first time really that Parliament avoided a major defeat. And it said that Viscount Falkland, who was Lucius Carey, kind of committed suicide at the battle. And if you go to Newbury, it's a bloody great monument, you know, it's to him, and it's there opposite the pub where we start battlefield walks, and it says about it. And everybody sort of said at the time he was terribly depressed because, you know, he could see that the country was tearing itself apart into civil war. A proper civil war we're talking about here, you know, and he deliberately rode forward to get killed. But according to John Aubrey, the reason why he did it was that his girlfriend had just died, and he was depressed about that. And it, you know, and I kind of think that might be true. Actually, I think that it could well be the case. So, you know, it's I know it's sad, isn't it? Poor old Falkland, you know. And then a couple more that I found quite interesting. William Fleetwood. Now, William Fleetwood was, according to John Aubrey, one day William Fleetwood was an administrator in the second half of the 16th century, and he was recorder of London and various things like that. And according to our man Aubrey, he said one day, going on foot to the Guildhall with his clerk behind him, he was surprised in Cheapside with a sudden and violent looseness of his bowels near the standard. Ooh. He turned up his breech against the standard and bade his man hide not his nether regions, but his face, for he said, "They shall never see my arse again." Well, there we are.
Fair point,
that's quite a nice one. And then another one that I thought I might mention is William Butler. Now, William Butler was the doctor of the early 17th century, really. I think you could say that about him, William Butler. And if you had anything wrong with you, you know, you went to go and see William Butler. I think he was connected with King's College, Cambridge, which was even today has got a link with medicine. And the account here, it's full of his cures for things, and we like a nice medieval and 16th and 17th century cure, don't we? You know, oh, you've got a wart, you know, tie a lizard to it. This is one of his. He says, the doctor lying at the Savoy in London, So, you know, the Savoy in those days overlooked the river, didn't it? You know, where the Strand is. Lying at the Savoy in London, where there was a balcony looked into the Thames, and a patient came to him that was grievously tormented with the ague, malaria, in other words. The doctor orders a boat to be in readiness under his window and discoursed with the patient, in brackets, a gentleman, in the balcony, where, on a signal given, 2 or 3 lusty fellows came behind the gentleman and threw him a matter of 20 feet into the Thames.
Oh.
This surprise absolutely cured him.
What,
and
because he drowned?
A gentleman with a red, ugly, spotted face came to him for a cure. Said the doctor, I must hang you. So presently he had a device made ready to hang him from a beam in the roof. And when he was even almost dead, he cuts the veins that fed these pimples and let out the black bile and cured him. So imagine the sort of pressure. You can imagine these.
Oh, God.
And I could go on all night. Well, I am going all night, but I'll just finish with the legends, the legendary story, which I'm sure a lot of people would have heard. And it comes from John de Vere. And it's about the 17th Earl of Oxford, Edward de Vere, 1550 to 1604. And it said, he says, the Earl of Oxford, making of his low obeisance to Queen Elizabeth, happened to fart.
Oh.
On which he was so abashed that he went to travel for 7 years. On his return, the Queen welcomed him home and said, my lord, I've forgotten about the fart.
I see that's definitely
that's nonsense. It's often said though, and you find it, you know, it's a lovely story, isn't it? But it's not the case. I think somebody was winding John Aubrey up, but why not? You know, and a wonderful, wonderful book. So
that is a repeated story, that one.
Yeah, it is. You hear it a lot, don't you?
Yeah.
That goes back to what you were
When
saying
you were-
earlier about a lot of it probably wasn't true. And I'd have to check that out, type of thing. But you'd love that to be true, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
That would be
I
absolutely
think it
fabulous.
speaks volumes that we still repeat it.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that when you were saying John Aubrey is referred to as being credulous, I don't necessarily know that he believed it, but he shared it because he wanted it to be true, because it's a lovely the thing that comes through in loads of these accounts is, and what I think is actually quite unusual for chroniclers and biographers of his period is, and actually in some cases historians today, is he is very concerned with, and oddly in a kind of pre-Freudian, pre-psychological word, he's very concerned with people's motivation and with their feelings. Maybe I'm over romanticizing it, but he comes across as somebody with an extraordinary sense of empathy.
Very much so, and he's never cruel, never ever cruel in it. No, and it's not. We need to remember that this isn't, although now it's a collection of writings, but it wasn't a published book. These were his notes, and so often in the notes he says things like, "I need to ask Mr. So and so about this," or "I need to check that," and he alters it. So that what we've got here is a work in progress. So these are little bits of paper that he's written these stories down, and he's going to go off and check them. And I think over the years, Aubrey's been seen as a bit of a buffoon, really, not to be taken seriously. But I don't think that's right. I mean, I just look at some of my stupid notebooks that I've got waving around with all these kind of stream of consciousness in it. It's not the finished article, is it? It's simply a work in progress. And I think that that's what Aubrey was like. So I think he was a good historian, actually. Other than the fact he never published.
Frozen again.
Oh no. Boo hiss boo.
I'm back.
Oh, no.
I blame Jeremy Hunt. He's the MP. I should be writing to him about this, I should say.
Do it.
I was talking about the Earl of Oxford and suddenly we lost power. Yeah. By the way, here's the true story. At the royal coronation, the Marquis of Anglesey was invited, as I think the senior aristocrat in Wales. Paget, from Plas Newydd up in Anglesey, Marquis of Anglesey. The first Marquis of Anglesey was the chap that lost his leg at Waterloo. My God, sir, I've lost my leg, so this won't matter. But he doesn't really, I don't think that the present Marquis of Anglesey does Marquis type things very much.
But he doesn't Marquis very often.
No, he's not a big Marquis. He's not big on the Marquis front, but he was, he had to go. So where was his, where were his robes? Well, apparently, according to my source, which is the bloke across the road that worked for an auction house, he told me that they had to sort of ask, and of course, it's in the care of the National Trust now, isn't it? Some Place Newin. Bloody good place to visit. Bloody good place. Lots of Rex Whistler. I like a bit of Rex, but that's something else to talk about. And so they found a box with the robes in it. And he took them and he put them on, but they were a bit tight. And he sort of stuckled in, and so he turned up at the sort of practice, and there he was as the senior Marquis of there aren't that many Marquises, come to think of it, so he's fairly senior. And apparently, Charles looked at him and said, "Anglesey, what the hell are you wearing?" And he'd got the Marchioness's clothes on by mistake. Which makes me think about, have you heard of Toppy Paget? Toppy Paget.
Oh.
Okay, an earlier Marquis. You want to look up Toppy Paget.
These
Toppy.
are all very sort of Aubrey type stories, aren't they? These
Well,
are
that's what I love, don't you?
Yeah, the sort of things that. So this is now your new job, Julian. You need to be the modern John Aubrey with all these types of stories.
Well, they're all over social media, aren't they? You could just there's plenty.
It's TMZ. The modern one is the modern TMZ, but TMZ has got a cruelty added in.
Yeah.
Which isn't there for Aubrey. If you took the desire to pull people down into the gutter away from TMZ, that's what Aubrey's doing.
So, but he's kind. There's no doubt about it. Then he's not going to bite the hand that feeds him to a certain extent, because, as I say, he's sofa hopping.
Yeah.
But what a guy, and everybody should get John Aubrey's Brief Lives.
I want it for sure.
Yeah. Where's your Brief Lives, Catherine?
I don't have one, Julian.
I'll give you one at Bosworth.
Oh, thank you. That is very kind. And I should. Well, I'm currently reading Nathan's book. Nathan's new book.
What a nice book that is. What a nice man.
Yes, we do. Now we sound like we're going on some sort of like.
Yeah.
But I'm always very Nathan.
Well, Lana G has got it on order from Amazon. Well done, Lana G.
Oh.
Can I ask about Aubrey's brief life? What do we know about his personal life?
Poverty.
Oh,
Right.
Maybe I was probably blabbing on about this in the darkness, and the only person that could hear it was that bat that was that was outside. But essentially, the family were upper gentry. His uncle owned Lights Carey, which you might know. It's a National Trust property near Chippenham. So they were sort of upper gentry, really, is how I would describe them. But they had all this property in Wales, and there was an inheritance dispute.
Right.
And it went to court. And basically, if somebody asks you for your watch, give it to them rather than go to a lawyer, because you're going to end up handing everything over, aren't you? And that's exactly what happened to the family. So he inherited, I think, during the interregnum. But gradually they got poorer and poorer because their estates were getting sort of picked off. They had these huge legal fees. And in the end, he even had to sell their own house, up Gold Knob Lane. That went. They didn't even have Gold Knob to fall back on in the end.
Not even a knob to rest on.
No, and they couldn't even afford the courage to twat me, anything like that.
Even get
was out of the question.
No knobs, no twats.
No. But they did go. But he used to go to Broad Chalk quite a lot because I think the Long family were there, and he used to go there and stay quite a bit. So he's hard up. So basically, the last 30 years of his life, he sponged off people.
Right.
But he was clearly a likable individual, and he was a nice person to have at dinner, and he wanted to listen.
Yeah.
And in a way, good listeners. I need to learn this really, but good listeners are better than good raconteurs, aren't they?
I think it depends. I think a good raconteur has always got a very good place.
But
But yeah,
I guess if you were some toff, you like the idea that you could sit at your table, couldn't you, and sound off, and Aubrey would be there lapping it all up, But no, he had lots of connections at Oxford, and his colleague, if I can put it, that was Anthony Wood, who published under Anthony Alwood. He wrote a lot of stuff about Oxford in the 17th century, and Aubrey sent him his notes, but they fell out because Wood basically copied a lot of them verbatim, and then left out a lot of stuff that I think was a bit controversial, and Aubrey was a bit unhappy about it. So the working relationship collapsed. He died of an apoplexy. That could mean anything, couldn't it?
Yeah.
No, but I think he got by on his charm. Really, he was just a nice guy to have around, and I think people used to pull his leg a bit. But generally, as you so rightly say, he didn't seem to have a bad word to say about anybody. He would report things that he read about, whether it was having a crap in the street or putting a nostril up your pustulant nose or cork up your nose. But he never judged, and he never judged anybody. There's no judgment in it at any time. I think in the whole book.
Oh, his book is definitely just Q jumped all my other books.
Well, in the back, so in the back of this one, the blurb, I love this last paragraph. Brief Lives written by John Aubrey, the greatest gossip columnist of the 17th century, a hanger-on at great houses, a country gentleman of lively intellectual curiosity, but of somewhat infirm character, who left posterity not a book, but a random sprawling collection of notes, anecdotes, scribbles, and morsels of gossip that the editor has scrupulously sutured together into a series of unforgettable portraits. These men, flawed, vain, ambitious, vulnerable, are more alive and kicking in these pages than in any formal history.
That's the thing, isn't it? It's giving. We've talked before many times about how people think history is dry, or it's just a series of events, dates, and things like that. But it's these little. It's like anything that anything can be written about in an engaging way or in a not so engaging way. But it is things like this that make people seem more real. So you could reel off somebody's, well, they fought this battle and then they rode here on their horse and then they signed this treaty, and then that's all very interesting. It's all very important. But to find that whilst that person was there, they ate so many pies that they vomited over the innkeeper's wife and there was a huge brawl, is much more interesting. And then it makes you remember them and the other things that they did. That is bringing history to life. And that's
they're real people. They're real people doing real things. Do you think he would be surprised about that he's known now and that his ramblings got published?
I think he would have been, because he was a great believer in astrology and horoscopes. And one of the first entries in Brief Lives is himself. And he said that he was born under an unfortunate sign and an unfortunate whatever, which rather messed up his prospects. So he put it down to that. It might have been other things. But I think he would have understood our interest in details of the great and the good. But I think he would have disliked the judgmental binary nature of modern day communications. And I think that would be the difference. And I think you've said that already, Kat, between today and him. But he's unusual though, isn't he? It's not many people like him in the 17th century. People are judging each other at the centre, aren't they?
But there's not many people who can write history without a bias. So if what you're saying is true, he's just recording it with no judgment, then there's no slant to the way he's recording it either. Which is quite unique.
I do find it interesting that John Wilmot, Libertine Earl of Rochester, gets 3 paragraphs. A man who was one of the most extraordinary vulgarians of all, like nary a mention of insulting poems to the king. Doesn't quote the king, the stuff he says about the king, and it just it's so pared back. In his last sickness, he was exceedingly penitent and wrote a letter of his repentance to Dr. Burnet, which is printed. He sent for all his servants, even the piggard boy, to come and hear his palinode. And I think to myself, okay, so his youthly spirit and opulent fortune did sometimes make him do extravagant actions, but in the country, he was generally civil enough. John Wilmot is a mad bastard. he is a nutter. He is a syphilitic, lecherous lunatic who wrote a poem called Senor Dildo. Like it is wild. The fact that this does not merit, and it's almost like
but what we need to
it.
No, we're not necessarily. Don't forget what we've got there are the publication of surviving notes. And it's quite possible that if there was anything that was just a little bit too racy or could be seen, for example, as insulting of the Earl of Clarendon or Charles II or anybody at court, it's not impossible that they were weeded out and disposed of. So we need to bear that in mind, that this was not a book. These were the surviving notes. So who knows what he may have written. In fact, he could have been horrible. Or, there could have been horrible judgmental things that have been taken. No, I don't think so. But another example of that is Edmund Ludlow, who was a great Republican. I think he was the last of the people that signed Charles the First death warrant to die right at the end of the 17th century. And if you read his account of his life, it's a very, very sort of Whig history. There's no mention of religion in it at all. But if you go back to the original account that he wrote, it was full of Calvinist predestination and providence and what have you. But by the 18th century, he was seen as a Whig hero. And of course, they were not so religious. So all those things were taken out. So again, what we've got of John Aubrey is very interesting, because it may, of course, have been the fact that he wrote a lot of stuff that was even more insulting, even racier, maybe even judgmental. But I'm probably not judgmental, actually, but certainly quirky. I think we've got away with the cue, haven't we, here?
Yes.
Oh, for sure. Quirky is.
Which is why I want you to ask me about quirky Cambridge.
Yes.
Julian, could you tell us about quirky Cambridge, please?
What are you up to? What's going on?
I think we could segue into sponge cake. But
that sounds filthy. Please proceed.
Yeah, okay. Quirky Cambridge. Okay, I've had a busy month. Normally, I'm trying to think what I've been doing, but I've been down in Newport, actually, which is in Wales. If you're not from the UK, by the skin of its teeth, it's in Wales. I'm not sure how England thought it was in Wales because he burnt it down. But a few years ago, they found when they were building the new theatre there, they found the remains of a medieval ship from the mid-15th century, and I think that its last owner was Warwick the Kingmaker. Ooh. I really think it was, which is such an exciting thing, isn't it? It was originally a Portuguese vessel, and it was doing the Atlantic Iberian trade. But in Warwick the Kingmaker's accounts, there's talk about this big ship being taken to Newport to be fixed. And this is a bloody big ship, so there's not loads of them going there. And the ship went there at the time of this account, and essentially it killed over, got stuck in the mud. And what they couldn't retrieve, they left there, and it's been rediscovered. And there's this brilliant project to sort of bring it back to life. And I wrote the audio guide for it. But name drop here, but I'm really thrilled about this. That I wrote the script for it, and it was read by Michael Sheen. And I just thought, to hear Michael Sheen, he managed to make my rather sedate words sound really meaningful. Actually, he's a pro, and it was fantastic to hear Michael Sheen.
Very
wow.
Yeah, but the thing, obviously, we're going to Bosworth, and we're looking forward to going to Bosworth, and I'm bringing my toys with me, and I'm going to be pushing model knights around a table. So all being well, those of you who are you can watch it and watch my interpretation of the bravery of Henry the Tudor at the Battle of Bosworth, the courage of that man, the pure courage. of Cambridge.
Bestest
The other thing that I've done is my quirky Cambridge online guide. Okay, so now so I'm going to plug this because I'm quite proud of it, and I need people to listen to it. It's on an app called Guidle, Guidl, Guidle, Guidl, and it's guided tours of places, but they're sort of talks as well. And I've done this one called Quirky Cambridge, and it's a walk through Cambridge, looking at some of the quirkier aspects of the city and university. We all know about King's College Chapel, and the Great Court Run or whatever. But this is a little bit quirkier than that. So it's some of the odder things in Cambridge, like Hobson's conduit. This was a method of bringing water into the town that was paid for by a chap called Hobson, who had a horse hiring business. And if you got a horse from Hobson, you had to have the one he gave you. You weren't allowed to pick one, which is why we say Hobson's choice, meaning yes. Also in it, there's the Fitzwilliam Museum. Anybody been to the Fitz, as we call it? We call it the Fitzwilliam Museum in Cambridge. One of the country's great museums, full of stuff nicked by the Brits, of course, but there we are. But other things purchased by Lord Fitzwilliam. But it's a place of trips, slips and falls, the Fitzwilliam Museum, because the chap that founded it died after falling off a horse. The architect who built it was Besavi, and he fell off Ely Cathedral and died, and they had to get another architect to finish it off. And then about 10 years ago, I don't know if you remember this, but one of the visitors fell down the stairs and crashed into two huge rare Chinese vases and smashed them to smithereens. So, and then when you go outside, you fall into Hobson's conduit, which is there to trip you up. So health and safety in Cambridge, but also Fitzbilly's Cake Shop. You can see where we're going with this, can't you? Fitzbilly's Cake Shop, which is this fantastic cake shop in Cambridge. It's been going since 1920, I think. And the two guys that founded it got whatever money they got from surviving the First World War, and they put it into this cake shop. And it's a bit of a Cambridge institution, and it would have closed because they were having trouble with some people called Gregs, I think, who were undercutting. Okay, Fitzbilly's, but Stephen Fry got all upset about it, and he wrote a letter to the Times, etc. And it got investment, and it's running again, and it's got the finest Chelsea buns, the stickiest buns in East Anglia, nay, the stickiest buns in the whole of England, I would say. The Chelsea buns there. You go there, and I'll tell you what, you'll be licking your fingers for the rest of the day, and possibly into the next day as well. So they're good. But it used to be famous for sponge cakes as well. And initially you went there and you purchased sponge cakes. And it wasn't a town, and everybody went and bought these sponge cakes, and I did.
Right. What's this Victoria Sponge thing then?
Okay, then. Right. Since you pushed me.
I like how he's laid out like he wasn't going to say anything.
I know.
Do you want to believe that you were generally going to stop at I bought a sponge cake? Come on.
Right, the sponge. The two embarrassing moments in my life in heritage sites. One in Lincoln Castle. And this could be a thing, actually. What's the most embarrassing thing that's happened to you in a heritage site? Lincoln Castle. So anybody been to Lincoln? It's an enormous compound, isn't it? With two moats. It's got two moats. Not many castles have got two mounds like that, but this one does. And an enormous, and they have events there. So they had a big marquee when I went there once. They had the Lincoln Comedy Festival on. And it was one of those guys that I went to see that does one-liners, I bought a paper shop, it blew away, that kind of gag, and they just continue. And they were selling festival beer. Do you know that very weak stuff that comes in a plastic glass and costs about £11 a pint? You know that stuff? So I was
they rebranded it session beer.
And inside it was bright as anything. And in this tent, it was black. When it ended, I went outside and I was completely dazzled and blinded by the light. But I didn't want the rest of my festival beer. And I saw what I thought was a large black skip. So I tossed the beer and the glass into the skip. only to discover that in fact it was a pram with a baby in it.
Oh, Julian. Oh, no. Oh, no.
There's no escape, is there? What can you do? You know, I just apologized. What can I mean? I did say I'm ever so sorry. I thought that was a skip, but that didn't help. You know.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
But
No.
that was just terrible, you know. And I still feel bad about the other one though. Is this that I did buy a Fitzbilly's cake, one of their sponges. And I lived in a 17th century block when I was at Cambridge. And my time at Cambridge, I was a third sort of studying quite hard, a third being a drunken lout, really, and a third trying to be something out of Brideshead Revisited, I guess, to be honest, without the teddy bear and the sexual activity. And but we used to like to have tea parties. That was the thing. You'd always go to Fitzbilly's and get tea party, get cake. So I bought one of these cakes and invited some young ladies from Girton. Girton is the Girton Girls. This is the girls' college just outside of town, so that the young men can't get at them. So you invited them down. And the trouble with our rooms was in the 17th century, there were no loos in the entire block. There was nothing. So if you wanted to go to the loo in the middle of the night, you had to get up. I'd never managed now. I'd be up and down the stairs all the time. You had to get up, go downstairs. I was on the 4th floor downstairs, cross the court to where the loo was. And this was a bit of a nuisance, really. So we used to all have a beer glass. And we'd keep the beer glass mantelpiece. So anyway, we laid out all the cake and the sandwiches and the tea, except they are on the table. And then we could hear the guests coming up the stairs. Yeah, they're coming up the stairs. And then looked up, and there, up on the windowsill, was this pint glass full of crystallized yellow wee. I thought, God, I've got to get rid of that. So I grabbed it. But as I pulled it away to get rid of it, it slightly spilled down into the sponge cake.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
But the thing is that this was 1979. I didn't have very much money. We couldn't get another cake. So we made out that nothing had happened. And we just served it anyway. I'm so, all I can say is I'm so sorry about that. So it started as sponge and it ended up as lemon drizzle, really, didn't it?
Oh, you just made it worse. Oh, Julian.
There we are. But have you had terrible moments? You must have done. Not lemon drizzle, but yeah, have you had awkward moments?
I've managed to keep my bodily fluids inside of myself and not on food I've served to my guests. I think probably my most embarrassing things that have happened have probably been when I've been in costume. Tends to be the thing that's happened. I've done some. So this is a very niche situation, but I was just before one of the last things I did before the world shut down in 2020 was I went and did some training with an incredible man called Pete Cooper, also known as Peterkin, and he is a heritage fool. So we did a week's training on fooling, and I have done some fooling before and since, and it's one of those things where the people that I have fooled with, when you've particularly done this training, it is the most you will ever be, for better or for worse. So some people are very wordplay fools. Some people are very anarchic. Like they're the kind of people that if you dare them, they will jump into a fountain. They'll do anything. I'm a button pusher who also forgets that I'm not, 12 anymore. And I'm at that stage of life where it's a question of, do I fall over or do I have a fall? So, but I forget that. I still think that I'm very robust and like bendier than I am. So I am twatting about in the Great Hall at Hampton Court Palace. We're doing an Elizabeth I rainbow portrait shenanigan. And I am farting about as the fool. I've got, you know, I'm all over the throne, the kind of big seat there. I'm jumping all over it. And then something happens, and I think it'd be really funny for me to fake faint, but I want to twist as I do it. And so basically I go down like a sack of shit and I rip through my knee. And I'm like, I have to sit here and just think, right, okay. So the hall's packed. I have to then get up and hop out. And I managed to do it. But as I kind of go, I'm like, I've really damaged myself. And I was like,
I suppose we thought you were fooling, though, did they?
Yeah, because I've got quite a high pain threshold. But I was like, I don't know if people saw that, but it was very embarrassing because I'm like, what an idiot. But apart from that, I've done other things when I've been at fringe festivals. So I suppose it's kind of a heritage theatre thing. We were doing a production of Molière's The Hypochondriac. Again, sort of physical theatre piece. And I have to run off stage, but it's like a black box theatre. And so as I run off, I step on one of the drapes that's making it into a black box theatre, and I just go, it's loud, it's unmistakable what's happened. I go arse over tit into the wings. I collide with a ladder backstage. I loudly say the word fuck. And I had like an egg on my head and stuff. And I was like, well, I've still got like 3 weeks of this show to do. So there we go. Most of my embarrassing things is me falling over like a dickhead. That's what I do a lot. But yours is all to do with piss. So
you got themes going on.
Whether it's piss come out of a tap of a beer, because I mean that festival, that's 11 quid warm piss, and then you actually had literal piss.
I'd have been better off. Yeah, but we won't go there. Catherine Ibbotson, what's your most embarrassing moment?
Nothing. I don't think.
I'm putting you on the spot.
Nothing. I don't think at a heritage site. I'm a bit of a gobby cow, so I probably have embarrassed myself on a number of occasions, but nothing of anything that horrific outside of heritage sites. Obvs, but nothing specifically.
Maybe something with the Pilates ball. One of those big. Something must have happened with one of those.
I don't think I've ever done anything hideously embarrassing. And this is where, if any of my Pilates people watch this, they'll probably come back and remind me. I've managed to escape the trap, and I know this happens in yoga as well. You put yourself in certain positions and you get people fart quite regularly.
That's what I was hoping to hear.
Fortunately, I have managed to. Well, there are certain Pilates exercises that are very good for strengthening your sphincter. So obviously over the years I have performed, and I would also like to just advertise, going back to me being a gobby cow, that despite having 2 children and being a lady of a certain age, I can cough and laugh and sneeze with confidence.
We're going to call you Ring of Steel Ibbotson from now on.
Yes. So yeah,
that's what you got.
Lacey Brule, come on. What have you got to offer?
Honestly, I can't think of anything.
Really?
Yeah. I'm quite hard to embarrass, I think.
Oh, well, there's a challenge.
Yeah. I know.
Well,
I think because I am embarrassing.
Outside of history, for sure.
Well, I'm trying to think. I think I am. I don't know. I think because I am probably doing things that are embarrassing all the time, I've had to just sort of like
desensitize,
like buffer myself. I just sort of, I think as long as I carry on regardless, and I don't feel embarrassed, then no one can be embarrassed for me because I'm not embarrassed. So I don't know.
I feel like something terrible is going to happen now at Bosworth, and then it's just going to be this story that Julian.
I embarrassed my children. I embarrass my children.
The parent, isn't it?
Yeah, we have.
If you're not embarrassing your children, are you even a parent? Nicole's put classy. Yes.
I'll say things. I mean, Okay, so this is not heritage, but the moment we turned up to camping 2 weeks ago, see, I would describe myself as the Edward I of the campsite. I'm very territorial.
Would you bring a huge trebuchet with you to even bombard the other tents or something?
I am very territorial, and I will steal your land if you...
I can entirely imagine this, actually.
I see now. Okay.
And so I drove into my car parking space. Bear in mind, this is a field, right? But I own it. So I parked there, and these poor people who were on the pitch next to me had sat themselves underneath the tree. It was about 28-30 degrees or something. It was the only piece of shade. And I drove up to them and got out and said, I think you'll find this is my parking space. And Ava just went, ugh. Just like straight away.
Hey,
I wasn't embarrassed. She was.
Have you seen a film called? Have you seen a play called Nuts in May?
No.
Yeah, it was played for today, where Candice, Marie, and Keith go camping on the Isle of Purbeck, and it was played for that, and it's just that. It's all about the territory. You are now my Candice Marie. It was Alison Steadman was Candice Marie, actually, but
well, there we go.
Yes.
And I will
they just fight with all the people about that.
Terrible thing,
I hate
cringeworthy thing that Catherine said. So many years ago, I followed what was then my local ice hockey team, and I was a goal judge, and I did things like that. Anyway, the manager of our adult, like the high level team, because we had all the kids ones, randomly dropped dead of a heart attack one day, like totally out of the blue, late 40s, early 50s. Everyone's really upset. So to raise money for the British Heart Foundation, we got like our nearest team, who were like our big rivals, and to come down and play the game, and all the proceeds would go to the British Heart Foundation. So it was a really successful fundraiser, if that helps. And I went round collecting some money extra, if that helps. And so for those of you who know about ice hockey, you change ends every time. So there's 3 sessions in these matches. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm saying this. And the way our ice rink was laid out, my home rink was, one of the nets was right sort of under the bar. So you'd be sat sort of stood right at the end of the bar to really see what was going on. So I'm in there with my bucket, with my mate, getting the extra change things. And we need to win this because, first of all, it's like a memorial. Secondly, this is the team we hate, right? So we have to win this. All right. And we were, and they took a shot on goal. And how the guy saved this was an absolute miracle, right? I mean, it was the save of the century. And someone went, Christ, that was close. And I went, yeah, I about had a heart attack. My mate dragged me off. And even better than that, ladies and gentlemen, even better than that, the person I was stood next to was his wife.
Oh no. Oh no. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Thing is, we have these. That's what.
Just say it,
I mean, do you want to know how many people say to me, "Fingers crossed," and go, "Oop, now"? No, after I lost my finger, they were like, "Oop," and I'm like, "It's just a saying. It's fine." Like,
yeah, so people say, "God, I about had a fit," and I'm epileptic. So it's just expressions, but it was just of all times.
Yeah,
I know.
It's always me.
We were talking about parents embarrassing kids. Of course, when you've got a toddler, they are prone to resistance. Because as well, I do, as we know, I have got my own little Timmy. He's slightly Timmy-ish. He is a child that he will pick up something. He'll overhear it. He'll earwig it. And he won't say it at home, but you bet your ass he'll say it in public at full volume with perfect diction, which is how I ended up sat in a Pizza Hut with my then 2.5-year-old, who was at the top of his lungs saying fucking bell end at the top of his lungs. Unmistakable. It wasn't baby talk. And of course, the first time they say it, you wet yourself because it's a 2.5-year-old saying fucking bell end. And then you're like, how do I wind this back in? And you can't. And he's just there hollering it. He doesn't do it now. We've had a chat about it. He doesn't do it anymore. In the same way that he doesn't climb up on things, yell the word parkour, and then jump.
Oh, Lucas does that. If they start shouting things like that in public, what you do is you turn to the other adult with you and go, I told you we should pull him out that nursery.
I wish I'd known that.
Well,
But
that's
it
clever.
was like,
I spend my whole life going, don't say that at school.
yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
My gosh. Well, there we go.
I'm bound to say something at Bosworth now, aren't I? It's inevitable.
Well, I feel like now I'm going to trip over something and take a whole tent down or something now.
Take all of Julian's toys.
Don't damage the toys.
Not the toys. Boys
Julian,
and their toys.
As a last thing, can we meet your cat, please?
Yeah.
Oh no, I got rid of it. Minty, do you want to come back? I can go and get her. She's looking at me at the. Yeah, come on then.
Because she's got a beautiful face.
Oh.
Minty the cat. She's in my good book. Minty the cat. Minty Farquhar. She's coming up. Here she is.
Oh, isn't she beautiful?
I want a pussycat.
We had a huge fight yesterday with a ginger Tom that kept coming into the house, but she saw him off.
Good girl.
Saw him off. He hasn't come back, and I bought her some dreamies actually as a.
Good for her.
The reward.
She's got to show him who's boss early doors.
Yeah, she's a good sort. This old Mint.
Gorgeous girl.
So we'll be seeing you on Saturday then, Julian, Catherine, and
Yes.
and
I
I.
should be seeing you on one of your tours.
You will.
Oh,
So
yeah.
Julian is doing us a day in Winchester on the Rise of the Tudors tour. So Laurie, I noticed Laurie was in the comments earlier. She's on that tour, so you'll get to meet her. And yeah, so
Don't forget to have a loose stop before we start.
Yeah, we always.
It's on the
always schedule in.
itinerary. I've been
Always
over that itinerary 150 times the last couple of weeks.
Don't worry, we have loose stop.
Worked in a loose stop somewhere.
Oh, we definitely.
Philippa is very mindful of people needing to get food, go for a loo. She leaves the ample time to remember that people have bodily functions. And also, I think most importantly, she remembers that not everybody can walk like they are an Olympic speed walker. If you're gonna come on a trip like this, then you don't want to feel like you're being left behind and like you're being left out. And Philippa's very mindful of that. And she
Unless you're a complete pain and you want to get rid of that person, then
I mean, even then, Philippa's
we're all going to run. We'll run through.
Philippa will always.
Touring is
No.
I end up doing a lot of running.
Philippa runs so that her guests don't have to.
I've started to use Whispers. Have you used Whispers ever?
Oh no, the audio guides.
Yeah, I was quite surprised. I'm against it because I have a loud voice, but in fact, they're not bad because you can start talking as people are gathering. You haven't got to wait for them to.
Yeah, we haven't needed them yet, but I've got.
But the only trouble is that whatever time you save, you'll spend explaining to people how to work them, because there's a certain type of person, particularly in the UK, that takes a pride in being crap at technology. They take a pride.
NIMBYs. The NIMBYs.
They're proud of it. They can tell you whether you can, they know everything about economics. They know about the refugee crisis. They know about Brexit. But ask them to put a seatbelt on or to I go, not a chance. So that's the only thing. It's an affectation. I know exactly the people that you mean. It's absolutely an affectation. When you're like, take my phone number down, and they're like, oh, I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I'm
like,
not that.
Yeah.
I can see a phone in your pocket. I'm fairly sure you know how to take a phone number down. Have you not got a business card? No, babe. I've not got a business card.
Those people should have the vote taken away immediately.
Have you seen now what you can do with your iPhone though?
Touch.
And it'll put your contact onto their
No way.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh
You have
yeah.
to accept it, or they have to accept it. That's right.
And
Yeah,
I'm specifically talking not about people who are being left behind by this technical revolution, because that is certainly happening and it's not fair. I am talking about people
using it.
They tend to have a cravat.
Are you talking about sort of?
I know. I'm completely in agreement, Kat. I know those people.
They're the sort of person
middle class people who want to be upper middle class, who are attention whores. That's what you're talking about.
It can be. They're the sort of person that picked up pipe smoking.
and others. They also take a pride in having no interest in something that a lot of the country are interested in.
Yes.
They will actually go and say, I've never seen Strictly. And so this is a badge or football. A load of men and women chasing a ball, and they're so proud of it, They're those people too.
They like to yuck other people's yums. Like, I have very little interest in football. I call it sports ball. But I also think that if people enjoy it, let them get on with it. It's not for me. That's fine. But I'm not going to be like, oh, well, I prefer to read Proust on a weekend. Oh, bugger off. Leave them alone. You feel like a bell end. I know exactly the people.
We know those people.
Affectation as well. So affected. So disingenuous. There we go. We're having a rant. We've got into a rant phase already.
I like the word disingenuous. It covers quite a lot of.
It's a great word.
We will put, if you send us a link to your Quirky Cambridge tour, we should put that in the
put that in the show notes.
Link it.
Yeah. It's an app, so you just look up for Guidle on your on wherever you get your apps.
Guidle. How are you spelling that?
Yeah.
I'm going to write it again in there. That's what you have to do. Guidle. There it is. Not Guild, but Guidle.
Guidle.
Okay.
And then when you get into it, it says you have to download it, and then there's loads and loads of tours on there. But at the moment there's 5 by me. But I'm very proud of my Quirky Cambridge tour. I put quite a lot of time into it to make it sound like I hadn't, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. Fabulous.
Yeah. So there we are. But lots to look forward to. And Bosworth.
Yeah.
I'm gutted. I had such plans to be there. And then of course I got knocked up. So yeah. And to be honest, I think
told you when you were going to have a baby.
Well, all right. I mean, here we go. And I feel I probably could risk the drive, but I'm at that point where it's risky. I'm at the point where it's risky biscuits.
I've also told you that I can deliver your baby.
I've seen you at Bosworth when you were great with child. I'm sure I have.
She didn't have quite so far to go, though.
Yeah, I am in East London.
I was half an hour down the road. I was extremely rotund.
I remember.
Yeah. Yes.
Rotund. I've got some lovely pictures of you with Lucas, though, like over the years. So, yeah.
Check me out. I am currently, bear with, 33 weeks and some change pregnant.
Oh, you still got quite a while.
Well, I've only got till 38 weeks.
All those cannons.
Oh, yeah.
On the other hand, what a place to be born.
I mean, there are better places to be born.
That's where I got engaged at Bosworth.
Cool. I want
not as good as
disinfectant, anaesthesia, and a clinician.
You're not going to get that at the medieval.
No, I'm not going to pop a squat on a battlefield and push out a baby. That's not. I don't camp. The thought I'd do a rustic birth.
Oh no.
But yeah, I think you're going to have Nathan Bosworth more like Lulworth. I'm gutted. My FOMO is high because I really wanted to come this year. I really wanted to. So I'm having serious fun. So you better put loads of pictures up. I also want to hear if there's any shenanigans. I want to hear about all the shenanigans.
Well, I'm going to be Nathan's bodyguard. Well, not that he knows that yet, but I'm going to go to his talk and then I'm going to put him aside for a couple of hours so he can tell me all about his new book, which I read the entirety of while I was away. It is very, 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 very good. So And I'm going to get him to pronounce Welsh
I won't
names.
finish it by the time I see you.
Well, I'm going to get Nathan to tell me all about the Welsh names because I just read them, which means I made them up in my head.
we talked about this, didn't we? I was like, she said that to me, and I was like, yeah, I don't know. I just sort of look at them and then carry on.
Yeah,
because I have no idea.
I know them by sight. I would
Don't
not
even miss me. Don't even miss me, indeed.
Nathan, I hope you're not trying to curse my child.
Yeah, Nathan, I won't have any of that nonsense.
No, there will be a that sort of nonsense can be cleansed.
Yes,
with dragon fire.
Relevant in all senses.
Well, just you wait till you hear what I'm going to say about Richard and Henry at the Battle of Bosworth in my little tent.
In your little tent.
Looking forward to finding that out.
Are you bringing forth your one of your you had it all there and then you fucked it up stories?
Yeah.
Cool.
And also that Henry VII was more courageous than Richard III.
Didn't Henry
I chose that word very courageous. That always goes down very badly, that comment.
You are going to get yourself into so much trouble. I love this for you. Well done. Well done.
Didn't we have one? Where was it? Was someone said that Henry VII cheated, and we had the whole in his pants.
That was when I was set up at the sundial that time, and the kid came running in and was looking at all the kind of like seat memorial things and said, "Oh, didn't Richard III die at Bosworth?" And I think it was the grandma went, "Yes, because Henry Tudor cheated." I so wish I'd got.
It's not pickleball.
Could you just explain how one does that? I really wish I'd asked now, but poor David, he stood there and you could hear him thinking, please don't say anything. Please don't say anything.
I mean, would I say that if Matt Lewis was there about Henry being there?
Of course he would.
I've made a video about it. I'm not saying it as a wind up. I think that Henry
I think you did it last year. There was a panel, wasn't there, last year? I think it was you and Nathan and Matt and Philippa. And I think you said it then.
Yeah.
That's when she said that oh god, they weren't weren't aggressive to somebody, and when they'd executed him, and you said something like, I think that was a little bit aggressive. I can't remember.
Yeah. I find that chopping
anyway, it's all good fun.
Very aggressive.
It's very nice to each other.
It is all good fun.
It mustn't take it personally, although and most people don't. One or two do. But
it's all the fun of the fair. I think if you're going to be there and you're going to like sort of pick a side, you know that it's going to be like that kind of thing, don't you?
Yeah.
So you know,
and the bottom line is the joy of history is the fact that we don't know so many things, and it's the conversation, and it's the capacity, the flexibility to change your mind, and when presented with evidence to then weigh it and see if you're going to change your mind about those things. I am sure, Julian, Nathan, that there is a potential that if evidence emerged, your views on Henry VII, on Richard III, they are subject to change depending on available evidence. According to the current evidence, you have a clear idea of what you think happened, but even then, it's not a surety because none of us were there, and also we aren't I mean, I'm sure there are some people that think they are the reincarnation of Richard III or whoever else, or you know that they're secretly spiritually married to him or whatever, the ghost wives, whatever they are. But these people aren't your friends. You aren't their lawyer, and that is not the job of a historian. The job of to be a barrister on the case, to have one idea and just argue that one idea. That's not history. That's law. That's either prosecution or defense. Different specialisms, valuable, but different specialisms. And the historian is not a barrister. It's not a jury. It's not a judge. They're supposed to be something else. Different.
But it sells a lot of books, doesn't it?
It does sell a lot of books, particularly if you can shape your book in such a way, and the premise is that everybody else has lied to you up till now.
Oh yes,
There's been a conspiracy to keep it hidden. This is proprietary information.
Nathan and Matt, are you still? Nathan's still here, but Nathan and Matt can disagree, and it's great, isn't it? And it's a proper debate. You know.
So interesting. Yeah.
That's the thing. When you have people who are immersed in the subject, who have different ideas, but also have the scholarship and maturity to be respectful when talking to one another, then you profit from the discussion. If you had two people just haranguing each other and devolving into ad hominem attacks, that is Jerry Springer, not a historical debate.
I mean, I'm up for that as well.
Yes, so am I. I think I might try and have a couple of those at the weekend.
One more valuable than the other to the discipline, but you know,
I don't think that maybe they're.
I'm just going to go and get my knights. By the way, I won't be a minute.
Oh, he's getting his knights out.
Oh,
Mallow.
he's getting his toys out. I'd argue they're not really or they're not historians. Like, I mean, I'm really lucky that I get access to lots of historians on tour, and you know, I know what I know, but there are people who do this for a living, or it doesn't necessarily have to be for their whole living, but like they're different. It's a different mindset. It's a different way of going at it. I don't know. It's a different level. And although they all admit bias will come into it, you can't necessarily see it as, you know, some people, it's so plain that I wonder how they ever thought that they're really writing something that's it's not adding anything, because
I always think that I've done a good job, and look at them. My way of believing that I've done a good job with the stuff I put on my channel is
a little thing for Saturday, people, so you can see what you might be getting on Saturday, a taster.
When people in my comments making assumptions about my political beliefs, about my religion, interestingly, a lot of people make assumptions about what faith I am, and they're always different. And they're always wrong. And for me, I think that that's probably a sign that I'm doing a fairly good job of checking my biases when I'm making videos, because people assume, if people can watch my content and assume that I think the same way as them, even when I potentially don't, that's probably a fairly good sign that I have I've checked my biases to a sufficient degree.
Can I ask something? I've noticed in the notes that a couple of people have said that history is always written by the victors.
I was just literally about to say this.
You know, I'm not sure that's necessarily the case. You look at the Jacobites, for example. Well, we know who wrote the history of the relationship between England and Scotland and the government and an independent Scotland. It's the Jacobites, the losers, you know. And my God, the Confederacy had a big go at writing the history of the American Civil War, didn't it? You know, and it was that whole thing of the lost cause and what have you. It's only been challenged relatively recently, I think, on a national scale. So to a point, history is written by the victors, but quite often you can find it's written by the losers. Who lost the 100 Years' War? We did. And yet we're always writing books about it as though we won it, you know. And, you know, okay, we won a kind of slightly insignificant battle at Agincourt, which made us think that we could do a lot better over the next 30 years than we couldn't. But we did lose. But we're always, you know, so it's interesting that I don't think it's true necessarily that history is always written by the victors. Discuss.
So I wonder where the first time that somebody sort of touted that because there is a particular, oh God, we go back, that is a definite Ricardian line, isn't it? History's only ever written by the winners.
Yeah, I think
it can't be them that used it first. It must go back.
I think it gets repeated by the winners. It's how history gets repeated and retold, and it's retold by, you know, but history is told again and again by the people who it serves. You know, we don't have much, or we don't talk as much about the history of, well, what do we talk mostly about? The people in charge, the kings, the queens, the politics. We don't talk much about, well, luckily it's becoming more there's more of an interest now, so it's been talked about, but like social history, day-to-day history, what people wore, how people lived, ate, that's you know. People are having to dig for that now.
I think it's mostly the case, particularly that history is written and then most importantly retold. The histories that we are retold, that are reframed until fairly recently, have been histories about people who look like the people who are writing those histories. As access to literacy, education, platforms of disseminating information have expanded, we are getting a more diverse history, because I think people want to tell stories about people that look like them, so they go in search of those stories. And because of that, history is now not necessarily being written by the winners, because I don't necessarily know if it ever was. I think it's always been written about people and by people who look and sound the same.
Well, except there's a lot of an obsession, like you've said, about like Richard the they're not your friends. So I think there's an aspirational aspect to they're interested in as well. We don't look like royalty or monarchy. Sorry, everyone. But that's the
for yourself.
We don't like royalty and monarchy on account of the fact there's not been generational inbreeding for most of us. So no, we don't, because we haven't got gills. So there is that. There is that point.
It's interesting. I think that you look at the attitudes to the English Civil War or the British Civil Wars, and it changes, and you get these periods where royalism is in favour. And then you get a long period with Whig history where parliamentarians are seen in favour. Then it goes back again, etc. But I've often wondered about, have I gone on about this before, but about that interest in the aristocracy, how there was this sudden craze at the end of the 19th century amongst the working classes to name their kids after aristocracy. And you think about the Christian or the first names of people: Percy, Howard, Stanley, Clifford. You can go on, and people are naming their kids after these families, and I've never quite worked out why. I would have wanted them to be called, I don't know,
Craig, Alan.
Well, who some kind of working class. Cobbett would have been a nicer name for somebody, I think, than Percy, really, or something like that, or Peel.
Yeah,
they do, and you just go through all of those names, and you suddenly, it's Sydney. They're all the names of the aristocratic families of the Middle Ages, and people are all naming their kids after them. And Howard, I don't know the answer to it, but there's an article in it somewhere, isn't there?
Yeah, interesting.
And was it suddenly an interest in, were there a load of Henty books that came out at that time or something that led people to do it? Was there a new interest in Shakespeare? I'm being serious for once here.
Yes.
That led people to do it. But I've had it in my family as well. These names are becoming... we should bring back the Anglo-Saxon names, I think.
Yes.
Or of Ethelbert,
I think so.
Edwin and...
Yes.
Elfrith.
I think
for a middle name.
I do need it. I am in the process of choosing a new middle name. So maybe
Ethelflaed.
Maybe I'll go. I'll go.
I think if you look at the other Victorian and Edwardian names, I suppose it's because things branch out. Whereas before, the Christian naming, literally Christian naming, were all biblical, and then there's a slightly. But I think there's still that kind of desire for aspiration. And I suppose we're still doing it. The amount of, when Game of Thrones hadn't finished, the amount of Khaleesi's that there are, that there is something about being aspirational. And when we chose our son's name, we were very concerned about the meaning. And I'm even more careful when it comes to whatever we're going to call this one, because it turns out in our family, nominative determinism is a thing. We picked Gabriel because he is the patron saint of communicators. And my God, that child won't shut up. He has got verbal diarrhea. I think parents have always picked names that feel aspirational. And particularly in this country, class has and remains such a clear factor, and playing with class, whether it's somebody kind of code switching, who, you know, someone who's been raised privately educated in some country estate, who sounds like they come from the docks, you know, that kind, that sort of, that there's that code switch, the Mockneys, that kind of, and it's almost a reverse of what used to happen, where people would aspire to kind of plumb it up. Hyacinth bouquet residence lady of the house speaking. Now there's the reversal of it, and it's let's be a Mockney.
Nathan says that Welsh names, you know, the medieval Welsh names are still surviving, and I can see why you would do that, really. Independence from Anglo-Norman attack on your culture, I suppose. I imagine that's what it's about, isn't it? Speaking of somebody called Humphrys, and whose grandmother was Thomas.
My grandmother was a Williams.
My mother, we were Williamses as well.
Oh, we're having a bit of a Welsh love in here, aren't we?
Well,
Come on, Catherine. Where's your Welsh link?
Actually, my mum's maiden name was Humphrey, but with the E in it, Julian, so slightly different to yours.
We're related.
BFFs, mate.
Well, let's not go down about who our 19th time great grandparents are.
Edward the Third, though, right? Edward the Third.
Yeah, Edward the Third.
Or are you a direct descendant of Anne Boleyn? Because most people are. But yeah, actually, we weren't Williamses. The name was changed because it was Mudd, spelt M-U-D-D. So our name was literally Mud, and it got changed to Williams.
I see that. I see that. Don't do what I did and change your name to a surname that no one can spell. From one that
the amount of times people put an extra E's in both of my names. Katerina Merchant gets.
I used to get
I get the E a lot.
I used to get Brooks with the E. No E
all the time, but I occasionally get the E.
Oh dear. And then the different ways of pronouncing things as well. I don't know why people say Ibbotson, because Ibbotson is phonetically correct.
You can't teach pork, babe. Don't know what to tell you.
I like Ibbotson. I'm going to use that more often.
I do. When people say it now, I just go, I don't have the energy.
Well, my
quite
rule gets misheard all the time. I automatically spell it. I never wait for anyone to catch it.
Yep.
Never.
I do the same thing. I was in the hospital waiting room, and they came out, and I was going for a blood test. And there's no, it's for being up the duff. It was the glucose tolerance test that you have to do. And so I have you come back at like 2 hours to have the second blood test. And she comes out and she's like, Catherine. And I'm like, she's not talking to me, obviously. And then she says, oh, I'm looking for a lady. She's supposed to be back. She said the exact time that I was supposed to be back. And I poked my head around and went, are you looking for Katrina? And she was like, oh yeah, come on in. I'm like, okay.
Oh my God, it's written down for you.
And I'm slightly worried that this is now not going to be attached to my results. I'm going to have to do this absolute horror show again of drinking this revolting sugary drink.
I don't know if you'll end up doing this, but sometimes I'm sat waiting and someone comes out and calls my name, and it's not Catherine Ibbotson, and I'm just sat there and I go, oh, that's me. Even a year later, I still haven't, it still hasn't registered sometimes that I now have a different name. So,
Well, pals, shall we?
We need to wrap it up.
We need to. Okay, so what you've talked about your tour, Julian. Anything else going on that we need to know?
Did I say I was going to Bosworth this weekend?
You did with your toys.
I'm bringing my toys. Guide lap. I'm doing the medieval ship thing will be coming out fairly soon. God, I hope it. Warwick the Kingmaker. We need more evidence, but I've got a sneaking feeling it did that ship. And I'm working on Bodmin Keep.
Bodmin scares me.
It's an awful long way to go. It's such a long way to go.
You can stay in the jail now.
No.
Well, I thought it would be cheap, but it isn't.
No, it's not cheap. No. No.
Don't like small
my,
spaces that are dark and damp and underground. No.
My neighbours, one of my neighbours, his architectural firm are the ones that did the Bodmin Jail refit. That's
It's
what they do.
like 250 quid a
the guy
night.
who owns it.
Like that, you know.
It's a luxury. It's luxury. It's a luxury hotel. Yeah. He suggested don't do the tour until you slept there. Go on your last day when you're leaving. Don't do the tour and then sleep there. Is what
I saw something on GB. There was something on GB News about it. It said people bloody living in luxury in one of our jails. They said.
Very
I made that up. I'm just going to put Guidal in there again. Look, there's Guidal.
and Julian, we will. Where's the best place for people to find you? Is it on Instagram?
Oh, you can look under all that stuff. You know, www something. That
good. That's not an address, but okay.
That you can put it on there. No, well, you know, I'm a pipe smoking cravat wearer.
That's true. If they search Julian Humphrys and start here, will they find you?
Yeah, they will. But it's all the usual stuff. I don't know. Jules Humphreys, Julian Humphreys. No E though. I don't want to get that E. Do you agree, Catherine Ibotson? We don't need the E, do we?
We don't. No.
No, you're happy enough.
When I
you'll find various
didn't have
stuff.
the E. I didn't have the E, and people used to put the E in mine as well.
Well,
anyway, at least we're
you want to be careful about people slipping you an E. That's what I'm going to say.
So it's been lovely. Thank you for having me. It's always good.
Thanks for coming.
And I just hope everybody gets John Aubrey because this is.
I'm going to get him.
He's Q jumped my book list now.
He's a good man.
John Aubrey.
He seems like a good book to have out, and that everyone can just pick up and.
Yeah, it's a kind of historic. You can put it in the loo actually. And
that was Catherine's idea.
Catherine's had the idea of it being a toilet book. This is do it.
Yeah.
I don't think you should have books in the toilet from a hygiene point of view.
Fair. I'm a bath reader. I like a bath book.
Yeah.
Some of my books have.
My toilet is in the bathroom. I've got bath and toilet.
Yes.
Yeah, but I don't
go in for the double, you know.
Oh, I could sit on. David will be like, "You've been ages," and I've been like, "Yeah, I've just been reading on the toilet. I've been there."
I end up with quite a groove in my bottom. Have you? Where
yes.
The seat is
no.
Yes. And your bum is really, really cold, and I don't realise how cold it was until I get in bed and the electric blanket's on. And I'm like, my bum is freezing. So comfortable though, honestly.
If you've enjoyed this episode and you like what you see, please do make sure that you subscribe. Catherine will tell you about her bottom in the hole on numerous occasions. Make sure, as well as subscribing, hello pretty cat, please also do hit the bell icon, select all in the drop, and that will appear. That will allegedly tell you when we're next going live. Tell us you like this one by hitting the thumbs up. Tell your pals about us. This kind of nonsense happens regularly. We have a lovely time doing it. If you have enjoyed what you've seen and you would like to support us, you can buy us some Winnebagos over at Buy Me a Coffee. It is buymeacoffee.com/HAD podcast. That's also the place to join our close friends on the Instagram. That's essentially, if you join our close friends, you get to see the posts that Catherine finds that are historically minded but also depraved. So that's always one to check out.
Going through me cloud now, so I'm putting an album of these things together. So brace yourselves.
She's ferreting through her lucky sack of depravity, and she will spaff it all up on your close friends. We have also got merch. We've got you're welcome. We've got History After Dark tops, mugs. We've got Timmy's a problem. There you go. You can check out Catherine's Rough Beaver. She's got one of those. We've also got some sliders that say no feet free on the internet. Check it all out. Any more?
Philippa, what's happening next week?
There we go.
Oh, well, next week we are actually going to follow the alphabet again.
There we go.
And we have made mention of him tonight. I believe. We are discussing Sir Walter Raleigh next week. The man with the head in the bag.
Yes.
But he did quite a bit of stuff before that as well. So
before his head was stuck in a bag.
Before his head was in a bag.
And here he is in
Live.
Live.
And there we go. His life in brief.
Reading beforehand. Yeah.
There we are. He's got a number of pages, in fact, in brief life.
There's a paragraph, as I say, about the noises his mistress made when he was
in a
when
hole.
he was
when he was in a hole.
when he was investigating her Aubrey's hole. There we are.
They were going on they were going on a day trip to Twatley, weren't they?
They were, and they've been fondling their golden knob. That's what they've been doing as well. There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
So for more fun, we'll be talking about the privateer, or should I say pirate, adventurer, etc., 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 prisoner, general gadabout and cadabout. So we'll try next time. Right. Thanks for watching, pals, and thank you ever so much, Julian, for joining us.
Oh, well, thanks for having me. I always love to come on.
Thank you.
Well,
it's always good fun. And
everyone, I'm seeing the comments. Everyone wants you back. So
yeah.
Nathan
also wants to come back as well. So
get that man on. Get him on.
We will.
We will. In the meantime,
maybe we could all go on a day trip to Sodom and meet up there.
I want to see Golden Knob.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Philippa took me for dinner at the Bell at Bell End.
I did.
And there's that place in Dorset called Shitterton. And, and the sign was taken so often that they've had to do a stone one there because people.
Oh dear!
It's called that because it was the shitty end of town.
We should do this. I think maybe our first one of our Winnebago tours. We should go.
I'm actually considering, after a number of years in a tent, I'm considering a motorhome. So Catherine won't be able to get up and then literally out of the motorhome. I'm gonna strap her in.
Right, pals. Should I count us out then?
Count us out.
Okay, we're gonna leave in 3, 2, 1. Bye.
Hi. Hello. It's 5 of us again.
Oh. Yes. He's asleep, but if you put him down, he's no longer asleep and he's full of rage. So I'll be holding him this hour. So we'll see how that goes. Probably fairly sweaty. Before we jump in, shall I do the thing?
Yes.
Oh, I probably have to mute myself. Let's do it. Hello, friends.
Okay.
It's going to get spicy, this one. This is History After Dark. We call it that for a variety of reasons. Principally, it is because on our other social media platforms, we are veritable paragons of grace and feminine meekness. And if you call us a lie about that, I'm hurt and offended. And we wanted a place where we could let our real freak flags fly, where we could indulge in our adoration of 4-letter expletives, smut, innuendo, innuendo, and general filth. So if you're in an open plan office with a judgmental boss, put a headphone in. If you are in a car, a sky lift, a ski lift, other things with a small child, we call this child Timmy, who's got a mug. Timmy's a problem. Well done, there you are, boom, boom. Timmy's the sort of child that hears one depraved thing one time and takes it up to school with him in his mind palace, repeats it in front of his teacher, who in my head is Miss Honey. Miss Honey does not watch History After Dark, so she doesn't know the first cardinal rule of History After Dark, which is, if you don't know what it means, it's not for you, don't Google it. So, of course, she Googles it, doesn't she? And then she is in the fetal position in the corner, weeping and non-verbal, not ideal for a primary school teacher. So you call up the school, why does Timmy know this horrendous thing? And also, now you're on the hook for 18 weeks of therapy because Miss Honey needs to be back to being a person again. Nobody wants that. Put a headphone in. Alternatively, you can, of course, also watch on the playback on the YouTubes. Always worth watching us live, because on one occasion we did say something that was so unspeakably, unmentionably depraved we had to yeet that footage directly into the sun because we're all too pretty for prison. That being said, it's been a while. That means one of 3 things. Either we've got better, highly unlikely. 2, we're due
as well.
Yeah. 2, we're doing other shenanigans, particularly with Julian here. He is unbridled filth. That's possibly more likely. 3rd, I think possibly the most likely, is we have spent so much time together that the bar is in hell. It's very clear what this show is. And we have seen the comments, because sometimes they get hidden, but we find them. So we know you're doing it. We know there are people coming onto our platforms and going, I really enjoy History After Dark, but I have to switch off because the swearing is so uncouth. Fuck off. We know what you want. What you want is for us to pin that comment because it's usually hidden because it's nonsense. We want us to pin that comment so people come into the comments and humiliate you publicly. That's a kink. And while they might shame you for your kinks, I won't. But what I will shame you for is kink without consent. Look, if you want to go to a Brighton basement and meet a lovely lady in white clean clothing called Jocasta, who will hook you up to a car battery and put dumbbells on your cock and call you her bitch while leading you around by a ball gag, that's up to you. You pays your money and you takes your choice. But that's with consent, my friends. So, this is History After Dark, and appropriately, the game we're playing tonight is Bad People. So there you go. Enjoy.
Right, I'm so sorry. There has just been a horrendous apocalyptic clonk from my small child and a shout of "Daddy." Daddy is downstairs listening to music. Can you talk amongst yourselves?
I should have pointed out, this is not for children. Lucas, go to bed. But apparently, Lucas has just knocked himself unconscious instead.
What was the name of the woman in Brighton?
Jocasta.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is her address on the internet? Can I
if you know the right place to look.
Okay.
Awesome.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The best laid plans.
Is he still got his skull intact?
Just about. There's a lot of
that
water
win,
on the bathroom floor.
What?
Sorry, everybody. Where did we get to?
We can talk about people. How do we do it? What's happening?
Okay, so we have played this once before. I don't know if it must have been on here because there was a wheel. So, but it's probably going back. So basically, I can hear everyone shouting at each other. I'm so sorry.
Welcome, Julian. Yes.
I'm so sorry. I thought you'd done that while I was off on my level rescue mission. Julian, hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. It's been an interesting year, but I've come out the other end, and I'm looking forward to Christmas.
Oh,
if your book doesn't kill you first, I am concerned. It doesn't just need sorting; it
needs propping.
What is that? Yeah. You've got books teetering what looks like behind your head.
Well, I know it's a bit worrying, isn't it? What have we got here? These are the castle books actually here, and then up here, these are all my books about Richard III. Along here, look.
Gosh,
look at them all. Yes, unread, of course.
I was going to say they got dust on them.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, no, they've got kind of comments that I've scrawled all over them.
Oh dear, that kept you busy, I'm sure. Well, I mean, a lot of you will know Julian because I'm sure you have come across him before. This is about the fourth or fifth time you've been with us over the years on HAD, and most recently you came and talked about your history hero, who was quirky John Aubrey, whose book I still haven't read. If you haven't watched that one, please do go back, because firstly, the topic of the conversation was absolutely wonderful, but secondly, there was some real hilarity. I think it got to a point where you literally couldn't see any of us on the screen. Firstly, because Julian wasn't there, and secondly, because us three had just gone. So, so do go back and watch Quirky John Aubrey. Julian, in case people haven't met you or they have some sort of temporary memory lapse, tell everybody who you are, what you do, where you do it, how you do it, when you do it, when you like to do it, and how you like to do it.
Goodness.
Right. Yes.
But not necessarily in that order.
Hello, I'm Julian Humphrys, and I do like to do it. I do as much as I can, really. I'm a kind of historian. I'm involved with the Battlefields Trust, which is the UK charity involved in the preservation and the promotion of our historic battlefields. But I also write scripts for museum guides quite a lot. I've just finished my magnus opus, which was for the Newport medieval ship for Michael Sheen. And I've just heard it. It's fantastic. I mean, he made it fantastic. So I do that. I write for, this is if I had to plan this, Tudor Places magazine. I often do a little bit for Tudor Places magazine. Very, very good magazine. And I do a lot of tours and walks for English heritage and for other folk around the UK. And then I make flippant comments on the internet. That's really me, I think, isn't it?
Yes,
Anything you
they're
want to say?
very, very good flippant comments, and they do amuse us all greatly. So, right, I'm going to do this now, actually, for which you must excuse, but you all know how bad my memory is. We had Gareth Benjamin Streeter on 3 or 4 weeks ago to talk about his history hero, sort of, Richard II, who I now love for all the wrong reasons. And just to let you know, some of you may remember that Gareth runs Royal History Geeks. So if you go to royalhistorygeeks.com or you go to your normal podcast people, Royal History Geeks is now starting a new series of podcasts. The first one came out today. It's Royal Revolutions. And each series is going to have sort of 6 to 8 podcasts in it, and it progresses. It's like an organism. It will grow with the feedback it gets from the audience, episode on episode. So it's going to be really exciting. This first one's the first series is about the abdication crisis. So I told him that I would get you all to go down and have a look at that, but also I'm in one of them as well. So it's a slightly shameless plug for myself in there as well. But yeah, the first one's out today, and he does it with a guy called James Taylor, who is absolutely lovely, and he does a lot of reporting now on the modern royals. He does television interviews and all sorts of that on the modern royal family quite now. He's quite you may have come across him if you follow the modern
And this is
royals.
called Royal History Geeks.
Yes. So, so I was listening to the first one earlier, and it's a sort of scene setting one. But like so many of the things we've covered, obviously, a lot of the things they're doing is myth busting. So, yeah, it's quite exciting.
And what are you talking about on it?
Oh, well, when I do my one, it's a little bit different. I'm sort of interviewing them about their own podcast and talking about the premise behind it and how they researched it and what they were excited about and where it's leading and how the concept came together and how it's going to work. So I probed them, Julian. I probed them.
Did you?
I did.
Did you find anything?
Oh, many, many interesting things. Probing. Yes. We like anyway.
Base.
You what, sorry?
Nothing without a flared base, all right? Just nothing without a flared base.
Anything's a dildo if you're brave enough.
Safety first.
Safety first, yes. Right. So anyway, after all that, sorry, people, I just thought, but I don't do it now, I'll forget. And I promised him, and he was very popular when he came on, Gareth, wasn't he? He was lovely. So Bad People, this game here. So this is just a very simplified version of it. There's all sorts of other things like bonus cards and things like that. But the premise that we're going to do this is really, really simple. Philippa has created one of her fabulous wheels. So if you watched Bad People last time, or if you come to our online history festival, you will know all about Philippa's famous wheels. And last time we had monarchs on it. This time what we have done, or what she has done, is put on it all the deceased gits and all of the history heroes. So what we will do for each round is spin the wheel 3 times and get 3 different people. So who knows? The possibilities are endless. They could be all heroes, they could be all gits, they could be a mix. And then I pull a card from the Bad People card, and it will say something probably fairly deplorable on it, which is why it suits us quite well. And we will have a discussion between us. This is how we make it like it's history, because we will impart information while we are being inappropriate. So this is what makes it a history discussion as to who we thought would be most likely of all these people to do this deplorable thing and why. Be aware that some of them will fall very firmly into categories that were touched upon in the disclaimer. So very good week to heed the disclaimer in case you were contemplating not doing that. In reality, the idea is that you get together with some of your chums and you play it, and you vote for which of you as a group would be most likely to do these things. As generally, it would never be Philippa. So
I can put our names on the wheel, but I haven't. But I was considering it.
You know, when we first suggested playing this game, I said I can't play that game because I'm too sensitive, and I will take it personally because I have the thinnest skin known to man. Like I am so thin-skinned.
I just own it. I go, yeah, I do.
I can't deal with it. I give it out, but I cannot take it.
Okay. Philippa start as you mean to go on. Right. So Philippa, would you care to spin the wheels 3 times? We like Philippa's wheels. She does good wheels.
Okay. Now I have to work out how I. Right. Okay. I think I need to go off screen. Right. So here we go.
Speaking of online history festivals, Julian's speaking at our next one, isn't he, Philippa?
He is, but I haven't announced it yet. But you just have.
No, well, no, but people know that it's coming, but we're not saying. We
No,
got
they don't.
Jenna.
Edward Jenner.
Okay, good start. I better write these down. You know what my memory's
That's right.
like.
Right, I've got it. I've got it. I've got it.
Because I won't remember.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Julian's favourite.
My man.
We were not very nice.
already.
And Catherine's favourite.
Yeah, what a combination.
There you go.
Right, or Simon, as I like to call him.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got one hero. We've got Edward Jenner, who, as you all know, we can thank him for the extinction of smallpox. We've got John, who Julian is the only person in the world who finds nice things to say about John. And we've got Thomas Howard, 3rd Duke of Norfolk, also known as Simon, who was, let's face it, just a really deplorable individual. So, ladies and gentlemen, if they were all therapists, who would be most likely to sleep with their patient?
I think that's easy.
But it's not Edward Jenner, is it? Bless him.
No.
You might vaccinate them. Help them out.
Yes, and trick them in another way.
Wait, to sleep with or to try to sleep with?
Most likely to sleep with their patient.
I mean,
Well, it's my man, isn't it?
I
Well,
was
yeah,
going to
yeah.
say, 'cause when you're king, no one can really
Half of
turn
the
him
reason
down.
why
can
people
they?
opposed him wasn't anything to do with constitution. It was because he couldn't keep his hands off their wives and their daughters. So it has to be Johnny Boy, I think.
Of the
Yeah.
three, though, you'd be more if those three were available to you for therapy, though, you wouldn't pick him, would you?
I'd be quite
It
interested. in
depends what advice I wanted.
Say again.
Well, it depends what advice I wanted. You know, if it was that I was having trouble getting off with my boss's wife, I'd probably go to John, wouldn't I?
If you're
If I was worried
Barrow,
about
it's
catching the
troublesome.
pox, you know, I think it might be Jenner, but Thomas Duke of Norfolk.
I mean,
We are talking about Cromwell's nemesis, aren't we?
yes.
Not his dad.
No, to be fair with this, with Thomas Howard, 3rd Duke of Norfolk, I think, I mean, obviously he did have a mistress and he treated his wife appallingly with her, but he wasn't a massive shagger, was he, compared to some of his contemporaries? Probably because he was so obnoxious that people ran away when they saw him coming.
He's
But
quite ugly, to be fair.
Well,
It's obnoxious and ugly.
And he was too busy playing Pimp Moth General, so that doesn't help either.
yeah, he was so yeah, so we're going King John. King John, if the three of them were
King John.
therapists, would
I
be the
agree.
most likely to sleep with their parent. I think that's a consensus.
What I'm
that
worried
one.
about here is that virtually everything it will be King John, won't it?
Oh, no, we'll pick
Is he-
three.
is he-
I presume we
But is he off? Is that it now? We
Well,
finished
he
with-
may come up again, but if he
It's
does, it
fresh.
will be in a different combination.
Oh, I see.
We're going to go for fresh meat each time.
Good choice.
Yeah. Let's go again. Ready?
Philippa's getting a little bit spicy as the years roll on, ladies and gentlemen.
The heroes on as well. Oh.
Like you're seeing them a fraction before we are. Oh, hello. Cat's favourite. It's just wailing and gnashing of teeth.
Oh yeah, I split out the Georges because we did them all together when we George the
Oh, poor George
Oh,
III.
George.
Right, our last candidate.
He needs to be in therapy.
Oh, I've spelt peeps wrong. That's annoying.
Oh, I
Yeah.
always do that.
Oh, Papes, Samuel Papes.
It's all right.
Papes.
Yeah, I know that now. I've seen
Domestic,
it.
isn't it? Samuel Papes.
No, I always do that. Right. Okay. So we've got Thomas Seymour, who Cat hates with every ounce of her being. George III, who was
He was misunderstood.
Yeah. George III, obviously Mad King George, which is a little bit sad, but I think when we did that, we talked about all of the Georges in one episode in Gits.
Well, 1 to 4.
We picked one each, and I don't think because of his health we didn't talk about him the most. I think Philippa, you did 1, I did 2, Kat did 4, but we did talk about all of them.
Yeah.
We talked about the Wonderful Horrible History song, and then Samuel Pepys and his cheese. Everybody loves Samuel Pepys,
and it's also being a filthy pervert as well.
He was
I
a
don't
big
like.
shagger, wasn't he? But in a bad way, really.
Yeah, he was a
It's pretty
molester.
awful being, imagine being a servant, and then he gets caught shagging a servant, and it's the servant that gets sacked, isn't it?
I mean, I'll be honest with you. If I was Samuel Pepys' servant, I would be investing in some inheritance powder. That man would have arsenic soup and strychnine souffle with a quickness, because he can't keep his hands to himself.
I went to the V&A the other day, and they had some of that green wallpaper in there.
The arsenic stuff.
The V&A.
The arsenic paper.
Yeah. But I didn't lick it.
They've got some they're selling underpants, aren't they, now?
Arsenic underpants.
Underpants with the V&A, so you know which way to put them on.
With the V&A.
I'll just leave that there.
Sorry, it took us a moment there. Anyway, and so some good candidates for this one. In their lifetime, who will have had the least positive impact on the human species? Now, Pepys, as much as he has his moments, left us his diary.
True.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, he did a bit of work on the Navy as well, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
The Royal Navy.
So I think as much as he was a cheese hiding little bit and really touchy, strange, kissing dead people type of person, he did leave us something very valuable.
Yeah, look,
so
the least useful human in that list is Thomas Seymour.
Yeah. I mean, King George liked a bit of gardening, didn't he?
Well, he left us the United States, didn't he, George III, really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just parking that there. I'm not saying, because I'm sure we have some viewers from across the pond, but George III, he gave us the USA.
Well, you see, there you go.
He gave the world the USA. Yeah.
Disney World, goldfish crackers.
He did
Where
his
would Hamilton be without George III?
What's that? Sorry?
Where would Hamilton the musical be without the character of George III?
And he does have some of the best songs, I have to say.
Yeah.
So
I'm just now at this point where, again, we seem to have reached a consensus quite easily. Is there anything we can think of that Thomas Seymour did that would make any positive impact on the human species?
No.
Genuinely nothing.
Just I'm struggling. Like I am.
If you had to sum up Thomas Seymour's life in a sentence, what would it be?
Say again.
If you had to sum up Thomas Seymour's sentence? I mean, we can say Pepys kept a diary, hid a cheese, shagged the servant. George III went a bit mad, lost the Americas. What would you say for Thomas Seymour? How would you sum him up?
Pointless.
Didn't shag a cheese.
Didn't shag a cheese.
No. I've got cheese shagging at the moment. There's a supplementary. If you had to shag a cheese,
I think
it's got to be one of those. It's got to be one of those Dutch cheeses.
You could warm a brie, couldn't you?
Was it Elizabeth supposed to have said about him that he was a man of unrivaled wit but very little common sense or something?
Little wisdom or something.
Little wisdom.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on how shallow you are, it was meant to be quite easy on the eye. So depending on what you like, if you just had to sit and look at a portrait of somebody, he might.
Have you seen that beard? Have you seen that beard?
Oh, yeah, but I don't know. I'm just
he could literally look like Fido. He is mostly beard.
I'm just scraping the barrel here. Some people like.
He influenced ZZ Top, maybe. Maybe he influenced. Was he a sharp-dressed man at court?
I think he probably was.
I mean, the sharpest bit was the bit that took his head off, but
This is called clutching at straws, isn't it? Really?
Yeah, he was pointless in terms of the human race. Pointless. Even George III did his main duty, which was to provide heirs. So
yeah, and look, if he had not been around, then Catherine Parr feasibly would not have married after Henry, would not have died in childbirth. Who knows what she would have published? Who knows what she might have done for Elizabeth?
Desperate to marry him, though, wasn't she? So he must have been a looker or something. He had something about him. But
I think he was a ladies' man. I think he had the gift of the gab.
My belief with the Catherine Parr Seymour thing is, yeah, he's probably easy on the eye, but principally, the reason why she marries him so quickly is because she is really surprised and I think a little bit offended that Edward Seymour has got physical custody of the king and also is in charge of the council. She wants physical custody of the king. She wants the royal nursery. That's why she gets Elizabeth. And I think she thinks that marrying Seymour gives her a play to claim the king.
Scared.
I think it was much more political. This woman of incredible reason.
Either way, bad choice.
Well, it may not have been. It may not have been if she'd lived.
Well, I don't know.
It
He
may
was
not have been if she had lived.
front and centre, there wasn't he?
If she had survived,
absolute liability. He was an
if she had, but Edward loved his uncle. If she had survived long enough, and Edward had become a king, an adult king,
he'd had to behave for a long time, and he seemed incapable of behaving.
He got worse when she died. He got really reckless.
But yeah,
she kept him in check, and he was Edward's favourite uncle.
You see that a lot, don't you?
Bad boys.
The other in check.
That's what it is. Judy, are you a bad boy? Is that what it is?
Do we want our next three?
Are you a bad boy? Is that what it is?
A bad boy?
Yeah, like Thomas Seymour.
I'll bury a cheese anywhere, I can tell you.
I've heard that.
Yeah, my gorgonzolas are quite famous, really.
My
stinking brie, people talk about it. You know, stinking brie.
And what you can do with a baby
in this thing, by the way, or are they all bad men? Have we got any women that we can
No, there are women there.
There are women in there. It's just how they're coming out.
Just how the cookie is crumbling at the moment. Right, let's go for the next three. Should have reduced the amount of time it takes to do this bit. Oh no, let's have another one. Otherwise, he's
again.
We'll
just add him.
As
much as I love him.
There is 47. So when you said the which one's it going to say? George.
George the First.
He's a bit of a twat.
Yeah.
A bit of a twat.
I think he enjoyed being a bit of a twat as well.
Yeah.
Like he relished twattishness.
Sarah Churchill.
Another twat.
Yeah. I love the word twat.
It's good, isn't it?
It is. Oh, hang on. What? Right. Why we've just George?
This is perfect.
Okay. All right.
We've got the sort of father-son sort of
dynamic. Yeah,
it's appropriate. It's fitting.
It's appropriate there. Yeah.
And we have a woman, so there you go. They were in there somewhere.
That one's boring. I'm not putting that one.
Excellent.
I think I know who's won this already. Most likely to sell out their family and friends for fame.
Oh, that is so appropriate.
Sarah Churchill.
Sarah Churchill.
Sarah Churchill.
She did it. She did it.
She'd sell you, she'd sell me, she'd sell her mother, her sister, her husband, her kids.
Her children.
She'd sell them all.
What was it? The little green book, the little red book. What was it?
The green book. Yeah, the green book.
Her burn book, like she's in Mean Girls, that one.
Yeah.
Where she's talking to her kids.
Wrote in it all the reasons her kids annoyed her and then showed it to her friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is weirdly easy.
We need something a little bit more.
We haven't had a heated debate yet, have we?
No.
It's
just so obvious which particular arsehole is responsible for the arseholery we're talking about.
Hang on. Right.
Okay, do you want another three then? Should we go?
Yeah, let's go.
Yes.
Let's go.
I might start being a little bit more selective. We should also. I've just had an idea.
Oh my God! Like seriously, if this man was in a raffle, he'd have won all the prizes. Okay. No, genuinely, I'm not going. No. I don't mind like some coming up again, but that's too early on. Oh, the Glutton Club.
Glutton Club.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm actually looking through some of these now.
Which one is it? Oh, even worse than Seymour in Cat's Eyes. Cat's Eyes. There was, Richard of York and his paper hat.
Oh, right. Okay, I've got a few here that have amused me. I'm going to shuffle.
There is some
And we'll
controversy.
do it. And then I have a suggestion which you can veto, but I have a suggestion of how we could add a layer to this. Okay, so we've got, who was it? I can't remember. Tell me.
Glutton Club, Prince Albert, and Richard of York.
Right. We like Richard of York. Who is the most likely to call out their own name when they orgasm?
I don't know who. Can you? By the way, I've had one of my incidents. I may have to pull out again. Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
I can see nothing other than the fact that, yeah. I don't know who the Glutton Club are.
So, well, Kat, do you want to?
So this is the club that Darwin was in at university, where they basically ate endangered animals.
Yeah, the rarer the better. But they put it down to scientific research that in order, like, you know, you'd look at, you'd record what an animal looked like, what they might smell like, and taste was a part of that. So
they shout out Glutton Club when they're coming. Maybe it depends what they're doing.
The main person that kind of organised it was Charles Darwin. So
can I envision a way in which the Glutton Club, after too many port and lemons, are playing a game of soggy biscuit? And all climaxing on Glutton Club? Yes, I can. Yes, I can.
I can see certain circumstances where I want to shout it out before getting down to something, actually. Because you could say at home, it's time for Glutton Club.
I've forgotten who it was now, apart from the Glutton Club.
Yeah, I'm going to use that now, actually.
Albert.
Glutton Club. So I'm writing it down in my notes here.
There was a Glutton Club, Prince Albert. Who was the other one?
Richard of York.
Oh, yeah.
Paper Crown Boy.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. For me, it's Glutton Club, actually.
Yeah, I like that. Another one for Glutton Club.
I don't know. I have this not Richard of York, just with the dynamic that evolved over time, whether how you want to look at Albert. Do you want to look at him as a little bit of a narcissist or not? But you could almost see him, and because Victoria in many ways could be quite submissive, you could almost actually no, I don't want to think about it, but you like in detail.
See, I would have gone for Albert, but here's the thing: Victoria shagged that man into an early grave. I think he was too tired to shout anything, and if he would have shouted anything, it would have been, "I surrender. Please leave me alone. Can I have a drink? I'm a desiccated type of man. When I ejaculate, it's just dust."
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
All I can think about with Prince Albert is Prince Albert.
The piercing.
Which isn't Prince Albert, is it?
Yeah.
But I still think about it.
His doctors told her she had to leave him alone. You've got to leave him alone.
Is that why you couldn't? he
You're going to
couldn't
kill him.
survive out of the illness? Do you think he was just too? He was
Just too weak.
Yeah.
yeah. She shagged him to death.
She literally shagged him to death.
So, are we
You're learning things, people.
concurring on the? Now, I have another idea here, and actually, it probably this is an overlap into another game that we've played. If we take these three people, what is it? Fuck, chuck, and murder.
No. Fuck, chuck, and marry, darling. You can't
Oh.
kill two of them.
Are you sure? I'm
You
sure we
fuck one
played
of
it
them, you chuck one
before.
of them off a cliff, you marry
I'm
the other
sure
one.
we played it before. We offed somebody.
Yeah, that's Chuck. Chuck is off.
Oh,
Chuck
I
off
just
the
thought
cliff.
you meant like
You
split up with them.
You want two
Right.
options in order to get rid of them.
So I don't know if you want to add that into the ones that are coming up, or just if
I don't
anything.
want to fuck any of them.
Well, no, but that's the point. You've got to pick someone. You've got to.
Maybe the Glutton Club, actually, because at least you get a good meal afterwards, wouldn't you? I suppose.
And they're the most enthusiastic when coming. So, yeah.
They do shout about it. Well, there you go. So, and obviously, you could pick Prince Albert if you were feeling a bit tired and you didn't want to do it, because you know you can go, oh yeah, and then but there's going to be nothing there. So Prince Albert's your night off if you don't fancy it, isn't he? So, yeah.
I'd marry Richard of York. Yeah.
I'd marry Richard of York. Yes, I would.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Next three. Please give us a different one. Oh. Yes. Bishop of Winchester. This was from the one we actually talked about what do you call them?
The Winchester geese.
Winchester geese, yeah. Oh, little Bubba. He's getting so big.
Oh my God.
Hooray!
Ridiculous. Do you want to leave him in or?
Don't know. Don't mind.
Well, he's persistent, so let's leave him in this time.
So we'll leave him in.
That's like almost every time. Oh!
And his
Alfred
grapes. Alfred and his bum grapes.
Yeah.
Did you know this story, Julian, about the bum grapes?
He'll know about Alfred's grapes.
You'll know about
Are we
Alfred.
talking about piles here?
Yes. Okay. Okay. Right, hang on. Let me give these ones a little shuffle because they're quite good. Who is the most likely to let someone buy them a drink before mentioning they're in a relationship? The Bishops of Winchester, Thomas Howard, 3rd Duke of Norfolk, or Alfred the Great?
Is this a specific Bishop of Winchester, or is it the lot?
Well,
their lack of ethics as a
it was it was specifically the institution. It was the institution really around the time with the clink and the Winchester geese and that kind of So I'm not actually sure if that was more than one. I can't remember. But yeah,
I think there was one in particular. I now can't remember who it was, but we kind of did it as a broad spectrum in the end, didn't we? Of just they're all a huge pile of bellends. So yeah, who's the most likely to let someone buy them a drink before mentioning they're in a relationship? Well, we established that the Bishops of Winchester had absolutely no morals in any capacity whatsoever. So it wouldn't be putting it past them at all, would we?
And then Alfred, maybe before his grapes, because that's why he wanted grapes.
Yes, yes, he did to try and stop him philandering.
Yeah.
And Thomas Howard, I think, would just be like, well, why do I have to tell you anything anyway? You'll do as I say.
He wouldn't give a shit,
Yeah, I think I might lean towards Alfred the Great.
Oh, okay. Tell us more.
On account of the fact that he is a shagger.
Right. You see, I was just thinking bishops of Winchester because their lack of morality on absolutely everything ever.
Yeah.
Julian, what do you think?
I'm very interested in the bishops of Winchester. It depends what you mean. What kind of relationship are we talking about here?
Well, I think basically
a relationship with God.
You're in a bar, right? You're out at
everybody
the bar with your mates, and you quite like the look of somebody, and you go up and you say, "Oh, can I buy you a drink?" And they go, "Oh, that's fabulous. Yes, I'll have a vodka and Diet Coke, please." And you buy them the vodka, and you're having a nice chat, and they're leading you to believe that they're going somewhere. That this conversation is going somewhere. Maybe sneaking off at the end of the night, or a cheeky little bit of something round the back of the pub, or maybe even going back to somebody's place for a coffee. And you're just getting to that point and they go, "Oh, actually, soz, I'm married.
Thanks for the drink."
Thanks for the drink."
So this is a pre-Reformation Bishop of Winchester that
Yeah.
but I guess
This is
that,
not to say that they wouldn't go
William
with
of
it.
Wykeham would have been polite, wouldn't he? He would have said, "Thank you so much for this drink," and because he had the motto "Manners maketh man," didn't he? That's where "manners maketh man" come from. William of Wykeham. Just sort of throw that into the.
No, we love it. We love it.
Can I go off on a slight drinking tangent here?
Yes. Do it.
If you go to Winchester Cathedral today and you go into the close and you look at the west end of the cathedral, so you've got the cathedral with Wickham up on the top of it, it's all there, and there's a tombstone there to Thomas Thetcher, a grenadier from the North Hants militia, and it says on it that he met his death by drinking cold small beer whilst hot in about 1760. And it says underneath here, "Sleeps in peace, a Hampshire grenadier who met his death by drinking cold small beer. So all just be warned by his untimely fall. And when you're hot, drink strong or none at all."
Wow.
Because you got a fever. And then it got a bit tatty, and it got repaired by the Royal Hampshire Regiment. And it says at the bottom, "An honest soldier never is forgot, whether he died by musket or pot."
Oh,
And
almost quite
it
endearing.
kind of influenced whoever the guys that founded Alcoholics Anonymous, because he liked that tombstone, and I think he must have been over with the services or something in, I don't know when it was now, but there we are. That's got nothing to do with the politeness or honesty of Winchester, but it's to do with drinks. Oh, and I've had anybody been to Winchester recently?
Well, me with you.
Yeah.
And you showed me that tombstone.
I did.
Well,
it's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I didn't make that up, did I? It's
you
there.
didn't. It's there.
I've been
it's very well placed as well.
I went to what's that storm we've just had? Storm Gareth.
Or something, I don't know.
Gareth.
Okay. I went to the Christmas market at Winchester.
Oh, nice.
During the storm.
In the
And
storm.
I always say that Christmas isn't Christmas until you've stood in the pouring rain, looking at a load of shit that you don't want to buy, drinking lukewarm glühwein out of a polystyrene cup. And I had the lot there, you know. It's Christmas, isn't it? But I did say there we are. That's that. But that was Winchester. So yeah, it's near to me. I'm quite fond of Winchester. I like many of its bishops as well.
Mm.
Okay.
Well, in fact, I'm going to go off on one now. Didn't one of the Bishop of Winchesters bring in those Tournai marble fonts, of which there are about 7 in the country? Beautiful black marble fonts from the 12th century or whatever. There's one in Winchester. There's a good one in Lincoln, and then there's a few in Hampshire. I think there's only 7 in the country, but I was christened in one.
Yes. You put up a photo.
And that was I'm sure thanks to one of the bishops of Winchester, maybe Henry of Blois or something like that.
That's who we talked about, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, quite a lot in the thing now you said that.
So that was nice.
Which was nice.
Nothing to do with that. I'm just going off on Winchester. Look,
good font purchaser.
Good place to start. If you're gonna go off on a tangent about somewhere, Winchester is a good one to do.
I'm now an associate lecturer at the University of Winchester.
Are you?
That's
Yeah, it sounds good.
Gosh.
But it means I've got a horrible amount of paperwork to fill in. I've got to prove that I'm legally entitled to work in the United Kingdom.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
in
Something
absolutely
I
pointless
didn't
shit.
realise that I'm not. Yeah.
You'd have thought that would have been an easy thing to.
Well, I would have thought so, but I've got to do things. Yeah. So that's happening. That's nice, isn't it? Well, once they've seen this, they'll withdraw the offer, won't they?
Probably, yes. Yeah. Right. So, are we going with Alfred the Great or the Bishops of Winchester?
So again.
So most likely to let someone buy them a drink before mentioning they're in a relationship. Are we going for the Bishops of Winchester or are we going for Alfred the Great?
We can split the difference. We haven't got to agree.
Is there?
Yeah.
I'm
going to go for Alfred. I think he's.
Yeah, with Alfred as well.
He would have done anything to get his
grapes justified.
Yes. To ask
I was
for
in a pub called The Grapes a couple of days ago.
Well, there you go. You see, it's like the universe knew.
Was it linked to Alfred?
No, it was linked to the Titanic. It's down in Southampton, and it's quite famous because these three guys were on the crew, and they stayed for an extra drink it's all drink, isn't it? They stayed for an extra drink in the pub, and they missed the boat.
Oh,
wow!
Indeed.
Yeah, they because there was I think what happened is there's a train that went down to where the Titanic set off from, and they got on the wrong side of the level crossing. And by the time they got round, it was off. It was heading off. They weren't allowed on.
They must have thought that.
So having one for the road, for once, having one for the road is
a wise decision. Jesus.
Wow, what a story! I like that.
Yeah, and it's there on the
See, so a beer saved a life there.
Yeah, yeah.
Pardon?
A beer saved a life there.
Well, it did. It did. And then you go into Southampton. I'm going off on all kinds of random things here, but you don't mind, do you? I went into Southampton Cemetery because there's lots of tombs there too. People connected with Titanic, not with children, and wives and the rest of it. And my great grandfather, or rather, I should say, one of my great grandfathers. One of my things that really gets my goat is when people say my 16th time great grandfather was whatever, and you think, well, what about the other 150,000 great? But anyway, one of my great grandfathers is buried there next to these Titanic victims, and he died in 1913 because he was going off to watch Southampton play football, and he was in a hurry and he fell down the stairs.
Oh no!
And we lost the game.
But more importantly,
but there we are. So so this is he was a publican. So we got back to that, and a taxidermist.
Interesting combo.
Mm.
Do you like taxidermy?
I don't like taxidermy.
You don't?
It's weird. No, it's weird. There was a load of stuffed birds. You can tell it's stuffed by the surprised expression on its face. There was a lot of stuffed birds at the V&A the other day, and it made me feel all itchy and strange. Add that to
it's probably a good. I can see the purpose.
What, of stuffing a bird?
Well, of taxidermy, but when but yeah, it wouldn't be something I would choose as a hobby.
I'm just going to. I'll be back. I'm just going to do something.
Okay.
I'm going to go warm his brie.
Beg your pardon, young lady. Do you want to get the next three whilst we're waiting?
Yes, let's do that. Right. I have to change tabs, so excuse me.
He's getting taxidermy, isn't he? He's got something taxidermy.
Oh no, I bet you that's what's happening.
Yeah, let's get something that's stuffed. Right. Oh, here we get into the shacks. We are
Shakespeare, Katrina.
Nope.
Look at all this studying in the background.
I'll move on one more. Oh, do you want Edward Jenner or do you want to do another one?
Another one.
Oh, I don't know. It's up to you.
What's some new ones? Oh. Okay,
Capability
brown.
brown.
And
Is that your cock, Julian?
This is my taxidermy. Look,
oh,
the 40 elephants.
yeah.
Oh,
we got
okay.
groups in this.
The groups make it a little bit right. Okay.
Oh God,
that one's too.
Right. Yes.
All right. Who would be?
I came back and that was it. Just Julian presenting his on screen as well.
It's erect.
It's very sturdy.
Okay. All right. Then. You see, the one I was going to have was be too appropriate. Okay. Because this doesn't work quite so well with when there's a group of people. Shall we do it like the lead elephant lady? You know, the one that ended up going to prison.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. Shall we do it with her?
Ringleader.
Yes. All right. In the future, who's most likely to leave their partner for a sex robot? All right, so we've got Shakespeare, Capability Brown, and the leading elephant lady. Not the elephant lady. The ringleader of the 40 elephants. I can't remember her name. I'm so sorry. In the future, who's most likely to leave their partner for a sex robot?
Right, I'm going to go Shakespeare.
Oh, yeah. Go on. That's not what I was going to say. Come on.
Shakespeare, if he was still alive today, if we look at the way he writes, he is a person who is fascinated by new discoveries, by modernity. He's also, sorry, darling, puerile and love the cock joke. Yeah. These two things combined make me think that if there were an available sex robot, he's thinking William it.
He'd have a go.
They see, my immediate thought was the 40 elephants lady, because I think she'd just be like, I'm sick of blokes, they're a pain in the arse, let's have a sex robot.
You don't have to persuade them, they're just there, I presume.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where they're coming from, what they're doing, why they would prefer. I can't see Capability Brown with a sex robot, can you? Unless he's taught it how to mow the lawn.
Off by it, that he'd become impotent, wouldn't he? And then we could call him, of course,
Incapability.
Also, with the 40 elephants, wasn't her bloke in prison a lot?
Oh, possibly.
Because they were gangs, weren't
and
they?
a lot of them weren't allowed, and also a lot of them weren't allowed a boyfriend or a husband or a partner either.
That's true. That's it. That's what I'm thinking about, I think.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. Or they'd turn to it because I remember we got into gang culture a lot, and because the husbands or boyfriends were in prison, then they had to go out and pilfer.
I reckon that woman actually is my choice. But I can see where Kat's coming from. He'd be like, "Oh, for a penny."
He would be robot curious.
Is there a flag for that?
There should be.
Sorry.
Just
sorry.
Well, I don't know.
It's just right. Okay. So there we go. Julian, anything to add to that?
I can see Capability Brown putting sort of sex robots in his landscapes as a sort of eye catcher at the end of the of sort of vista. You could see this thing at the end, couldn't you? So you can kind of imagine that. But that's about it, really. My incapability brand joke was all I could come up with. Really.
We loved it. Right. Well, in that case, next three.
Okay. if Buddy what's it comes up again, I'm taking him out. Oh, we've got a Boudica.
Boudica.
More like it.
That's a good horrible history song as well. The Boudica one. If you haven't heard that, look it up. Boudica. Oh. Yes. So that's William.
Nice.
In the bastard. Oh. No. Robert Peel.
Peel. Okay. So, Boudica, William the First, aka William the Bastard, and Robert Peel. Who would be the worst reality TV show star?
I would say Robert Peel, maybe. Out of those.
He'd be boring as fuck, wouldn't he?
Yeah, compared to the other two.
Yeah, you're tempted to sort of say worse as in worst person, but actually it's not that, is it? It's who would be the most juicy, would be the best people to have on there.
If you want to watch arson a lot, Boudica and William.
It's like, I mean, which show? There's many shows here that we could actually put these people to, right?
Okay, let's.
You know, I'm an
Celebrity
IC.
Love Island.
Could be one, couldn't they? So, or I don't know, William of Normandy. What's out there? What are the reality things that people like to?
So Big Brother, Celebrity Love Island,
Strictly Come Dancing,
Strictly. They're all awful. I mean, let's be honest.
Big Brother. Did you say that?
Big Brother.
That must be on series.
Married at First Sight. That could.
That would be funny.
Wife swap.
Celebrity wife swap.
Yes.
Something sort of Eleanor of Aquitaine is coming into my mind at the moment. I don't know.
Elizabeth Woodville.
I would.
There's plenty of wood jokes there.
So what's other? The X Factor.
Yeah. No, I still think Celebrity Love Island would be my choice. See, Boudica.
I think Robert Peel would get voted off first when it comes to Celebrity Love Island, because William Duke of Normandy is going to be physically buff and like testosterone aggressive. That seems to do very well on those shows. And Boudica will burn down your village, which also seems to do pretty well on those shows, which leaves Robert Peel as being the worst.
Yeah.
That would be a good show, wouldn't it? You know, where 10 celebrities compete to see who can burn down a village most quickly. And what would Robert Peel? What? I think he understood a bit of popular culture, though, didn't he? I would have thought out of all of them, but he wouldn't have got any votes at Christchurch, Oxford. They wouldn't have voted for him, because if you go into Christchurch, there's a big door at the bottom of the stairs that lead up. So Christchurch is where, you know, they based the hall in Hogwarts on Christchurch.
Oh, yes, I've been there.
And Charles I had his court there during the Civil War. But there's a huge door at the bottom, and knocked into it, it says no Peel.
Oh,
no Peel. Because they didn't like him, because he was in favour of Catholic emancipation, and this
was
in that way.
Yes.
My daughter, by the way, she was at she when she was about to go to uni, she went and worked as a roller skating waitress at Disneyland Paris.
Is that at Annette's Diner?
Yeah, it was Annette's Diner. Yeah, and every half an hour, shut down, and they had to get up onto the tables and dance. But she wasn't very good at the roller skating, so she tended to do the dancing and the meeting. But a couple of the guys from The Only Way Is Essex, the original guys, I've forgotten what they're called now. They turned up, and Sarah, she pointed, I recognise you. She said, you're the guys from The Only Way Is Essex Shore. She said, no. That's quite enough. But The Only Way Is Essex. The only way is Thetford. The only way is for William of Normandy.
There you go.
It's funny, isn't it, that he got married at spelled EU.
Is that it? That's so French.
Then he
I mean,
thought very much
You've been on the French a lot recently. We had this last week. Philippa had it in for the French, and I had it in for the horses.
All I said was, I have a lazy
Go
mouth,
back and watch it for yourself.
and I don't pronounce my words or enunciate very well, which means really I should just learn to speak French. I'm learning to speak Italian, but I should just learn to speak French because they just don't bother pronouncing anything.
Anyway,
noise.
It's not important to them saying it, but when we say it, we have to get the pronunciation spot on, or they won't understand. I went on a train, and there was some French people there, and I said, "Oh, j'aime la France," and they went, "Quoi? Je comprends pas. Qu'est-ce qu'il raconte?" J'aime la France. I said, "J'aime. I like le France," and they went, "Ah. Vous aimez la France," they said. What's the French for wankers?
Le français, je ne sais pas.
I think it's Parisians, to be honest. I think that'll be what it is.
Jamie will know, Kat. He speaks French.
Yeah, he will know what the French wanker is, and all the other swear words as well.
I know a few. You've got to be ever so careful with that. What's the capital of Lower Normandy? Where William the Conqueror and his wife Matilda founded an abbey each.
We don't know.
Caen. Yeah. But but you've got to make sure you sort of say Caen, because if you say Caen, which is what most people say, it basically means wanker or bastard. So when you were speaking to the French, there's one where you've really said to anybody going to Caen, don't say Caen.
See what I mean about there's no ending a word. Where's the end of the word?
Yeah, I mean another one in French. Another French one is if you go into a supermarket and ask for cidre, as in cider or cider vinegar, be very careful, because if you say "Avez-vous de cidre?" that is asking if they have AIDS.
And of course, they won't give you the benefit of the doubt that you just
AIDS, hopefully.
So yeah,
the Frenchies are all right. I like them, and
I like them too.
All you've got to do is say hello to them, really, and then they're all right. Not saying hello to somebody in France in a shop is like pushing in a queue in England. That you go into anywhere and they go bonjour, monsieur. And if you say, "Oh, deux baguettes, s'il vous plaît," they think that's really rude. You have to say "Bonjour, madame," and then say hello to all the people in the shop. When you do that, then they quite like you, right?
I saw a bit like in Beauty.
My one tip for anybody going to France is say hello to the French.
Yeah.
Right, friends. I'm gonna be honest with you. We've just had a nappy situation happen. It's happened.
Okay.
We're on the hour.
And it sounds ominous.
We will run the next one, and if you can make it back, then make it back. But if you can't, you can't.
Well, do it, and then we'll wrap up.
One, and then we'll wrap up. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I've got loads of really good ones here.
You have to pick your favourite. Right. Oh, for goodness sake. Right. Go again.
I've just been told to plug in my device.
Okay.
So I'm just going to plug in my device, okay? I won't be a minute.
So we've got Boudica, Walter Raleigh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, do you want to use her? Okay.
Oh no, I've got her out then, as we've already had.
Oh, hang on. No, that's. Oh, for goodness sake. I want to go Elizabeth first. So
So we've got Raleigh.
Ooh. Henry VIII.
Oh.
And let's see if we can have a new one for our final person of the evening. No. I'm going again. Charles Darwin. There you go.
Okay, so we've got Walter Raleigh, Henry VIII, and Charles Darwin. That's quite a broad spectrum, isn't it? I don't know which one to pick.
Let's do any, miny, mo.
Okay, that one's obvious. Right, okay. Who is most likely? No, if they were all prostitutes, who would charge the most?
Who were they again?
Walter Raleigh, Henry VIII, Charles Darwin.
Well, technically, it's going to be Darwin on the basis of inflation. That the numerical amount will be more because that's how money works. But in terms of like percentage price,
it's kind of a pro rata thing.
Price per bonk, like equivocated across inflational divides. I
know who would want to charge the most, but whether or not they get it is another matter entirely.
I think it might be Raleigh.
Do you think?
Yeah.
I think he's at least up for it.
I think Raleigh, for Henry VIII, he'd think charging was beneath him. For Darwin, he'd be like, where's the dodo? But Raleigh's like, ding-a-ling. In for a penny, in for a pound.
He was also in prison for a long time. Like, he might be bored and
he's working with visitors. It may as well be a knocking shop up in the bloody tower. Just be like, come on in, exhibish.
He probably would like to charge the most. Mind you, he does have to pay for his keep in the keep.
Oh, well, maybe, he needs the money then. I was young, I needed the money.
I think Henry VIII would charge the most just because he would think he was God's gift. But then
that was my
he'd
line.
be giving refunds all the time, wouldn't he, to unsatisfied customers?
Yeah.
Unsatisfied wives.
And he couldn't deliver.
No. Whereas, it's quite possible that Darwin would have seen all kinds of interesting practices around the world, and we could. Have you ever tried the Polynesian position, or whatever? He could have.
So he could offer up some variety.
He'd be worth the most. Would he charge it though? That's the question.
Or maybe he would charge increasing amounts as his skills evolved.
The more he read, the more he bonked, the more he charged.
I like the evolved thing, by the way. That didn't get enough nodding and I've got trouble with my plug, so I'm just gonna have a little fiddle with my plug here, and all being well, things will be okay.
Are you sitting comfortably?
So if I display, I'm going down here because
I'm really glad to Foxtrot Oscar because I think he's approaching finishing. He's looking at me with his eyes. The noise coming out of him is not Christian, so it's noise as well, babe.
Julian's
noise as well. Good job, Stu.
That's it. I'm plugged in.
You plugged in.
Okay.
What sort of plug? I had some really good ones as well.
We'll save for next time, babe.
Yeah.
So and
I will remove them from the wheel next time. I didn't realise how often.
It's strange, isn't it? How the same ones kept coming up.
Yeah, there was loads that didn't come up at all.
I'd take the wheel out of it and have cards, but then actually just take the card that you wanted and make out that it was random.
Well, I tell you what, then, for anybody who's watching, For anybody who's watching now wants to put this in the comments, or for anybody who's watching later on and would like to write something in the comments, consider who you feel out of all our Gits and heroes. 1, who is most likely to have masturbated on a plane. 2, who should be banned from creating offspring. And 3, who would be most likely to cock block a friend.
What does the last one mean? What does cock block mean?
Cat.
Okay, so a cock
Don't
block.
know what it is. Don't Google it. It's not for you.
No, I'm not going to. I've never heard of it before. But...
Right, you're in a bar and you see someone and she's a right sort, okay? But your mate or her mate, you're getting on with it. You're kind of at the bar. You bought her a drink. She's in like Flynn. But either your mate or her mate suddenly sidles up, probably a little bit pissed, and is like, "No, come on, we're leaving." Blah blah blah, and they block your cock.
There's also I have another definition as well, where you are a man and a lady, or possibly a man and a man, are in a situation of intimacy, and the chap, or obviously if there's one of the chaps, says or does something that makes the other person feel so uncomfortable that they kind of go, "You've just cock blocked yourself, love," and they leave.
That's true. The ultimate cock block is small children. They are the ultimate cock blocks.
Yeah.
They are.
I'm trying to think what the female. I'm desperately trying to think of something that rhymes with fanny, quim, cunt, twat, and I can't find it. At the moment, what it would be the other way. But...
I've got one, but I can't say
works,
it. I can't use the first word because it's the only word you can't use on here.
Is it the C word?
Yeah, but that word punt.
I just used it.
Can't on YouTube. You can't use that. So you can't use the C word. But C word punt.
Well, you have to blank it out because I just used it.
Did you?
We can't blank it out. We're live, babe.
Later, you'd have no deal.
We'll find out if we're demonetized.
So this is the second potential least usable one then, and if so, it wasn't even one of us.
Yeah,
we knew it.
Dragged him down to our level.
Did we though?
Welcome to the pits of hell, Julian.
I don't think it took much dragging down, did it? Let's be honest about this.
No.
Like, no offense, love, but it does.
At a certain point, as with many of our guests, birds of a feather start to flock together. So if you're here, there's a reason for that. And that's one reason why I stopped apologising to our guests, because you're here. You know what you're getting into. And if you don't, you're meant to be here.
And in the words of the Eagles, she can't take you where you don't already know how to go.
Boom. That's it. That's it.
Right.
I'm still trying to find a rhyme for it, but I can't find one for any of them.
It's probably still. We'll get a text later.
Shall we do
3 a.m.
things?
I suddenly wake up in the middle of the night and think, I've got a rhyme.
You have to put on socials
tomorrow morning, and it'll be like a barrage of messages.
Friends, if you've enjoyed this, please do please subscribe to the channel, please hit the bell icon beside the subscribe button and select all of the drop down that will appear. That way YouTube should allegedly tell you when we're next going live. If you enjoy what we're doing, you can also support us. You can fund our Winnebago fund at www.buymeacoffee.com/HAD podcast. That's also the place you go if you want to join our close friends. Close friends is on Instagram. That is the place where Catherine finds some depraved history meme or beaver related meme, and she puts it up there. So if you want to come and join the fun and see what our group chat looks like, basically, then that's the way to go. What else? We've got merch.
Yeah.
Various merches. We've got Rough Beavers. We've got Timmy merch. We've got No Feature for the Internet. We've got HAD merch. We've got Warboner merch. Check it out. Next week,
Philippa, what's happening next week?
Next week is our Christmas episode where we will be finding perfect presents for Gits from history, maybe heroes from history, basically people from history,
and maybe therefore also for your friends and family if some of them are modern. We have got a Substack, historyafterdark.substack.com. Join there. Things are going to be happening soon.
Yes.
Any more? Julie, where can they find you?
Oh, www something.
Search Julian Humphrys. He'll probably come up. He's great at promoting himself.
I think I've got a website.
Good.
www something.
Is it your name?
Or at something.
Is it your name, love?
On the social, something at something.
It's your name, isn't it?
It's your name, isn't it?
From historyafterdark.com or something. No, I don't know.
Search Julian Humphrys on social media. He might pop up. We're not sure.
Yeah, I'm on those things. Yeah, and sometimes I nail comments onto church doors, about things that I think. So that's a possibility.
What, like Martin Luther?
Yeah, that's why I was going with that. I thought I'd be a bit historical. Yeah. I've got to pull myself back from the rude word incident.
So now you're becoming a priest. I get it. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Good.
That won't improve your reputation.
On the socials. I'm on the socials.
On the socials.
That's if the provisional wing of the Richard III Society don't get me between now and.
Well, just show them your book collection, and that will endear you to them.
They will. They'll like that, won't they?
Yeah, they'll like that.
Did you see? Oh no, I'll talk to you about that in a second. I won't say that on here.
Right. On that note, I will count us out. Thank you so much, Julian, for joining us.
Lovely to see the babe as well. That's a real treat. It's lovely to, So I've seen you since then. So congrats.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, it's much better with him outside than inside. I'll show you that for free because that kid's massive. Thank you for joining us, Julian. Thank you also everybody who is watching live, and if you're watching the playback as well. Thank you for your time. We will see you next week, and if not, we will see you in the new year.
Lots of excitement.
Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, Happy New Year, etc., etc., etc. I'm going to count us out. So be good. And if you can't be good, be careful. If you can't be careful, don't get caught. We're leaving in 3, 2, 1.
Did you like how you featured in our intro, Julian?
I loved it. Not
the music is banging.
Yeah, I like that one. Gets me in the mood.
That's not what did you just say?
The music is banging.
That's not what I thought you said.
Just
straight away.
Turn it off, Catherine.
I've only just started.
She's got a migraine. She's on drugs. It could go anywhere.
We're not even a minute in, and already her smut cannon's gone off. That's a praise. That's a praise.
I was going to say, well, that's not really any better. Let's be honest. That's probably worse than what I thought you said. So, is it time? We'll introduce clearly. You don't know him in just a moment, but before this goes any more horrifically pear-shaped, and someone says something that we really, really won't, but should regret before we get into the main session, Kat, I think it's time.
It is. I'll do it. Hello, friends. Welcome to History After Dark. You've just had a little flavour of what to look forward to. We called it that for a variety of reasons. Principal among them is this is a space where we can let our freak flags fly, where we can indulge in our adoration of the 4-letter expletive, where we can do some filth, innuendo, innuendo, general smut and depravity. So with that in mind, if you are in an open plan office with a judgmental boss, do put a headphone in. Or if you're in a kitchen, a car or a spacecraft that's been stuck in space for 9 months when you should be home with a small child. This child we call Timmy. Why Timmy's in space? Don't send Timmy to the International Space Station because Timmy's a problem. Timmy is the sort of child that hears one depraved thing one time, locks it away in his mind palace, takes it into school with him or to the International Space Station, and then repeats the thing. He's there with Miss Honey. Miss Honey does not watch History After Dark because she's pure as a driven. So she doesn't know the first cardinal rule of History After Dark, which is if you don't know what it means, don't Google it. It's not for you. That's fine. Sometimes things aren't for people. But she doesn't know this, so she Googles it. And now she is in the corner, in the fetal position, rocking back and forth. And apparently she's now a non-verbal, which is not ideal for a primary school teacher. You're now up to school having to explain why Timmy knows this thing. And also you are on the hook for however many weeks of therapy it requires to get her upright and verbalizing again. So no one needs that. Put a headphone in. Alternatively, you can always watch us on the playback here on the YouTube. It's always worth watching us live, just in case we say something so unspeakably depraved, so just vile that we actually have to yeet that footage into the sun. It's happened once before. Which means one of 3 things. We have improved in our level of decorum, highly unlikely. we are due another one, very likely, particularly as Julian's here and he is a vulgar boatman. Third, and perhaps the most likely, we have now spent so much time together that we have so lowered our inhibitions that the bar is currently in the pits of hell. That is the most likely thing. It's very clear what we're doing here, friends. If at any point someone comes into the comments, either here or on our personal social medias, and says something along the lines of, "Oh, I very much enjoy the history, but I do wish you wouldn't swear so much. It's not very ladylike." First of all, fuck off. Second of all, we know what you're doing. You want us to pin that comment so that other people come into the comments and humiliate you publicly because that's your kink. Now, I won't kink shame you. They might, but I won't. What I am going to shame you for is kink without consent because look, babe, I know a lovely lady. Her name's Jocasta. She's got a wonderful Brighton basement. The walls are wiped clean. She's wiped clean. The ceiling's wiped clean. The floor is also wiped clean. It's got some bolts in that floor that can chain you up. There are electrodes, cattle prods. There's an arse gnome. She will do unspeakable things to you, and there will be a safe word that she may or may not adhere to. But you will pay for the privilege because kink without consent is not okay. This will never be a drinking game. I hope you're all adults. Dear God, after that, I hope you're all adults. Lucas, the love of Christ, go to bed. So you can choose to drink along with us, but we will never condone that. This will never be medical, nor will it be legal advice. Please do not sue. This is History After Dark, and Julian's here.
Yay! Julian came back.
He's a glutton of punishment.
He did. And Becky said, "Timmy, poor Timmy, so maligned."
Timmy's a prick.
Timmy did it to himself.
He's done it to himself. Julian, how are you? It's been a while.
I'm all right. I've been busy. What have I been doing? I've been in France. I've been to see our allies in France.
Bonjour, allies.
Bonjour to all of them. And so I've been to Le Mont Saint-Michel and Le Bayeux Tapestry and Caen.
Do you speak any French,
Mais oui,
Julian?
bien sûr, ma chatte.
Oh,
Comment ça va?
beautiful, beautiful.
I think I've just ordered a cup of
Ça va
coffee.
bien, merci beaucoup.
Yeah, and all that. Yeah. So I've been over there. I've been reading Heart of Darkness for about 128th time.
Oh.
Kurtz always reminds me of somebody in the news. Well, I don't know who it is, but I love to read it. Of course, then I ended up watching Apocalypse Now, which the director's cut, of course. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. It smells like victory.
So you've had a happy time of it then.
And then I took for relaxation. I've been reading Hall's Chronicle. The original weighty tome. Hall's Chronicle. Have you got a Hall's Chronicle?
I don't think I have, no.
Well, my Hall's Chronicle is open access and online, but I do love the book version.
Well, we've discussed this, haven't we? I think I like because you can. Oh God, I can smell the history. Oh God,
darling, that's not the history.
Stop sniffing Hall's crevice. Get your nose out of Hall's crevice.
The wedding of Arthur and Catherine of Aragon, I can smell here at the moment. Oh, yeah. So I've been reading that. Yeah, but mainly Joseph Conrad, who this is a great book. Controversial. What they call it now, problematic. But I love it.
Oh, we like a problematic text.
I love the way the language continues. When you say thank you to Shane.
Thank you, Shano.
Very kind of you.
Shano, good old Shano. Isn't that somebody in the wrestling?
I don't know. You're a wrestler.
One of the WCW people that own the wrestling is Shano, isn't
it?
it?
Oh.
Yeah. Mr. McMahon's son-in-law, I think.
Oh, wow.
You are a wealth of information. Lucas has started watching the wrestling. It looks very painful. And I know most obviously it's staged, but it still looks very painful. They must sustain some quite serious injuries.
They have. It's all, and also all those steroids they have to take. It can't help. But it's always the wrestling, isn't it? It's not wrestling. It's the wrestling.
The wrestling.
Yeah. I think it's probably a lot safer now than it was. Like I think in the kind of 70s and 80s, there was a lot of steroids and also a lot of brain injuries, which led to some very, very unfortunate circumstances.
It hasn't ended well for a lot of my heroes.
No. Talking about things not ending well for potential heroes, you're here to talk about military cock-ups. And as an extra special treat, Julian told us that he has, in fact, not just one cock-up, he has a litany, a veritable Bible of cock-ups that are going to be coming straight in our faces.
I have, yes. But my cock-ups in your faces, and they're going to be quite shocking. Two of them actually relate to me as well. One is a specifically military cock-up, and one is military history cock-up. I've got two that I can share with you.
I don't know why I find it funny that you're involved in military
going to be enough for this.
I'm excited. I'm excited to hear about your. Well, you wanted to start with a War of the Roses cock-up, though, didn't you?
Yeah, did you know, by the way, that there's a Wars of the Roses online festival this summer?
Who's running that?
I don't know. What time? Does anybody know about that?
Oh, who might know about it? I think Philippa might know something.
I've heard something about it, but I'm not
seamless.
Sure.
Like a waxed steel. There, seamless.
Segue beautifully.
Okay, so see on that. So we can talk about that later, can't we? But
yes.
So do you want to? I'll have a Wars of the Roses cock up to start with.
Good.
And that's, you've got to know your enemy and know your friend. This is very important, because what you don't want is what we would now call a friendly fire incident. I don't think any fire is friendly, really, whoever it's coming from, but that's what they call it. Or sometimes they call it a blue on blue, because on a military map, the goodies, your side are in blue and the enemy are in red. And that goes, that's so blue good, red bad. Remember that. Okay. And anyway, I digress. In the Wars of the Roses, you think about the coats of arms that people had in those days. And initially they were pretty simple, weren't they? You know, I don't know who you're going to be, but you might be somebody with a sort of red chevron on a yellow background, or a white lion or something. But then when you marry somebody, you quarter your arms with them. And so the arms get more complicated. And then if you're the eldest son, you get a mark of cadency, which is a kind of line on the top. So it's getting more and more complicated. Well, this is a pain in the ass, isn't it? If you've got to pay to equip your troops with all of this, or if you've got to pay somebody to engrave or carve it onto your castle, or somebody's going to embroider it onto a codpiece or whatever it's going to be. So the families had livery badges. So, for example, the Beauforts had a portcullis, one of those gates that came. That was their badge. The Earls of Warwick had a ragged staff, a bare and ragged staff. The Percys had a crescent. The Earls of Oxford had a star, and the House of York, and in particularly Richard of York, but also Edward IV, they had a son in splendour. And you get the Richard III. He had a boar. Everybody thinks of the boar being Richard III, but actually he kind of nicked it, because it was the Courtenay family's white boar badge originally. It's not like Richard to go nicking things that weren't his to take, was it really? But there we are. On this occasion, he did. So lots of these livery badges. So we go to the Battle of Barnet, 1471. Warwick the Kingmaker fallen out with Edward IV on one side. On the other side, you've got Edward IV, and Warwick has basically turned to be a Lancastrian because he feels that he can put Henry VI back on the throne. Henry VI doesn't really do anything, so he's a kind of puppet, isn't he? That's my
the official sign language for Henry VI.
So they're all wearing their livery badges. So the Yorkists have got their sun badge, and the Lancastrians, well, some of them at least, have got the Earl of Oxford star. And lo and behold, Battle of Barnet, 14th of April, 1471, is foggy. Very, very foggy. Extremely foggy. It's a real, cool blimey, it's a real pea super. Stick man like to say. Yeah, right old pea super. So nobody can see anybody, in a complete confusion of the battle. And the Lancastrians start off quite well. And the Earl of Oxford, with these chaps with their star badges, they sweep the opposition away in front of them and head off down to the shops of Barnet to do a bit of looting and pillaging. Then they think, some of them think we'd better go back to the battle and join in. And when they come back, according to one of the chroniclers, Hollinshead, I think it is, he says that because they've got this star badge, it looks suspiciously like the sun badge of Edward IV. And so the other Lancastrians think, oh God, it's Edward IV and his guys. And they start shooting at the Lancastrians who have got the star badge. And they end up fighting amongst themselves. And the Yorkists are triumphant, which is quite a good thing, really, because I quite support them, but that's neither here nor there. So there's what we would call a blue on blue, where the two sides mistook each other. Ironically, in Godalming, the comedy town of the southeast where I live in England, we got two pubs. We've got a Sun and the Star, and people are always getting them mixed up. So you go to the Star to meet. Where are they? Where are they've gone to the Sun, and vice versa. So that's my number one.
Still happening now.
It is. So Laurie says, I love this story. Can Julian reenact it with his model soldiers? I have, in fact, seen that very reenactment.
Well, I could. I may have some down here, but most of the ones that are down here are my American Revolution soldiers.
Oh,
We'll keep them on the shelf until a bit later on in the year. We'll bring them out. But I could. So there was. So that was my first cock up, and it's about. Really, you kind of got to know the opposition, haven't you, from each other? And
it's a spectacular one, though.
Yeah, it is, and it had major impact, but it was always happening, and it happened a lot in the English Civil War or British Civil Wars, because everybody thinks, don't they, that on one side you've got a load of foppish cavaliers, with sort of nice hats and feathers and sleeves, foppish cavaliers, and on the other side you've got kind of grim roundheads with helmets and stuff like that.
As one has.
As you do, always good to have a helmet in the dining room. I like to fiddle around with my helmet if I get a bit bored. Really. Anyway, this is not true at all. This isn't true at all. Both sides looked identical. Because if you think about it, if you're going to go into battle and you've got a choice between a helmet or a hat with a feather in it, you're going to go for the helmet, aren't you? So both sides in the Civil War looked identical, and they're constantly confusing each other. What on earth is the matter, Kat?
You can't keep saying the word helmet. It's going to kill me. I'm going to die a death.
We've only been going for 50 minutes. So anyway, so the same thing happened in the war. They used to wear field signs to tell each other apart. So one side might wear something in their hat, or wear a bit of white around. But I think that we've talked enough about the Civil War and the problem of getting mistaken for each other, don't you?
I love that story.
Well, how long did they so this is like centuries this lasted for, and still they didn't find a good solution.
Well, it still happens, it happened in the Gulf War, for example.
Yeah.
And let's face it, if you're flying in a plane very high up and there's a lot of sand and there's a tank down below and it's not where you expect it to be, you can see how it might happen. And from a distance, people do look alike, don't they? And by the time of the Napoleonic Wars, you're starting to get colours connected with different armies. So the Brits, on the whole, wore scarlet or red on the whole. The Frenchies wore initially white, then they went blue, then they went white, then they went blue, which goes to show that that thing about the British colours being red so that you didn't see the blood. There's a lot of cobblers, isn't it? Because if the French are prepared to wear white, they can't be too worried, can they, about the blood?
So impractical.
The reason why we
how are you going to get that out?
What's that?
Their mothers would have been just, you've come back again. I've got to get the grass stains out. They'd have been so annoyed.
Yeah. Well, the French had women that called cantinières who accompanied the units in uniform, and they provided the comforts that the soldiers needed.
I'm sure they did.
I bet they did too. But so red, we wore.
They
red.
polished their helmets and things like that.
Of course they did. Of course they did. And they held somebody's ramrod while they were doing things as well from time to time.
You've got to have someone to hold your ramrod, don't you?
You have. Yeah. So there we
did
are.
Did you see what Lorcan put?
I did, and I nearly died again. I thought you had. I thought you had.
I can't see the comment.
Philippa, that was your fault.
What
No.
did I say?
Lorcan said, I've often
I'm
thought it was
talking
me.
about
I'd end up
helmets
whacking off
too.
some dude on the same team. He also said, gotta love a good helmet, LOL.
Ray. And then
I'm so-
the Prussians wore blue and so on and so on. So it was very difficult to, you could kind of tell each other apart. But
No one went for mustard yellow then.
mustard yellow, there were
Quite
some
boring,
mustard
isn't it?
yellow
They've all gone
units,
for-
actually.
Surely, once you're like covered in blood and piss and shit and mud,
Mud, yeah.
you're all the same fucking colour anyway.
What you want to look out for is a nice flag, don't you? That people are gathered around. And that's really what you want to look at. So the colours were very important. But there was always lots of confusion. At Waterloo, the British and the Prussians fired at each other from time to time because they didn't really know who they were. And then one lot of we had these chaps called light dragoons who were like scouts on horses. So that sort of thing, and they weren't sort of heavy cavalry, but they went riding around skirmishing and scouting, etc. They had a really good uniform actually, with a helmet which was called a Tarleton helmet, after that guy from the American War of Independence called Tarleton, who to the Americans is a bit of a villain. To me, he's a bloody hero, really, but that's another thing. And he had a great uniform, and then the Prince Regent, who was always interfering in these things, he decided that he would design a uniform. And the uniform he designed was the French uniform. So these guys turned up in one of the regiments in this new uniform to the camp. And you can imagine everybody looking at them. And apparently one British officer looked at them and said, "Who's that damn Frenchman?" But it wasn't. So that was a bit daft. But enough about such. There we are. So blue on blue is always happening in battles. I mean, really, I'm going to mention cockups here, but really, there's always cockups going on. It's the nature of the beast, isn't it? And it's really who deals with those cockups the best way, I would argue. There we are. So that's
Who deals with the mess.
That's the Wars of the Roses, which is going to be in this interesting online conference at the weekend.
Yes, let's do a proper plug because I did miss the queue. I'm so sorry. So yes, this weekend, Wars of the Roses Festival. Julian is speaking at it. Me and Catherine are facilitating it, and you can still get your tickets for it until actually we've got a live Q&A with all the speakers at 6 p.m. UK time on Sunday, and you can buy tickets for the event right up until an hour before that event. All the talks are available until the end of May, so if you can't make this weekend, don't worry, you can catch up, and also you can see recordings of the live events even if you can't make them. So you can go to warsoftheroses.eventbrite.co.uk for your tickets, and one ticket gets you the whole weekend. So there you go. Thank you for
Huzzah, huzzah.
I'm very because Wars of the Roses I know is my favourite, but very excited for this one. It is our most successful one so far as well, isn't it?
Yeah, ticket sales have gone really well. So yeah, thank you for those of you who've already got them.
Isn't it the case that every festival you've run, Philippa, the ticket sales have gone up for every single one?
They have, yeah. We have a lot of people coming back.
Expansion.
Yes. So thank you very much if you've already got your ticket, and if you haven't got it and you think you might be interested in coming along, then I think we can safely say you'll enjoy yourself. So do so.
Good times around. So Julian, have you got another cock-up for us?
I have.
Where are we going now? Where are you taking us?
I think we're going to go. I think it's kind of topical. Let's go to the Crimea.
Oh, Florrie, little Florrie Nightingale.
It's a beautiful war. It's a wonderful war. Nobody knows more about that war than I do. And here we go. Okay, so what is the Crimean War? Okay, so 1853 to 1856. And it's basically an allied force of French and British and Turks and a few Sardinians against the Russians. Okay. And it was really fought to stop Russian expansionism. That was what it was about. And the Russians at the time were sort of trying to get into Central Europe. They were what we would now call, I suppose, I don't know, the Turkish Danube, so Romania, that sort of area. And they're sort of pushing on that and invading in that. And the Turks came to ask for help. And despite the fact that the Grand Vizier wasn't wearing a suit, the British agreed to help. Nor did that, and they said, we're going to help here. So they got this army together, but everyone was quite bellicose. So the French were keen for it, we were keen for it, and they got this army together and they sent it off to the Black Sea, to Varna, and it was there, and it was going to go up into into Central Europe and give the Ruskies a good thrashing. But as things turned out, the Turks managed to do it anyway, and the Russians were sort of defeated. And they were also defeated navally in the Baltic. So actually, there was no real reason for the war to carry on. But the British and the French thought, well, actually, the Russians are a bit of a threat. And the last thing we want is for them operating out of the Crimea, out of Sebastopol, and causing trouble in the Black Sea. So really, I think because they all got all up for a war and then the war wasn't there, they thought, well, we'll carry on anyway and we'll go to the Crimea. So the idea was that the British and the French would go to the Crimea with the Sardinians and helped by the Turks, and they will capture Sebastopol, which was the big Russian port at the time. So off we went in 1854, in the autumn of 1854, and we landed at Kalamata Bay.
Oh dear, that's ominous.
Well, I think when where are we landing, sir? Well, Kalamata Bay. Oh, well, that'll be all right then, won't it? So we duly landed at Kalamata Bay, everybody sort of came ashore. So there was about 30,000 French, about 25,000 Brits, about 5,000 Turks. It was quite a big army, in that way. But the Brits hadn't done any fighting except for killing natives who were armed with fruit for years, really. So there was they weren't that well trained. But the Russians had a huge army, and they encamped at a place called the Alma, and the British and the French stormed the Alma, which was a river with big heights behind it. And they managed to drive back the Russians. The British commander, incidentally, was a chap called Lord Raglan. Now, Lord Raglan had fought at the Battle of Waterloo 40 years earlier as one of Wellington's aides-de-camp. So he's knocking on...
How was he?
Well, he's old. He's old.
He's old. Jesus.
And it's worse than that. Because at the Battle of Waterloo, he lost an arm. Well, he didn't lose it; it was taken away from him by a sharp saw. Because he was one of Wellington's aides-de-camp, and during the battle, he was struck in the arm, and it was sort of mangled, etc. And so he was taken off to a farmhouse where the surgeon cut off the arm, and they were carrying Lord Raglan's arm away, and he summoned it back. He said, "All right, bring back that arm." And they said, "Why?" He said, "Got a very valuable ring on that finger there," and he. Anyway, so there's Raglan. So as a young man, he was quite dashing, but he's a bit past it now. And also, he'd spent his whole military career fighting the French. So but now the enemy are the Russians, but he couldn't stop calling them the French. So it's a bit of a. But the British have won the battle of, and the French have won the battle of the Alma, and they besiege Sebastopol. And the Russians under Menshikov, he wants to have another go. Two reasons. He wants to capture the Allied port where all their supplies are coming through, which is a place called Balaclava. But secondly, in the confusion of the battle and the Russian retreat, the British have nicked his boots.
How rude.
Boots. I think his carriage was left behind. They got his boots. So he's really up for a fight. So in October 1854, you get the Battle of Balaclava, where the Russians are trying to capture the Allied port where all their supplies are coming through for the siege of Sebastopol. And we think of it as a total cock-up. It's the cock-up in British history because of the charge of the Light Brigade. We love it. We love a good cock-up, don't we, Kat?
You love it.
Well,
that's why we're here.
But
We're
the
here
thing
for
was,
the
it's a bit misleading because the first thing that happened, there was one British infantry regiment, the 93rd Highlanders, and they were the original Thin Red Line. And they're kind of guarding the approach to Sebastopol. All these French, I'm doing it now, all these Russian cavalry approach, and they drive them off with their musketry. And Russell of the Times wrote back and he described them as a thin red streak tipped with a line of steel, which is their bayonets. And that has got turned into the Thin Red Line. So round one to the Brits. Round two, huge force of Russian cavalry turn up. Not Cossacks, people with beards, people with lances, people with all kinds of unpleasant stuff, and huge numbers of them. And opposite them is the British Heavy Brigade. These are heavy cavalry, people like the Scots Greys and the Dragoons. It's not many of them. And the Heavy Brigade charge the Russian cavalry and they rout them. And this was the charge of the Heavy Brigade. But because we won that, we forget about that. It's something we've never heard of. Tennyson wrote a poem about it, but nobody wanted to buy it. It just wasn't something very interesting. So far,
that's quite British. That's quite British. Let's focus on the things that went wrong.
So the Russians think, well, stuff this, and they're going to withdraw. But they've overrun a few redoubts that have got some guns in them, some cannon. And they think, well, we'll carry those away anyway. And the British commander, old Raglan, he had a special telescope which had like a butt to it, so you could hold it like that. It's in the National Army Museum in London. And up on this high ground, he could see the Russians taking some of the Allied guns away. He thought, we can't have that. So he blurted out this order to his chief of staff, a man called Aubrey. He said, I want the cavalry to advance rapidly to the front, follow the enemy and prevent the enemy from carrying away the guns. And he gave it to a chap called Nolan, who was his staff officer. He rode down to where the British cavalry were. They're down there. And in charge of them is Lord Lucan. More of him in a minute. Okay. So this order is given to Lord Lucan. It says, follow the enemy, stop them carrying away the guns. But down on the valley below, the British cavalry couldn't see the guns that were being referred to. All they could see were a load of Russian guns at the end of the valley. They're not the guns that Raglan intended at all. And so when he queried the order, he said, well, what guns? What guns? Nolan, who was a very arrogant young man, really, he kind of was a bit dismissive. He said, there, look, my lord is your enemy. There, my lord, is your guns. So classic sort of obey the order. Lucan tells Cardigan, who commands the Light Brigade, go and charge the Russian guns at the end of the valley. And the result was the charge of the Light Brigade. A disaster. No, now, it's not quite the disaster that it's sometimes made out to be, but it probably was if you were in it, because we know how many people went in the charge of the Light Brigade. It was 673 men took part in the charge. And of those, 247 were killed and wounded. So it's a heavy loss, but they're not destroyed. But they get to the end of the valley, and having got there, there's some Russians everywhere, and they've got there, they've suffered these casualties, they sabre a few gunners, but suddenly there's Russians appearing. But our friends, the French, Les Chasseurs d'Afrique, they were called, mounted a charge of their own, drove off the Russians and rescued our boys. So once again, the French stepped in to save our bacon, as they do so often in history, don't they? Well, there we are. And it's very famously that the French commander, he looked at what was going on. He said, c'est magnifique, mais ce n'est pas la guerre. It's magnificent, but it's not war. But the thing is that the Russians had failed in what they were trying to do. So the British and the French had kind of won, really. But all we remember is this disastrous charge. And the siege goes on for another sort of 18 months, the siege of Sebastopol. And that's when the real cock-up comes in, because nobody's really prepared for a winter siege. So the British troops, for example, don't have the proper kit. They haven't worked out how to feed them, how to supply them. There's no medical setup or anything like that. And people die in thousands. So they started the war with 30,000 men. After the first winter, they've lost 15,000, of which nearly all of them are through sickness and disease and poor supplies. So it puts the 247 of the Light Brigade in some kind of perspective, really. Well, we do get our act together, of course, because you've got people like Mary Seacole, who goes out to the Crimea and looks after troops there. You've got people like, of course, Florence Nightingale. Interestingly, Florence Nightingale didn't go to the Crimea. We always think of her in the Crimea. She was across the Black Sea at the main hospital at Scutari, but she kind of made a sort of start on things. And by 1856, they're ready to launch an attack on Sebastopol, which they do. And the British are driven back twice, but the French get in. So once again, the French do quite well there. Sebastopol is captured. the Russians come to a peace treaty, and basically the Black Sea is made neutral. So absolute shambles of a campaign. But the British and the French do actually win. But it's just one cock up after another. But it's much more the logistical side of it. You know, people dying of sickness and disease that was the thing. But really, I think all wars were like that. There was no, you know, the Civil War, people are dying in great numbers. Napoleonic Wars. The difference was that there was a reporter with them who was Russell of the Times. Because if you go to, you know, the Napoleonic Wars, who wrote the reports of what was going on? The Duke of Wellington did. You can imagine what he's going to write, you know. But by the age of 50, you've got this this reporter from the Times, and he really lays bare the failings of the army and the army supply, etc. And because of that, you gradually get reforms in the rest of the century. So we talk about the charge of the Light Brigade as a cock-up, which it was, but there was a much bigger, darker one that had a much worse impact. Do you want to hear about my first of my personal cock-ups, which is
before we can I ask you a question? Can I put you on the spot and ask you a question? Because in a lot of what you said, you've talked about the kind of almost ubiquity of cock-ups in war, and I think that, having never been in war, but having basic empathy, I can understand that in the heat of battle, in the chaos of gunfire and whatever else, shit fucks up. Because people are, it's, you know, 23 hours of sitting around with your finger up your bum and 1 hour of pure unadulterated terror for your life. In your knowledge and experience, what has there ever been a perfect war, a perfect military campaign, or something that approximates it? Or are they all a bit shit?
But they're all, anything that involves somebody dying is shit, isn't it? You know, it's the extent of the shittiness, isn't it? I mean, in the Second World War, you know, you look at D-Day, etc. That was, you know, in many ways a very successful, 6th of June was a very successful landing, but not without, you know, heavy losses. But they were seen as acceptable losses, is how I would put it. You know, the Americans, for example, suffered very heavy losses on Omaha Beach. But, you know, you've seen that in Saving Private Ryan. But they pushed on, you know, and ultimately it was a victory. Sometimes when the British are fighting indigenous people, they can have quite easy victories, but not always. You know, the Zulus, for example, are very tough nut to crack. So with the Gurkhas, which is why we signed them on, really. You know, they put up such a good show against
they're impressed.
You know, and in that way. So I'll tell you when it worked, what you really want, and it's a concept that only gradually develops, is what I would call mission command. And that's the idea that everybody knows what the objective is, down to the lowest level. So if you're in a situation where the plan goes wrong, but you know what the objective is, you can make a decision on the spot and actually adapt. So a good example is Gallipoli. So Gallipoli was this landing in the First World War where the British and the Anzacs, Australian and New Zealanders, landed to try and sort of defeat the Turks. And they had a very clear plan on what they were going to do. But a real opportunity came for them to kind of pour in land. But that wasn't in the plan. So they didn't. And as a result, they got bogged down and then the whole thing failed. So Nelson was great at this. He made sure that his captains knew what the objective was. And then when they go off in their ship, they can make a decision based upon what that objective was. So he was a great believer in with his band of brothers, the original band of brothers. Well, I suppose the original one is Shakespeare, isn't it? Henry V. But Nelson's band of brothers, they kind of knew what the objectives were, and that enabled them to make decisions on the spot. But, you know, I virtually everybody, you know, things don't go to plan. I think it was Wellington that said, no plan survives contact with the enemy. And said something about French campaigns being, he said, they're like very intricate harnesses with lots of buckles and knots, etc. He said, and when it breaks, he said, you know, the whole thing went crashing down. He said, our plans were simple. And if it broke, I just tied a knot in it and on we went. So I think you've got to just deal with the cock-ups. I think that might be what to say about that.
Yeah. I think, was it Mike Tyson that said, everyone's got a plan till they get punched in the face?
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, I think it's a very good thing. I'll come back to Tyson later if you ask me about the First World War. Do you want to hear about my cock-up then?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Okay. So the charge of the Light Brigade was a bit of a calamity, and the press got hold of it, and everybody blamed everybody else. They all blamed each other about it, you know. So the Raglan blamed Lucan, Lucan blamed Nolan, Nolan couldn't blame anybody because he was dead. Cardigan blamed people, but the person that got most of the blame was Lord Lucan, and Lord Lucan had the order which he was given. And whenever anybody said to him, "What did you do that charge?" He said, "Look, here's the order. Look what it says. What would you have done?" And he kept it with him. Okay. Now, Lucan, I expect some people have heard of Lucky Lucan. Lucky Lucan was a kind of murderous British aristocrat that I think he killed his nanny and then he disappeared, didn't he? And
he tried to kill his wife.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Now he
and Shergar gone.
Yeah, exactly. Well, anyway, Lucan, being a descendant of the Lucan of the Charge of the Light Brigade, he had that order. And he lent it to the National Army Museum when I was working there. This is 30 years ago. So we had the order which launched the Charge of the Light Brigade. And whenever that we needed a bit of publicity, we'd remind the media about this, and they loved it, you know. And on one occasion, somebody from the Daily Telegraph came along with a photographer, and they wanted to do a thing about Lucan and the order. And in those days, I dealt with the media. So we were sitting in a sort of area, and we had the order out, and the fire alarm went off. Okay, now our standing orders were: if the fire alarms go off, you do nothing. You leave everything. You get out. You leave everything. But I had a file with an envelope, and in the envelope was the order which launched the Charge of the Light Brigade. I thought, well, I can't leave that on the table here if the place is going to burn down. So got it out, went off into Royal Hospital Road, where the National Army Museum is, and opposite there's a cricket ground there, and that's where we had to assemble. So rushed over the road, and I was just going through to do the roll call. And somebody said, "Julian, have you dropped something?"
Oh my God!
When I looked, the envelope containing the order which launched the Charge of the Light Brigade was blowing up Royal Hospital Road. And I got it back. Of course I did. But there we are. But that was my greatest, as a museum curator, I think that was the nearest I came to being sacked.
I feel unwell. I feel unwell.
It's so rare. It's very rare to get one of us to be completely quiet, but all three of us were just like frozen.
All I can say is,
imagine
it's a really good thing that we didn't do this while I was still pregnant, because that would have almost certainly triggered labour.
Yeah, can you imagine? You know, it was a pretty poor thing altogether. And you're very lucky that I've told that story, because I don't tell it that often. But the Duke of Wellington once said he didn't mind people making mistakes if they did it with the right intentions. Because I did it with the intention of saving the order which Charles the Light Brigade. So there we are. Shall we move on from that?
You want to quickly move on?
The actual horror. Oh my God!
As Scots would say, the horror.
The horror.
Right.
Wow.
Okay.
Let's talk about somebody else's fuck up. Who's your next? Who else has done a fuck up for you?
I think we need to talk about a bit of insect life now. And
I want to hear this story. I want to hear this one.
Okay, so this does not reflect well on the British Army, but that's not a bad thing. You know, we don't want to be too cocky, do we? So, in the First World War, obviously you've got the main Western Front, haven't you? You've got the Eastern Front, and you've got the neighbour things. But there are things being fought in the colonies, and you probably know that the Germans were a bit slow off the mark in the scramble for Africa, but they had some colonies in East Africa, where what we would now call, I suppose, Tanzania, that sort of area. And the number one port was a place called Tanga, Tanga. Isn't that some kind of brief? Like a G-string.
Possibly.
I think it is.
I would know, because my knickers are robust, Julian. I'm going
to Google this now.
Yours are Sebastopols, are they?
Mine are Mine are tits to kneecaps, babe. That's what's happening there. That's what's going on. And
Anyway,
as I've had 2 kids, and my tits are by my kneecaps, so it's same.
Anyway, so the Germans,
Anyway,
under this guy called Paul von Lettow-Vorbeck, he was a brilliant soldier, and he had a few Germans and a few Turks, but they were mainly what they called askaris, which were local soldiers. And all in all, he had about 1,000 people to defend East Africa. 1,000. Brits had loads because they signed up. They got the Indian Army to show up. So in November 1914, the British decided they would capture Tanga, and it was a force under Arthur Aitken. I like his name, Arthur Aitken. It sounds like Arthur Askew, doesn't it? Arthur Aitken. And Arthur Aitken had about, probably 10,000, 9,000 to 10,000 troops, actually. Most of them were from the Indian Army. So they were British regulars and Indian regulars. Now, the Indian Army was a pretty good force, actually. It was very effective. It was the biggest volunteer army in history, ultimately, the Indian Army at that time. So he sort of sails over to Tanga. And there are about 250 Germans in Tanga and African soldiers in Tanga on the German side. So they begin to advance, and the Germans open fire, and the British go to ground and the Indians go to ground. But they see that on one side there are a load of sort of coconut and palm oil groves, plantations. I think we crawl through there. We'll be able to get around and capture surprise the defenders of Tanga. It will be a very brief encounter, in fact. But anyway, they're kind of see what I did there. See what I did there. I don't just anyway.
Did you plan that?
That's exceptional. What they don't realise is that in these groves are great swarms of killer bees.
Oh my God.
And old 8 kids, you imagine with this, you can see his troops going forward, and suddenly he sees them get up and they're all running away by this black cloud. And it's these bees. So they kind of sting the British there, and they kind of retreat. And in the kind of confusion, the Germans mount a counterattack, and a lot of the British and the Indians just run away. It's in a book, William Boyd, An Ice Cream War. Do you know Boyd, An Ice Cream? It's quite an interesting account of it. And it kind of lays bare any kind of pretense of military competence on the part of anybody out there, really. And when the bees have finished stinging the Brits and Indians, they turn on the Africans and the Germans as well, and give them a good stinging as well. And then it all sort of comes down. But all is going well for the Germans. The British and Indians have been driven back. They still hold Tanga, so and a load of reinforcements arrive for the Germans, about 750. So they've now got about 1,000. And von Lettow sort of decides to give out an order, something along the lines of stand down but be ready for attack. So he gets his bugler and or whatever he did, but none of the troops had learnt the bugle calls, and they thought it meant retreat. So all of the German troops and their African allies retreat about a few miles outside of Tanga. So the town is empty. But the Brits don't know this, so the Brits are sort of waiting around. And in the morning, the German command realise what's happening. They get their troops back into Tanga. End of the British attack in East Africa. And in fact, that guy von Lettow-Vorbeck, he remains undefeated throughout the First World War. He leads us a right old merry dance, us, the Brits and our allies, a merry dance. But that's the Battle of the Bees.
Bees won.
Yeah, 1-0 to the bees. We'll come on to the emus later.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Oh, beasties. Beasties.
Well,
Julian,
how many more?
How much time
have we got? Pardon?
What was the one about the barmaid that you told me when I was...
Oh, the barmaid. Yeah,
Yeah.
this was Brenda, the buxom blonde Banbury barmaid.
I love it. A lot of
Bloody
alliteration.
hell, all right.
Beautiful.
Crack on then.
It's just a brief. Essentially, this was at the time of the Wars of the Roses, and the Yorkist force, who were loyal to Edward IV. 2 commanders, and they decide they're going to meet at Banbury, and they'll go in Banbury. One's Pembroke and one is Devon. They're the two guys, as far as I remember it right. But they have a falling out. And according to, I think it's good old Hall's Chronicle, it never fails, this book, to produce something salacious. Oh, yes.
Sniff that page.
Yeah, before the Battle of Edgecote. And in the he claims that both Herbert and who's Pembroke and Devon, they both fancy this barmaid, and they fall out over the barmaid, with the result that one of the commanders clears off with his troops because he couldn't get the barmaid. I suspect what it actually was there wasn't room in Banbury for everybody, and they had to move out. But that was and so and she's gone down in history as Brenda, the buxom blonde Banbury barmaid.
Love it.
That was it.
So
it's petty rivalries between people on the same side. That's about, isn't it? Really, here we are.
Wow, wait.
Let's just quickly give Madeline, thank you very much for our
Thank you very much.
Very kind.
So I've got we've got the emus, but we can maybe leave the emus a little bit later. So what we could talk about is we could do a serious one a little bit, which is were the
Serious
British
faces, everybody.
were the
Yes.
British generals in the First World War butchers and bunglers? I like these at the moment, butchers and bunglers. Were they? We could look at at why the French lost the Battle of Waterloo, if you'd like.
Yeah.
Yes, that sounds good.
Or we could hear my other military blunder, my own one.
I'm up for all of them, so you choose.
And then there's time for
I think we should make that the denouement.
Conference, isn't there? So what do you want?
I think we should make yours the denouement. I think we will go with Waterloo first, then the emus, then Julian.
And then Wars of the Roses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we could do, and also A Bridge Too Far. Do you know that film, The Bridge Too Far?
Yeah.
Right.
That's a classic cockup, So any of those. What I've lost track now. What are we talking about?
Let's start with Waterloo.
Waterloo. Okay. So why did the French lose Waterloo? Well, for the French to have won Waterloo or the Waterloo campaign, everything had to go right for them because they were outnumbered quite substantially. Maybe something in the region of 200,000 men, Allied, British, Hanoverian, Brunswick, Dutch, Belgian, Prussians, against 120,000 French. So how do you win a battle when you've got, you're heavily outnumbered? Well, because you're better fighters, I suppose, but there was no great difference between the two armies. So what Napoleon was very good at was called the strategy of the central position. This is serious military history I'm coming out with now. I'll put my serious face on.
We've just talked about positions, but okay, go ahead.
Right. The idea is that if there's two armies that outnumber you, you get in between them and you hold off one and defeat the other. That's how it works. So you get in between them. Of course, if you don't defeat them, you're stuck between them and then it all goes badly wrong. And that's what Napoleon tried to do in the Waterloo campaign. So there was a British army sort of assembling south of Brussels and a Prussian army which was assembling. And what Napoleon did was he caught them by surprise and he managed to insert himself between the Prussians. He managed to insert himself between the Prussians and the Brits. He held off the Brits, and his idea was he was going to destroy the Prussian army. And then having destroyed it, he'd then turn on the Brits. But what you need to work in military, you've got to have good staff officers, and they're the people that make the commander's intentions a reality. So Napoleon will say something like, I think it would be quite a good idea to insert myself between the flanks of the British and the Prussians. And of course, if he'd said that, the soldiers, who were a bunch of kids, would have all giggled, wouldn't they, and laughed and lost it.
No idea why.
So you need a staff officer who's going to make that into an order. And his best chief of staff is a man called Berthier. But Berthier had fallen off a balcony and died.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, he was nice. He was a nice man, Berthier. So he had to find somebody else. And the
Pretty
person
useless
he
now,
chose
though.
was a soldier called
Why is there a balcony in the battlefield? What was he doing?
So sorry, a man died.
Right. Now Marshal Salt had never been a staff officer in his life, but he was given the chief of staff. So he cocked it all up, basically. And at the battle, 2 days before Waterloo, so the British are being held off. The Prussians are getting a good thrashing. And the idea is they totally destroy the Prussians, and then they would go over to the to destroy the English. And to do that, they had a whole corps. Now, a corps is about 16,000 men under a chap called Drouot, and he was quite an experienced soldier. And he'd been at fighting the British. And the idea was he'd go over from that, help destroy the Prussians, job done. But the orders were so confused that he got halfway over to fight the British when somebody raced up to him and said, "Oh, you've got to help us." So he turned around and went back to fight the British. And then the other staff officer turned up and said, "Oh, you've got to help over here." So he spent the whole day marching to and fro and never struck a blow in anger. Now, if those 16,000 men had been able to be committed into the battle, one way or the other, I think that the French would have won. But so Waterloo, in a way, it was a near-run thing, but really they'd lost their best opportunity because they just had bad staff work. And it's often said that Waterloo started late because it rained a lot and they needed the ground to dry out. Well, it never dried out. The reason why it started late was that the French took such a long time to get all their troops in position. They had to get them all in order. It took ages. And so they started late because they were badly organised, in my opinion. So there we are. That's the end of Waterloo, as far as I'm concerned. It's a bad start.
So it's a French loss as opposed to a British win.
I mean, whether they could have won, everything had to go to plan for them to win. I think,
Right.
And they looked. Their best chance was 2 days before Waterloo in a couple of battles then, but they lost their chance to defeat the Prussians, and that's why, you know, when you hear about Waterloo, they say that the British held on till the Prussians arrived. Because whilst the Prussians had been given a bit of a mauling, they weren't destroyed and they were able to recover and come back and help out the Brits and their allies. Yeah. Look at our serious faces.
We did well there.
Yeah.
I mean, I lost it at the beginning. I'm not gonna lie. But we brought that car around.
We have.
So where are we going? Emus next.
Emus.
The Great Emu War of 1932. Have you heard of the Great Emu War of 1932?
I think I have.
Yeah, because I've gone on about it probably online in the past. Okay, this is the situation. I want you, if you will,
picture the scene.
Picture the scene. You're in Western Australia.
Right.
Good news.
Quite a nice idea at the moment, isn't it? Wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in Western Australia, they had a lot of crops. They were trying to grow cereals and things. And to keep out rabbits and Christ knows what, they had fences. And the fences were okay at keeping the rabbits out. But what they hadn't bargained on was the arrival of the Great Emu Army.
Okay.
Now, you remember the Great Heathen Army of the Viking periods, you know, that went around destroying Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, didn't it? The Great Heathen Army of that, right? This was the Great Emu Army, estimated at 20,000 strong.
Can I just check? Are there humans riding the emus, or is this just a ragtag band of feathered fuckers?
More the latter.
Okay,
Nobody's riding the emus. Have you ever tried to? Have you seen them?
I
have seen an emu.
They've always got diarrhea, haven't they? Yeah, always. They've got some of the most liquid excrement. I saw a lot of them in Western Australia when I was there. In fact, the very descendants of the Great Emu Army, probably.
Right.
Hang on, if it's always like that, it's not actually diarrhea because that's normal for them.
Yeah, well, probably it's very liquid excrement. You know, you go to a park, don't you? And some Canada geese have been there. I never used to like Canada geese, but actually, I'm on their side in the last month or so. I quite like the Canada geese now, but that's another story. So anyway, you got all of these of these emus, and what do? They destroy the fences and they start eating all the grain. Well, Western
Emu
Australia,
will.
they don't think very much of this, and they say, you know, to the government back in Eastern Australia, miles away, isn't it? You know, miles and miles away. You know, well, you know, we're part of you. Do something about it. Do, you know? So they and then this chap, and he's from the Royal Australian Artillery, and his name was Major Gwyneth Purves Wyn Aubrey Meredith.
Oh,
Don't
he's
ask-
posh.
I mean, what a
That's
name!
a lot of names.
You know,
Very
don't you?
talented him,
Imagine
that's really
embroidering that
talented.
on the back of his football shirt.
Well,
You'd have to.
Nanny would have done it.
Be an
Out of the
acronym.
transport
And
office.
he says, what we can do, I've got these Lewis guns, which are like machine guns of the First World War. They've got like a drum on the top. And he said, we'll take them on. Give us 10,000 rounds of money, of ammunition. We'll go. So they go over to Western Australia. They got these sort of trucks with these Lewis guns on the back. And he's got a mighty army. There's him. There's Sergeant McMurray, and there's Gunner O'Halloran. Right, there are three of them. I mean, this is going to be easy. So suddenly they're sort of coming along, and there's the Emu up force, massive force, huge. Okay. So they get their Lewis gun out, and they open fire on the emus. Okay, and it's feathers, etc.
Excrement.
Scatter. As soon as they do, they scatter. So they've shot a few emus, but they've lost a lot of ammunition. So they give chase after them again, and there are the emus, you know, busy eating the corn. So once again, they open fire on the emus, and the same thing happens. The emus scatter in that way, and it goes on and on and on. And they're using up ammunition at a rate of knots. They're using up petrol, you know. And the emus, they're undefeated. Every time they get near to them, they scatter, and they can't catch up with them. And it goes on and on and on. And in the end, the emus become a bit of a hero. They become the heroes. And sort of conservationists, particularly in Britain, because we aren't having our crops being eaten by emus.
Yeah.
We could take the high ground, can't we? We're saying this is disgraceful, trying to wipe out those gallant emus. And so it goes on and on and on. And they never manage to defeat the emus. And the emus, and in the end, they just give up because they just can't defeat them. And on Wikipedia, I don't recommend Wikipedia as a place to go, but it was quite entertaining on the Emu War when they first read it, because it said belligerents. On one side, it said Australian Army. On the other side, it said emus. And it said victor. At the bottom, it said emus. No. So the emus never inflicted any, but they stayed in the field. And the guy claims that it's very interesting because he put in a report afterwards, and he said that he'd managed to kill 986 emus.
Oh,
that's what he claimed.
Mm.
And they said, "Well, how many
confirmed
rounds
killed?"
And he said he fired 9,860 rounds.
He's a bit shit, isn't he?
Well, this is it's a bit shit, but also 986 and then 9,860. It's a little bit dodgy, isn't it? It's a little bit too precise, isn't it? So 10 shots per emu, etc. So in the end, they gave up, and the emus ended. You know, they won, and later, and they were a periodic problem for a long time. And in the end, basically, what the government did was that they supplied the locals with ammunition. So if a load of emus were eating their corn, they could shoot at them. And occasionally, they put in a bounty system. So you know, you got so much money for each emu that you shot. But it's a wonderful war, I think, the Emu War, and. You know, good on the emus, really. They Rod Hall would have been proud of them, wouldn't he?
Explains why they're so cocky.
They're vicious. What is the difference between an emu and an ostrich?
I'm not in a position to tell you that. Maybe it's where they come from. Emus are Australian, ostriches are African, but they're similar kind of things, aren't they? That would give you a good.
Yeah. And then the Australians have the cassowary as well, which is a
they're vicious murder bird.
Yeah, they
Of
are.
course they are. They're from Australia.
Anything in Australia that moves will kill you.
Yeah. There's a lady on TikTok, and she's got this. I think her handle is like Useless Farm or something, and I'm not sure if she's got an ostrich or an emu, but it's called Karen, and this thing is trying to kill her on the reg, and she has to constantly put her hand out to stop this bird's neck. And apparently there have been occasions where the bird's got to her, and she's ended up like in hospital because it just goes straight for her face. Karen she's got two. The boy is all right, but Karen is just furious about everything. And I genuinely fear for her life because she sneaks up on her. Karen sneaks up on this lady who feeds her and pays her fucking bills. And she wants her dead.
I think she should maybe.
Yeah.
All the birds are a bit shit and useless. All of the animals. She's also got some goats, I think, and a donkey that's all a bit stupid. And she had a really angry chicken for a while, like a furious chicken. It's a great watch. I mean,
I might look at that. One tip: never lift up a goat's tail to see what sex it is.
Why? She says.
Your hand will smell of cheese for about 2 weeks.
Your what? Sorry.
Why?
Your hand will smell of goat's cheese for about two weeks.
It's never really something that I thought about doing.
I did it, and I won't do it again.
I remember that you meeting that goat.
Now, quickly, World War One, because this is something that that I don't feel strongly about. That's the wrong word, but I'm quite interested in it. And that's this idea that it's lions led by donkeys, and the idea that these gallant working class Tommies, led by public school boys, all of whom were poets, of course, were thrown away in pointless attacks by British generals who lived in chateaus behind the lines. Well, the first thing to say, of course, is that the First World War was an awful human tragedy, as all wars are, but a terrible price to be paid. Having said that, if you're going to fight the First World War, I think how on earth could the British have fought it any other way than they did? And I think an analogy, somebody once said, and this is going back to Tyson, if you're going to get in the ring with Mike Tyson, you've got to expect to get hurt. And the Germans were bloody good at fighting. They were bloody good soldiers. They knew what they were doing. The British, on the other hand, they'd been used to fighting a colonial war. So basically, the British Army was a little thing, and it was a colonial police force. So it's like Eddie Stobart, who runs the truck delivery in the UK. The Eddie Stobart trucks, which drive everywhere delivering things. Suddenly being told you've got 6 months, and at the end of that, you've got to run British Airways. So you're going from a tiny army to this massive force, which we didn't have the industry for it, we didn't have the training for it, and really, it's quite remarkable that they did what they managed to do. And there are a couple of claims. One is that that the generals lived in luxury behind the lines. The percentage of casualties amongst generals was higher than other ranks. If anything, the British generals were too near the front line, which meant if a spare shell came over or whatever, it destroyed them. So that's the first thing to say. The second thing is, where are you going to put your generals? If you think about it, if you're a general in the First World War, what do you need? Well, you need somewhere where, if the enemy break through just a little way, they're not going to suddenly capture you. So you've got to be a little bit further back. You need somewhere where you can get your maps out. So you need a big room where you can put your maps out. You need somewhere where you can hold conferences. So if the king turns up, you can't do that in the trenches, can you? In that way. You need somewhere where you can get some kind of telephone exchange going. You need somewhere where people can find you. And consequently, the right place to be was behind the lines. And if you think about it, where did the British fight the Gulf War from, or anybody fought it from back in the UK, didn't we? So that's I think one of the things to say about it, that the way that the idea that they're behind the lines is probably the right place for them to be, and anywhere else would have been irresponsible, really. And on top of that, and it's a thing that people don't always realise, that people think that soldiers spent the war in the trenches, in the frontline trenches. That wasn't the case. If you were a gunner, for example, an awful lot of the British Army were artillerymen, or you were supply people, you were to the rear anyway. And the infantry, it was very strictly rotated. So you spent a few days in the trenches, in the front line, which is horrible, of course. It's muddy and wet, and there's huge rats and there's killing going on. But you then went back to the rear lines, where we were like support trenches. And then half the time you're out of the trenches altogether. and you're either working or playing football. So you didn't spend the whole of the First World War in the front lines. This isn't in any way to say that times in the front line were not awful, because of course they were. But it's not a case that everybody spent their war in the trenches. So I think that's something to bear in mind. And also, if you think about all the things that came out of the First World War, we say, our generals are unimaginative. Well, you got, for example, the first use of tanks, the first use of proper communications, the first use of aircraft, all kinds of things, and they were always trying to find ways to break through the enemy lines. But the reality was that the firepower that both sides had meant that whoever was on the defensive had a huge advantage. And because the Germans had occupied parts of France and Belgium, it was the British, the French, and their allies that tended to be on the offensive. But whilst some of our generals were, should we say, mediocre, they certainly cared, and they did what they could really to improve the chances of the success of their soldiers, as indeed did the Germans and the French. But one of the problems was that, like on the first day of the Somme, absolutely appalling losses, but nobody knew that was going to happen. But it took about 24 hours for that information to get back anyway, for them to react to it. So it's a pretty appalling war. But if I'm going to put the finger of blame on anybody, it's the politicians. It's people like Lloyd George, who brilliantly shifted the blame over to the in that way. He's the if I'm going to blame anybody for what happened in the First World War, it would be Lloyd George. But in the context, if you want to win that war, the British generals and the imperial troops, I think they did as well as they possibly could have done, and that's from your ordinary soldier up to your field marshals. It was a tough war. We didn't appalling war. But if you're going to fight that war, I don't see how else the soldiers could have fought it.
This may be something that I read in a Horrible Histories book, so it may be bollocks, and I'd like to fact check it. Is it in any way the case that the British Army turned up to World War One effectively expecting another cavalry battle with like horses and stuff like that and rapiers, and they realised very quickly they were going to have to adapt to trench warfare? Or is that horseshit?
To a point. I mean, both sides had cavalry, and you kept them in reserve for the possibility of a breakthrough. So as late as 1916, there were cavalry units. Interesting, the Scots Greys, the Scots Greys, so they're from Scotland, and they got grey horses. They camouflaged their horses, painted them brown.
Wow.
In that way. They it said that everybody was expecting the war to be over by Christmas. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, because Kitchener certainly didn't. And you had the American Civil War to learn from. You only had to look at what was going on over there, particularly in the last sort of 18 months of that war. So it didn't take much for you to imagine what was happening. Doesn't mean you shouldn't plan for a quick victory, but I think that I think those that knew that it was.
Was it more hope than judgment?
Yeah, and it was going to take a long time because as I say, the British Expeditionary Force was tiny. It was brilliant. It was well trained, but you're into a meat grinder of industrial nations, and it would take the British, till 1917 till they're fully pulling their weight. Really, well, I say pulling their weight, I mean suffering the casualties that the Germans and the French did. So I go back to that. If you're going to get in the ring with Tyson, you're going to get punched in the face.
Yeah,
and that's what happened.
Yeah. Lorcan's just put about a reminder to everybody about the death of the last World War II British fighter pilot who was involved in the Battle of Britain. He died, I believe, this week at the ripe age of 105. So something to point out is that we are starting to lose that history. And one thing I want to point out, if you're on TikTok, there's a channel on there called Real Vintage Doll's House, and she is currently looking for applicants, participants, people who have stories from World War II. She wants to create a living history project. And I mean, if it's you or your parents or your grandparents, she is looking for those. If you go over to her TikTok, Real Vintage Dolls House, then you can email her. I think in some cases she's going to interview people, but she's collecting those stories. And I think that the death of this fighter pilot is a call to arms, if you will, to get these stories recorded as best we can, while there is still at least some living memory.
I worry that it's a little bit late. Like my pop had amazing stories. He had amazing stories, but he lived to 94, and I actually remember getting in touch with a historian who I won't name names, because it was before I was doing really as much as I was doing, and I wish to God I'd sat down with him, and there wasn't as much interest. Like it's almost like oh, we should have done this 5 years ago, we better do it now, which is all very well and good, but I fear that we've lost so many stories already.
I mean, I know that the London Museum has done a talking heads of people who various things from, I believe, the Blitz, certainly, and as you were saying, the Imperial War, or is it?
Yeah, they did a massive oral history project interviewing people, and so did the National Army Museum as well. Because I remember interviewing the people we interviewed were at that time were from the sort of people that were in the army in the 30s and the 40s, you know. But we got a lot of the some really useful stuff coming back. Some people, some people never spoke about it. You know,
no,
you can understand why. You know, but I remember when I first because I worked at as you know, the National Army Museum, as you've heard from that terrible story. But you know, when I was there, there were people that were certainly veterans of the First World War that you could talk to. You know, at that time. You know, and it's interesting that their attitudes were very, very different. Some people saw it as an unmitigated horror, and others said it was like the best moments of their lives. They never felt so alive, really, when faced with death, and that they'd gone from, you know, a rather unhappy life in some coal mine or in some industry, and for, you know, 4 or 5 years, they felt they were doing something worthwhile, you know. But you know, you still got that price that you pay, that you know your friends are being killed, etc. But you know, they by no means saw themselves as victims. Without a shadow of doubt, they were very pleased to have been part of it, you know. And that's, you know, those interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, I think also, like, people have stories. The stories that they're, what we might have now, because we are losing that generation, is we do have the stories that our grandparents told us that probably didn't make it into the oral history stuff, because the stuff that makes it into those oral histories that are recorded is not the stuff that you tell kids. But I was told stuff. My nana was evacuated down to Brighton when she was 14. She didn't like the look of it, so she hopped a train back home up to London, and they had a fish and chip shop in North London, and my great granddad went, well, if you're here you can work. And so the air raid sirens would go off, and my 14-year-old nana, who got extra rations because she was malnourished, so she got extra powdered eggs and cheese, I think, she was so malnourished, and they the air raid siren would start, and my great granddad would start packing up fish and chips, put them in a pallet, put a fishmonger's coat over it, a white coat, and send her off down the tube station. And she used to tell me there were occasions where the bombs would start falling, and the kind of blowback from like shrapnel of bombs landing meant the coat would blow off of the fish and chips as she went down to the tube station with them. And another story is that there was a bomb that landed in some like power lines next to their house, and the home guard came round to have a look at this bomb. And so my grandmother's in her teens. About 4 or 5 years later, she would be at a dance, and not knowing it, they would talk about it much, much later. She ended up having a dance and a date and getting knocked up by this gentleman who was my grandfather. And he had been part of the home guard who'd come to her house as when she was a kid, and they hadn't known it until they talked about it later. And they ended up getting married. So yeah, but yeah, he at that time he was married to somebody.
So she liked it up. Oh no, we won't go there with that.
He was married to somebody else at that point. And
oh my word!
She ran off with a Canadian airman, and so then he married my nana. He was quite a lot older than my nana. So
my great grandmother spent the war in Paris in hiding because she was Jewish. And my grandmother was French, half Italian. She married an English soldier, and they lived in Monte Carlo. And then, of course, with what was going on, they got back to England, and they went from Monte Carlo to Romsey, which is a bit of a contrast, really. But my great grandmother stayed in Paris, but she didn't have any papers because she would have been, carted off. But she wasn't short of a bob or two, because it's all gone wrong with my family. But at least she survived, because they had a jeweller's shop on the Ponte Vecchio in Florence. Wow. So she had quite a lot of money, and she basically just bribed her way through the war. So by the end of it, she had no money, but at least she was alive. Spent the whole war in central Paris, just down from the British Embassy, actually. But there we are.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. Wheezy, she wasn't flogging the fish and chips in the street. She was flogging them down the tube.
Yeah.
So because the tube stations used to, for people who didn't have air raid shelters, and apparently my great grandparents did have an Anderson air raid shelter, but you go down the tubes. And at some point I'm going to make a video, because there was a very, very bad accident at Bethnal Green. Just basically it was a stampede, and it was horrendous. It wasn't a bomb, but it was an enormous loss of life.
It was quite early on, wasn't it?
Yeah. Panic set in.
Right. Yeah.
Do we have another history cock up and then a War of the Roses story? Let's have what? How else have you fucked it up, Julian?
Well, you can have my history cock up, or my cock up. Or,
come on, tell us how you fucked up.
Well, it's a minor story, really, but it's only that you probably know that I used to go out to Bosnia a little bit. In fact, 30 years ago now, I was just getting ready to fly out to Vitez. Well, actually, we landed in Split and then went up country. And it's funny, really, because we used to talk about going into the heart of darkness even then, because we're down at Split, in Croatia. It's all very sort of calm. And then you're going up into the hills to God knows what, and it was like that, And I don't know if do you remember the film Apocalypse Now? And they go up this river.
I've not seen it. I know of it, though.
It's a kind of symbol for the disintegration of the war effort, because they start in sort of splendor in the main camp, and then gradually, as they go up the river, it just all falls apart, in many ways, until the end. And they go past things like a helicopter that's crashed into the bank and is burning and things like that. And and going up into Bosnia, I remember there was a car up a tree. I could never work out how this car went up this tree, but I think maybe there was a lot of snow. So I don't think it was blown up there. I think maybe it was compacted, but I don't know. There was a car up a tree. But anyway,
Harry Potter.
That's by the by. But anyway, I went to Bosnia on 3 occasions, and one of the problems in Bosnia, and I remember Princess Diana did a lot about that, was mines.
Yeah.
Because the way that the Warsaw Pact tended to use mines was at a personal level. So if you're in your cell hole or whatever, you put a mine in front of it. There it is. You don't map it. You just put this mine there, and then you might clear off, and it's still there. And then some kid comes along and is blown up by it. So they're not mapped. So a big problem was mines. And I remember that actually, this is kind of like France and England, really. The areas that were looked after by the Brits, there were road signs everywhere. They're all very clear. You knew what you were doing, etc. And I've always found in France that you never see the road sign until you've driven past it. And then you're trying to find out, you know what I mean? You're trying to work out anyway. So we went and we went on this extraordinary journey, really. It was all over the place doing things. And I was mainly I was collecting stuff for the National Army Museum. So I was going and interviewing people and talking to people on, the former warring factions, the Brits, the New Zealanders. They were great, the New Zealanders. Their food helpings were immense. It's great big Maori guys needed feeding. And about 10 times as much food as we did, like that. But that's I digress. But we went into the French area, and suddenly we immediately got lost in the French area. No idea where we were, And we went down this road, and it got smaller and smaller. And I was in a Jeep, like a driver, me, and another guy, and we went down this road, and it got smaller and smaller. And then we sort of stopped, and there was this sign that said "mined area." So shit. So we better just stay here for the time being and decide what to do, you know. And then in the distance, we could see a Warsaw Pact. So an old Russian armored personnel carrier, ancient thing trundling along, you know, all this smoke coming out. It was barely going, you know, barely coming out of the back. And it sort of, I don't know how it did, but it made its way to us. And these guys jumped out. And they said, "Oh well, don't worry, we'll see you out." We said, "Oh, thanks so much." And they were Ukrainians. It was a Ukrainian force, so they kind of saved my bacon, the Ukrainian army, because I don't know what we would have done. You know, I suppose we could have put the Land Rover in reverse for about a mile, but they kind of guided us out. So I've always had a good opinion of the Ukrainian army because I've had one dealings with them, and it was a very positive one. But that was you know, and that was basically, they always say the most dangerous thing in the British Army is an officer with a map.
Oh.
And yes,
A map and a French signage.
yeah, you know, yeah. Anyway, there we are.
Right. What? You're one of those people, Julian. I'm just getting into all these scrapes. It's just a very you sort of story.
What, to end up in a circle?
Yeah.
In the middle of a minefield, literally.
Yeah.
I think, to me, it was the
Literal
Verges. I
minefield.
think it actually, you know, I don't want to overplay this. I think it was the Verges, but I wasn't going to find out.
No, I wouldn't
No.
check it.
No.
That's not what I want to test. I want to test
No,
it up.
it's zero.
And it's very
Okay.
interesting. It's my great, just talking about historiography, my experiences in Bosnia are a great example of historiography because I was collecting stuff and writing reports. So I did a lot of that, you know, and wrote, this is what the British are doing, and blah, blah. So I did that. I also spoke to the warring factions and they told us stuff. Which I duly know that. But of course, it's from their point of view.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I would say is that I liked everybody, and it's the great tragedy of life, isn't it? That whether they were Serbs or they were Croats or they were Bosniaks or Muslims, they all wanted to show you pictures of their family and, you know, wanted you to like them. You know, it's the leaders that let these people down, you know, and things haven't changed, have they, you know? But anyway, so that was that. Then you look at, I used to do sort of little reports that we would send back to the National Art Museum about what was going on. So I do very positive reports about, oh yes, the Brits have helped repair this mosque and isn't it all great and blah, blah. So they're all going back, you know, because they might be put out in public view. But then the letters that I wrote to like my friends would be, well, what a fucking waste of time this is. You know, what are we doing out here? It's, you know, and to go back to Apocalypse Now, it's like putting a Band-Aid over a gaping wound. You know, we're doing this and there's no peace to keep. What a waste of time, you know. So there's that. And then you look at the letters that I wrote to my mum, and they were having a lovely time out here. You know? But if you hear the stories that I told to sort of female friends in the bar when I got home, they were slightly different. Oh God, I need comfort. You know, oh God. So it's just interesting how the same thing, you know, and what I was writing, and then the guy that was with me was very interested in engineering, and his reports were all about the engineering, etc. So you see how the information, you know, for any kind of historical event, just in that one instance, you know, I myself created different stories, you know, for the audience that I was telling, and you know, you get the same in the Wars of the Roses. Haven't we got a conference on that coming at some stage?
We actually have this coming weekend.
Oh, you know.
You better get that promo rolling, Philippa, because I'm pretty sure Julian's got a final War of the Roses cock-up, and this will be our final cock-up, isn't it?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. I suppose it is. It's. Have I talked about Towton?
No.
Okay. Weather can really bugger up a battle big time, you know. And at Barnet, it was the fog. Now, apparently, at Towton, there's lots of talk about Towton being the biggest battle on English soil, enormous numbers. But if you tune in to the Wars of the Roses conference, which Philippa is organising, I talk about this. And I think it's probably not the case. Okay, it wasn't the biggest battle on English soil by a long chalk, not by a long chalk. It was that they just didn't have the capacity to put the number of people in the field that you read about. You know, sometimes people say 60,000 to 40,000, 20,000 to 20,000. Just didn't have that number of people. But the great story about Towton is the archery. because it said that at the beginning of the battle, this is a great cock-up on the part of the Lancastrians, that the Yorkist archers went forward, and these battles in those days, the archers would go forward first, they'd shoot, there'd be a bit of missile fire, and then the armies would clash. That's a very kind of daft way of describing something horrific when I say they clash, they're hacking each other to pieces, but they start with their archers. And it is said that the Yorkists under Lord Fauconberg, their archers let off a volley of arrows and they landed amongst the Lancastrians. And then the Lancastrians decided to shoot back. But as they went to shoot back, there was a snowstorm and the wind was blowing in their faces. So the accounts, good old Hall.
What does this one sniff like?
Sniff that crevice.
Smell the
Sniff
fields
it.
of Yorkshire.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing.
So the Lancasters are shooting into the wind and into this sort of snowstorm, and all their arrows are falling short. But they don't know this because they can't see the Yorkists. And they shoot and shoot and shoot. So they've run out of arrows. And then the Yorkists march forward, pick up the Lancastrian arrows and shoot them back at the Lancastrians again. Okay. And this is a story.
Just armed them.
Yeah. It's a great story. However, I think it probably was snowing at the time, because when you read some of the accounts at the time, they do say that it was snowing, or at least that there was snow on the ground. So that's probably true. As for the bit about the wind, when you start looking, you find that in classical history, for example, and in the Bible and things, you find that God kind of intervenes in this way. And this idea about the wind blowing back the arrows, it's there in some of the classical battles. And so you do wonder whether the person that wrote it thought, well, we don't know very much about it. In fact, what we know about it, even today, for sure, unless it's administrative accounts, but because nobody who was there wrote about it. Nobody, so you're relying upon sources of people that weren't there at the time writing later. And maybe they're trying to tell a good story. So how are you going to make the story a bit more exciting? Let's bring a bit of weather into it, let's bring that into it, that way. Or it might have been, of course, that it did happen and people were struck by the similarity to what happened in a previous battle. We don't know. But certainly that's a battle where basically the Lancastrians, they're always throwing it away, the Lancastrians, really. At this battle, it's simply that they're said to have shot into a blizzard and all their arrows fell short. And one of the accounts said that the Yorkists went forward and they sent their arrows back at their former masters.
Well, can I ask a naive question then? If it's a proper blizzard, but they're gonna have the battle anyway. Like in an age where I'm imagining it's quite organised, and they say we're going to meet.
Well, you've kind of turned up. I mean, I what's happened, and I'm just as guilty of this as anybody else, and that is that you find it in an awful lot of history books that we're so short of local colour that if there is something, you snatch at it, don't you, and you use it because it adds a little bit of interest to the story. Because in reality, if you look at a book, I've got loads of books on Towton.
Actually, I was going to say thank you for sorting out your bookcase, because I haven't felt like you're about to be
crushed,
killed by your own
avalanche.
Yeah,
with books about Towton Snowfall.
Yeah, any book on Towton, it will be 90% the build up to the battle and 10% the battle, because we don't have the information. So it's when I used to deal with the media and write things, some of these stories are what we used to call stories that are too good to check.
Yes, yeah.
You know what I mean? You're going to put them in that way. So
you don't want to be the one to piss on everyone's bonfire.
Lots of so and I've done it. That when you start looking at the sources, you think, well, there might have been a snowstorm. But you look at the actual what they say, and back to
good sniff, yeah.
Wars Chronicle. I think it says something like there fell a small sleet or snow.
Right,
but somehow that's turned into, and I've done this myself. It's turned into a blinding blizzard. Like, it sounds good, doesn't it? But in that way. But these battles are fought in terrible conditions, and they often are.
But fog is a good example. First World War, if you can manage it better than the opposition, you're going to win, aren't you? I mean, some battles are called off for reasons. The last battle, or last but one battle of the English Civil War at Great Torrington, it ended because the church blew up. And fighting in the street, church blew up. If you've got a place you're storing your gunpowder, don't give a load of prisoners a pipe to smoke and put them in there, because you know what's going to happen. And so the Great Torrington there, it was an explosion. That was a cock up, but let's face it, and
isn't there an example in World War One or World War Two or some war that on the continent somewhere where there's wolves, where they ceased fighting while they sort of protected themselves from the wolves or sorted out the wolves population before they could? Basically, the wolves were killing more wolves. Yeah.
Well, maybe I didn't know that, but I like the sound of that.
I think there's something that there is a story there. I'm afraid I can't remember it. I've heard that the wolves were killing more soldiers than they basically, they couldn't get on with the fighting because they were both sides being attacked by animals, basically. So yeah.
Well, are there not battles in the American Civil War where people are going through alligators getting people and things like that?
Right.
Yeah. So should then we be suspicious of accounts of providential weather? So, for example, Armada. For example, the wind turning for the Great Fire of London. Should we be suspicious? Because I'm always, whenever people talk about escaping from the Tower of London, I'm instantly suspicious. Anybody who claims to have escaped by rappelling down a tower under cover of darkness, instantly suspicious. I don't believe anybody escaped the tower or got into the tower without inside help. I don't believe it.
Well, this is a good, it's a great question, and I mean, I suppose you're suspicious of everything, aren't you? I mean, I'm suspicious any fact or anything that's written about any historical account that I think of. Why are they saying that? Why are people more inclined to believe that than something else? Where are they coming from? Which society did they belong to? Is that going to affect how they believe things? Who are they writing it for? And it's the same now. So you're always wanting to know, aren't you? So I think a healthy bit of suspicion is a good thing. And people, even where a couple of sources tend to support each other, is it simply that one's borrowing from the other? It's standard stuff, isn't it? But it's often the case that two things will say things, and clearly they've simply once read the other and off go. In that way. So always, I absolutely agree with you about people getting out of places. Absolutely.
Yeah, and getting into places.
Yeah.
Oh, the only time that the tower gets breached, it's peasants. Okay. Cute. Okay. But Oster Falkenberg, not a fucking chance.
No.
Peasant. Yeah.
Okay. Exactly.
Oster Falkenberg has fucking cannon. He's got cannon, but the peasants, they're good. Okay.
Yeah.
Adorable. Love it.
And there's great stories about the jocks capturing English castles in the early 14th century, where and Nathan is Nathan Hammond, who I know you've had on recently, but the capture of Conway is fantastic, really, where the supporters of Glyndŵr, they just kind of wait till the garrison go out to church, don't they? And they sneak in, while they're out.
Yes,
quite a good way of doing it. And then Chateau Gaillard, which is a fantastic castle on the Seine, and it's the border between Normandy and a resurgent France under Philippe Auguste. And John and Richard had put a lot of money into building it, and it's said that the French got into the Outer Bailey by sending somebody up the Garderobe chute.
Yeah, that's a great story.
Well, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe.
But it's that thing. I was at Bosworth not that long ago, and was it you that told me this story, Catherine? But somebody was telling me that they were up at the, where at Bosworth you've got the
you've got that memorial. I think it might have been you, Catherine, that told me this, but a
was
lady was there with her granddaughter, and the granddaughter said, "Didn't Henry Tudor win the Battle of Bosworth?" And this lady said, "Yeah, but he cheated."
That's it.
Yes. I was just there, like, I really wanted to say, would you mind telling me how that works exactly?
He had a pistol in his tanga.
We have an arrogance in this country, I think, that really we should win. That if in Britain, I suppose everybody does, but the idea is that we should win. And if the opposition defeat us, it's not because they were good and they were brave.
We've done something wrong.
Because we cocked it up. So all of our defeats in history, there's always some cock-up theory to them. You know, whatever battle it is, you know, there's a reason, and it's a.
Do you know that's interesting because you actually get that with football commentary. I don't know if you've ever noticed that. If you ever watch and there's a dominant team, so say, sorry for Americans, but say the FA Cup, where every team goes into it from the beginning, and some of the smaller teams get quite a way up, and it gets on the telly. The commentary is always about how who should be the better team are getting it wrong if they lose, or they, you know, it's never that the lower league team is doing well.
And it's like that with what do you have a football team, Philippa?
No, I used to support Wolves.
I knew it. I knew it. When you were going on about Wolves earlier, I thought
she said that word before. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then the local team is Kiddie Harriers, and they tend to do quite well in the FA Cup.
Kiddie Harriers. But isn't it true, you know, that you look at so many battles and they're always explained, aren't they, by a cock-up or treachery?
Yeah.
But then, like you said right at the beginning, you know, there's a plan until everything starts, and then
and
the good generals deal with it.
I think that's it actually. And taking it, plans and objectives, this is something that I think can perhaps translate elsewhere. Having recently produced a human out of me, there's a lot of talk, taking it off on a tangent, about birth plans. And what I see is, I do see a lot of my friends who, particularly with their first babies, have really they have levels of plan. And 9 times out of 10, whatever happens, they walk away from the experience incredibly traumatized.
Because it didn't go.
And that has been, and I wonder actually if we stop talking about, or stop privileging a plan, and we say, okay, here's the plan, but what's the objective? What is the objective? And maybe that's the thing. Maybe one of the things that we need to start talking about to empower the people who are going through this is actually we need to think about what the objective needs to be rather than the plan.
Straight back to what I was saying about mission commands. You make sure people know what the objective is. So you
and then when
it goes,
when things change, so you can.
I think that's absolutely.
My birth plan was get it out. That was my birth plan.
And did you achieve your objective?
I did both times.
Well done. There you go.
Yay me.
Yes. I think that's the thing, is that if the objective is get it out, minimal damage to all concerned. If that's the objective, that isn't how birth plans look now.
Not the candle that's going to be lit and the exact song that's going to be playing at the time of birth. You just like, I need to either
there is a large industry. You know, people can buy your own birth plan document on Etsy, or some other stores are available. There is an enormous industry that is telling, particularly first-time parents, that this level of plan is not only acceptable, it is what you should do to feel empowered. And I wonder, there's a lot of people making a lot of money off of that story. Lots of people making a lot of money off that story.
Of course, there is. Of course, there's a lot of.
I've derailed from battle to birth, but frankly,
it's interesting.
Frankly, similarities involved. There's a lot of piss, shit, and blood, and weapons are involved. So swings and roundabouts.
End up with more people rather than fewer. That's the only difference.
It's battle in reverse. When it goes well, you do end up with more people in the room than you started with.
So when we got a bit serious, not like me, is it? In this, but there we are.
Well,
so
you
what
had to
was
make
your
up for
number
your
one?
nearly
Out of all of those,
losing.
what was your favourite cock up? What are you putting at number one?
Yours.
Yeah.
My favourite cock up of yours that you've just told.
Other than the walls,
you nearly losing the order for the.
I'll forget that one. That never happened.
That is indelibly imprinted on my brain. Every molecule of my brain box is just that.
It's just typical that would happen to me, isn't it? You know.
Emus might come close to me, but I'm gonna have to say that the Charge of the Light Brigade document is up there, but with emus in a tight second.
Yeah,
tight.
I like the fact the emus won.
Yeah. I also enjoy the bees. I've got to say, I like the bees too. I think I like albums of animals.
Yeah. Just like animals, just
I do remember when I was very bad at soldiering, I have to say, and I was too old really to start being an infantryman, so I was pretty crap. But I remember we used to sort of go out into the countryside and do things. And I can remember once our position given away by a herd of curious cows.
Yes, cows are curious.
Dug in, you know, and the cows knew that there was something, and they all turned up, you know, and clear off, you know. But
we have cows. We have cows in our house.
Yeah,
they're very curious.
They want to know, don't they? Yeah.
Yeah. We light a fire. They're all lined up at the fence, just looking at it.
Creepy.
You don't like sheep.
They like watching the.
I find cattle upsetting. I don't like sheep. I don't like cows. But the things I hate the most are, and this is going to get me some heat. I'm going to say it though. I find the New Forest ponies inherently terrifying. They fucking scare me. Particularly when it gets to do like twilight and you're walking through the New Forest and their creepy, beady eyes are glowing at you in the night. No, thank you.
Yeah, Exmoor ponies.
They're quite aggressive. Those ponies, aren't they? They're not friendly.
But yeah, they'll give you a little chomp.
They've given them these collars now, haven't they? Because so many of them are getting run over. So you've got these.
Oh no! What a shame.
And that relies on you having headlights, which you don't have. So yeah.
True.
Donkeys,
well,
though. I like donkeys.
Ponies are very similar to horses, and we all know my feelings on that.
Fair.
That's why you're learning French, isn't it?
So you can eat the horses. So that's a reminder once again. Wars of the Roses. .eventbrite.co.uk. That is,
yes.
If you want more of Julian, and of course you do, because we are going to get him back, obs. But if you like more,
Nathan is coming,
and Nathan.
Lewis.
So shall I tell you who we've got?
Oh, sorry, yeah, over to you. Yeah.
Yeah, so because the other thing I just wanted to make, although we call it the Online History Festival, some people say, "Where is it?" It's online.
There's a tiny bit in the name.
Everyone can access it, regardless of where you are, because even if you're over there in Australia and you can't make the talks live, they'll all be available until the end of May, as long as you grab your ticket before the end of the event. So the tickets are on sale until 5 p.m. Sunday, our time, which may be different to your time than it was because the clocks aren't changing all at the same time all over the world. But anyway, you'll work it out. We've got Gareth Russell's talking, obviously Julian, Nathan Armin, Matt Lewis, Elizabeth Norton, and Ewan Roger. So we've got an amazing lineup, and the speaker Q&A is live on Sunday night, so you can come along and ask your questions of all the speakers as well. And then Catherine and I are doing a fun quiz to finish off, which is just for fun. It's like, it's not a real test, but
I know Nathan said to me last night, I can't do quizzes. I'm not allowed to do quizzes. I'm not allowed to do board games because I get like violently competitive.
Well, he can get violently competitive in his own lounge. We don't need to know.
Is Nathan an only child?
No.
Oh, I thought it might be. I thought it might be why I was that way. I thought maybe it's an only child thing because I'm also not allowed to play Monopoly because those tiny houses are weapons. Turns out I'm a bad loser.
I can imagine that.
I'm a bad loser. So
I don't care.
I'm also a biter. Swings and roundabouts, friends. If you have shall I do some things, or are we going to do? Hang on,
Philippa, what's happening next time?
Yes. So this is the final episode of our cockups series. So if you have missed any, or you can obviously go back, there's 8 episodes. But we're now taking a break for a couple of weeks. We are back on the 9th of April with the first of our next series, which may stay this title. It's a working title. There's a lot of words involved. People we should have heard of. So we're doing an entire series on people we think haven't got the attention they deserve. So people you should have heard of, but you probably haven't, is where we're going with that. Yeah, see, the title is not yet.
We'll get there. Don't worry. And you'll see some shorts which will tell you that may still be the title. It may be, and it will work, and you'll love it, and you'll watch, and we'll have a lovely time. If we can think of a better, more succinct title, that will happen, and you'll see that. So
yes,
there you go.
Tell us lots of
brief lives. There we are. Brief lives. Brief unknown lives.
Smell the biography.
Smell the crevice of the brief lives. If you have enjoyed these shenanigans, you can tell us about that at Buy Me a Coffee, www.buymeacoffee.com/HAD podcast. If you buy us Winnebagos, that supports the channel, you can also go there to join our close friends. Close friends is over on the Instagram. It's essentially a place where Catherine finds some depraved memes, sometimes about history, occasionally, mostly about beavers. And then she puts them on the close friends on the Instagram. So you'll see a little green circle around History After Dark up at the top if you are one of our close friends, and you can go and see what horrendous things we've posted. It's like being in our group chat. That's what it's like. What else? We've got merch. We've got new merch.
My new jumper on.
Oh,
History After Dark. We've got Tim is a Problem merch. We've got old History After Dark merch. We've got No Fix for on the Internet merch. We've got Warboner. Rough Beaver. Those are all linked in our link tree, so you can find that. You'll also find all of our individual social medias. You can come and follow us over there. Do make sure that you have subscribed to this channel. Please also hit the bell icon and then select all. Allegedly, YouTube will tell you when we're next uploading and next going live. That's not always the case, though. YouTube is a minxy mistress. So it's always also worth coming over to our Substack.
Yes.
Which is coming on the screen now. www.had podcast.
Substack.
Words are hard. It's late. Okay. There's
.com.
That's also.
I was just checking whether it's .com or
.com. That's also where our podcast is, and there are many episodes. Lots of things to binge watch. Wherever you do get your podcast, if you are listening to us rather than looking at our gorgeous faces, then do the things that you do with podcasts. Review it, share it, tick boxes. I don't fucking know what you do.
Be nice to us.
Be nice to us. Publicly. Engage with it in the ways that you engage on the podcast apps, however that happens. I love you. I'm sorry. I don't know any better than that. I know what this is.
Search for History After Dark podcast to find the podcast there specifically that you're looking for. You can also follow us on Instagram, which is where Close Friends is, and you get announcements and bits and pieces there, and that is history.after.dark. You can email us at historyafterdark2021@gmail.com, and I'll get around to looking at it at some juncture. If it's anything urgent, don't put it there, would be my best advice. I do look at it.
We're not really going to look at the email.
I look like every couple of weeks. I look every couple of weeks. I have a good head to see what's going on. Yeah, I do.
Spam's in there by then.
Right. Anything else? Julian, where can I find you? Sorry, Julian, where can I find you?
Pardon?
Yes, come on, Julian.
Where can I find you, Julian?
Oh, www something.
Search Julian Humphrys. You might find him.
www.julianhumphries.com or on the usual social. Although I tend to be abusive on one social media account and historical on most of the others. So you can find me on
Take your pick.
Instagram, Facebook.
A weird tombola.
The one that looks like a butterfly and threads. They're nice things. So stick to those, really. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't go near the other one, whatever you do, because I let myself down on there a little bit. So don't go to the other one.
This very tempting now, isn't it?
I was going to say,
Well, somebody today
where's everyone
implied that I
going
was
now?
a Satanist on the other one.
You were a Satanist.
Satanist, and cut out my face and had it being held by this devil with great horns, you know.
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
Wow.
But we won't go into what I'd done to
Baphomet.
It was to do with punctuation.
Well, there we go.
It was.
There we go.
Yeah.
As
But the
above,
others, you
so
know,
below.
Instagram's nice, isn't it? It's friendly and I like
Yeah.
Instagram.
Yeah, I like it.
I'm on there mainly.
So Instagram's
Yeah.
my favourite, really. Feel comfortable
Same.
on there. It's got nice
Same.
people like you guys on it.
We love
Any
it.
more for any more? Anything else?
I was only going to mention, sorry, this is a little bit off piece now, but Florence Nightingale came up, obviously, tonight,
yes.
and we did cover her in the History Heroes series, which is available on YouTube. It will be available. The whole History Heroes series will make its way onto the podcast, but that will be over the summer. But anyway, so if you want to catch up on the Florence Nightingale episode, then it is on our YouTube.
Yes.
Probably under the live tab, because I think we did do that one live.
Yeah. Fabulous. Thank you, friends. Thank you for watching live. If you have watched live, we appreciate you joining. If you're watching on the playback, thank you for taking this time with us. Of course, massive thank you to Julian for joining us. As always, it is an absolute pleasure and a delight.
Thank you for having me.
It was inappropriate and informative, which is, to be honest, how every conversation should be. It should both be an HR catastrophe and also super educational. I love this for us.
It's a good job we're all self-employed.
It's because then we are a problem, but we're all a problem together. So that's delightful.
We are our own judgmental bosses.
There we go. So without further ado, I think I'm going to count us out, friends. Do be good, and if you can't be good, be careful. And if you can't be careful, for the love of God, do not get caught. We're going to leave in 3, 2, 1. Bye.